The woman begs him to stop, saying that she is her baby. The man holds the baby in his arms. The hero thinks whether God punishes him for desiring another life. The hero claims that this child has no right to live with them and does not have any abilities at all. The child tells how she was left right in the middle of the ominous forest full of demons. Goblins appear in the forest, and the child shouted frightenedly, exclaims that he does not want to become their prey at all. The hero again emphasizes that he does not want to become food for goblins, and his words are full of fear and despair before this terrible danger. The girl is surprised by asking someone, "How can people be so terrible that they destroy themselves?" The woman gently calms the girl, emphasizing that every life matters. In her words, sincere compassion and care are felt. The woman acknowledges that to throw a baby in the forest means to condemn her to death, and her voice sounds sorry. The girl notes that despite the complexity of the situation, the baby is very sweet. Heroes decide to return to Bellamus village to make sure the baby is safe. They agree with this idea, because they are well aware of how important it is to protect the baby. 5 years have passed, and the hero confesses that he has been accustomed to living among the goblins. Now everything is different, and he has fully adapted to a new life. The woman notes that Bellamus has been picking up vegetables fully, and is genuinely surprised by his diligence. Bellamus tells that only cuts the top of the nutrient stem, because then the vegetables become much taste and become more delicious. Others notice a wound on Goblin's body and are wondering if everything is fine with him. The hero confesses that he was so fond of hunting that he did not even notice how a giant boar was racing behind him. Another goblin murmurs that through the fright lost all the prey. Bellamus advises to rub the wound with oak bark. It will stop the bleeding. He adds that with such an injury, the hero will only be able to get to his feet in 2 to 3 days. The hero apologizes to Bellamus for an unsuccessful attempt to get food for all. He asks to wait a little, promising to find a way out of the situation again. Goblin says Bellamus knows everything, emphasizing his wisdom and deep knowledge. He also notices that the head of the village called Bellamus outstanding, which testifies to the respect and recognition of his abilities. The younger sister makes a promise to help everyone. The woman adds, though Bellamus for 2 years more than Bellamus, he is not inferior to her, and all in force. But it is even more surprising that they are also equal in mind, although the Bellamus is only 5 years old. The hero also recalls that in the last 5 years, he had to see many, including the dangers that have been chatting on hunters. He explains that goblins are the weakest among all the monsters found in their forest. This is not the only problem. It is only some of the most difficulties that peasants face. The hero notes that the straw huts are easily destroyed by the strong wind. Bellamus welcomes the chunky goblin and is interested in what he does. Goblin explains that the strength of huts in its area, so that they do not fall apart even under the gusts of ordinary wind. Bellamus assures that everything is fine and offers to help with the construction of homes if needed. The man in response says that it would be good for children to just have fun or train to become as strong as he. The girl recalls how Bellamus brought her healing herbs during her illness. In response, he sincerely thanks her for the dragons of the fruit she thanked him. The girl tells that if you rub the dragon fruit to powder and drink it, then the horns will grow much faster. Others are amazing. And the grandfather adds, people, they say, have no horns, only tails. Madero sincerely thanks Bellamus, but he just smiles and says that he is enough for him. The girl promises to find another way to thank for help. The old man supports their conversation, reminding that they are all one community and should stay together. The heroine, with surprise and joy, exclaims that Bellamus is also part of their family. The hero squats near the great stone and thinks, what really means to be a man? Bellamus shows its strength, releasing bright light from the palms. It immediately makes it clear that it has magic or some special abilities. The guy says he needs to regain his strength as soon as possible. He understands that thanks to his knowledge, he can easily develop this village. He announces that he will use his abilities for the benefit of anyone who raised him as a native. The hero thanks and promises to help his community, where La Rosa is wondering that it is a bright thing on the hero. Belima confesses that she saw everything, and explains. It was magic. The guy tells that magic is a force that helps to do extraordinary things. He confesses that he wants to learn how to use it. Delaros also dreams of magic, but the hero explains, she is not able to. It cannot use magic because the goblins to which it belongs has too little magical power. They need to evolve to master witchcraft. Bellamus explains that when goblins turn into hobgoblins, their magical power is growing and they can already use it. However, he confesses, personally for him in this benefit, although such a transformation significantly increases the chances of goblins to survive. The hero thinks that it would be useful to teach everyone about evolution. It would help many. But at first he understands. In order to proceed, he needs to return his hand. The girl openly expresses envy and says he also dreams of learning just like another character. The hero honestly confesses that he cannot help her, where La Rosa is interested in why it is called endurance. Bellamus in response says that patience is a real power. He gives an example of King Ricardo, who, despite many defeats, was eventually able to build a powerful empire. The guy notices that something is wrong here and offers Delaros to hide, and he decides to figure out what is happening. Delarosis suggests Bellamus that she is worth hiding because she is an older sister. A group of people insists that they invite someone who is well understood in this case, or guesses what the thing is, emphasizing how serious it is and how important it is to have special knowledge to solve the problem. Before the village stands a group of huge, formidable creatures ready to attach to its inhabitants. But one of them strongly states that he will not hurt the residents of this village. A rural headman appears and tries to reassure everyone, assuring that everything is sure to be settled. He confidently holds a stick in his hand, emphasizing his power and experience. The village's elder asks what these creatures are looking for in them. He emphasizes his status, reminding that he is the chief here. The great King Radis has announced that these lands now belong to him. He demands that residents bring him some of their foods every week, just in order to be allowed to live in their village. King Reddy warns that if the peasants do not fulfill his requirements, they are expected to be serious. The old man asks how much food they need to give every week. The king replies that there should be 10 bags of meat every week. The heads of the tribes argue that they are threatened with starvation. So the king orders the wardrobe to kill one of the opponents in order to demonstrate his determination and morale. Radis chooses a little girl named Madero among the inhabitants. The girl confidently refuses this proposal, stating that he will not allow it. Orc just laughs and says it does not matter that it screams because it still does not understand the goblin language. One of the subordinates apologizes because he does not know what to do. Enemies do not obey. The head of angry orders to kill both opponents. The heroine stands in defense of the girl, and Bellamus uses the reception of rock shelling to repel the attack of the enemy. His actions impress everyone around, causing surprise and admiration. The enemy gets a blow from which stones fly around him. The hero with determination and anger states that anyone who dares to hurt his family will definitely be punished. He is ready for everything to protect his loved ones. Other goblins are interested in what happened and suggest that there was no magic here. Bella strictly asks her mother and Madero to be careful, emphasizing how dangerous it can be. The young man asks him to trust him and assures that everything will be fine. The gland turns to Bellamus, emphasizing that he is a man, although he does not understand how he was among the goblins. The orc is angry that the enemy will pay for deciding to oppose them. The enemy is surprised to be surprised by what happens. It seems he did not expect to attack so suddenly, nor to see such a power of the hero. The hero says that magic can serve not only for witchcraft, it is also used for strengthening strength or protection. Bellamus confesses that he is currently using only 1/10 of his true power. Despite this, his power seems truly horrible. The enemy cannot restrain and confuse again, emphasizing that such a similar one cannot be a reality. The hero confidently states that all the efforts of the enemy are in vain. His determination and belief in themselves clearly show he will not stop and will fight to the end. The guy radiates confidence and determination, declaring loudly that he was not destined to lose. In his view, the unwavering belief in his own power is red. Bellamus uses a powerful technique called light arrow and involves the enemy. The hero causes a powerful blow, and the enemy is overthrown to the ground. Seeing how their leader fell from one blow, other characters are surprised. One of the orcs notices that the winner is an ordinary human child and is amazed at such an incredible result of combat. This causes shock to all present. One of the characters notes that the hero seems to blow a spooky aura, not at all as their boss. He can't believe his eyes. How so that such a power has such a young boy? Orc notices that Bellamus looks like a dragon, as powerful and wild in his actions. Bellamus realizes that it will not be difficult to destroy all the rest of the orcs for him, but he is not ready for it yet. He agrees. If you release them now, there will be no threat. But if the orcs return, becoming stronger, it can already turn out to be a big problem. The orcs are afraid only of those who are stronger than them, and they love to mock and show aggression above the weak. One hero says they have won their leader. Bellamus reports that he is now their new boss, and asks to treat him with respect and help him. The orcs are first surprised and distrustful of the hero when he states that he is now their new leader. They ask if he really wants them to become his subordinates. The hero asks if someone is disagreeing with this decision. However, all the orcs eventually agree and accept its leadership. The hero reports that after the work, everyone will be able to go home. He adds that if you need help, he will certainly call. Bellamus warns, even if he is not there, he will still easily find them with magic. The orcs exclaimed joyfully, greeting their new leader, Bellamus itself. The mother is surprised as he did so inadvertently. She's very worried about her son. Bellamus confesses that he did foolishly, but sincerely believed in his victory. She agrees with him, although he feels easy to adjust the conscience inside. The young man asks his mother to apologize for all the troubles she caused her. He sincerely thanks her for the support and care. The elder appeals to Ares to forgive him, emphasizing that Bellamus saved everyone. At this point, the whole company exclaims, offering a celebration in honor of its victory, and thanks Bellamus for the salvation. Bellamus becomes a real hero for everyone around. He is picked up in his hands, thankful and sincerely recognized their rescuer. Ares is gently turning to Bellamus, demonstrating his respect and gratitude. Her face clearly shows pride and sincere love. The heroes point out that all this was defined by fate. Their meeting and all the events happened at all by accident. Delarosus is reminiscent of Bellamus of his promise to teach her magic, upset, noting that he has not done so. The hero confidently states that after what he did, everyone will want to master evolution. But despite this, he still decides to teach them this art. Goblin is happy to call his father to look at the achievements, showing the results. The young man notes that everyone was successfully evolving, so the experiment was successful. The hero also notes that the main difference between ordinary creatures and demons is that demons are able to evolve. He explains that such a change occurs when the demon absorbs certain monsters. Bellamus notes that now, after their development, the protection of the village has become much stronger. He emphasizes that this is only the first step in the joint struggle for each other's security. The hero promises to use his knowledge and magic to make the village stronger and safer for everyone. The elder is talking about a recent orc attack, emphasizing that this event should be talked about. The old man appeals to Bellamus, sincerely thanks him for his help and support during the attack. He acknowledges that if it were not Bellamus, there would be much more victims. The elder appeals to Bellamus to teach the peasants to the witchcraft, emphasizing that magical skills are needed to survive in this forest death. The elder says that when watching Bellamus, he realized magic really plays a key role in the protection of their village. He encourages the leader, calling him not to lower his head and not give up. Belima agrees to teach all magic if it helps him thank those who helped him. The hero solemnly states that it is time to start a magic lesson for all who gathered around. It rises to a wooden stump and prepares to conduct. Children with interest and delight ask if they can master magic. In their eyes, joy and impatiently anticipation of new knowledge are burning. Ares apologizes for being late, explaining that she was very nervous last night and almost did not sleep. Its exhausted appearance causes compassion for everyone around. The hero begins with the basics of magic, emphasizing that first you need to master the basic knowledge well, and only then move on to more complex spells. The hero shows how light magic works, demonstrating the simplest trick and initial spell. The characters are happy and enthusiastically supported the main character when he shows his abilities. But Bellamus asks everyone to calm down, reminding that the focus is now important. He explains that in order to control magic, you need to imagine that you are turning on the light. The hero explains, when you manage to imagine how light is born, say light. It is difficult for some of the characters to focus and manage magic, so they are upset when they cannot achieve the desired result. The main character reassures everyone, explaining that it is not surprising. To master magic from the first time, no one has succeeded. Delaros is dissatisfied with that magic seems boring and exhausting. The hero with a smile reminds her that she wanted to capture the magic herself. The girl shows how she has a stone squall technique. She causes stones, and a powerful storm rises around. Her confident movements testify she has become much stronger. Goblins are in surprise that she manages magic so skillfully. The hero notices that the girl used a simple spell, although he did not teach it. She explains that she just tried to master this technique on her own. Delaros confesses that she had already seen one hero use this technique, so she decided to repeat him. The main character confidently and decisively states that he will try other magical technique. It is about to use the arrow of light, which is quite amazing everyone around. Bellamus notes that he has spent a lot of magical energy on creating a light arrow. This indicates its incredible power and powerful influence. Other characters notice that due to the action of this magic, their village is about to fly into the air. Other characters envy her success and recognize her a great talent. The hero is genuinely rejoiced and proud of how far she could come, especially the fact that she has managed to reach the highest level of development. Arisa notices how lightnings fly out without any magic, a real chaos around. She is surprised and outraged, without understanding what is happening at all. The woman apologizes for the actions of her child who has made a disorder. Goblin adds that there is no point in asking him to erect a house with magic. He reassures everyone, they say, all under control. The situation is quite subject to him. Bellamus confidently states that he is ready to act and promises to demonstrate to everyone that he is capable of as a carpenter. Orc gives you an order immediately to demolish everything, announcing that it is necessary to start restructuring. He is convinced that this is the only way the village will be able to develop further. Bellamus picks up the idea of the boss and adds that the village needs to be expanded. He also says he dreams that they all live here together, under one roof. Where La Rosa with anger requires an apology from his mother and Madero, showing how outraged all that has happened. Her behavior clearly makes it clear that she does not even forgive them. Orc does not understand the goblin language at all, and girls decide that they do not need these apologies. The elder agrees. The village needs to be strengthened, but at the same time reflects on how to live with the orcs. He emphasizes that the decision should be considered and safe for everyone. The strongest goblin urges everyone to calm down, because heroes are under control. The hero shows his skill in witchcraft, creating in his eyes all the charming house. His skill is a true admiration and surprise in those present. Bellamus says the spell, and in his eyes the cubes themselves are folded into the walls and the roof of the future home. He explains in detail how the house is being built, emphasizing the logic of every step and extraordinary speed and convenience of this method. Finally, the stone house is completely ready, and the main character proudly announces that they now have a reliable house of stone. Everyone around you rejoice and feel a real pleasure in the work done. Other characters admire the talent of Delarosis, noting her remarkable skill and magic. Everyone recognizes that its skills are truly striking, and significantly contribute to the development of the village. The girl notices that the spell stopped for this reason. The hero explains that the main disadvantage of this spell is the great consumption of magical power. Bellamus emphasizes that Delaros will not succeed only through talent. He emphasizes that only hard work brings true result. Several heroes discuss what materials they brought with them, collected at the request of the main character. The girls are surprised in surprise. They do not understand what is being discussed. Delaros is surprised why neither she nor her mom understand the orc languages at all, while Bella is talking freely and even mistakes. For Delaros, this is a real mystery. Orc warns young people, let adults be engaged in a serious business, because it is very dangerous now. She says she does not understand Orcish at all, and requires her to be banned. The girl expresses her indignation and irritability. York believes that the girl is on his side and wants to help him, and Della Rosa is sure that the Orca has substituted her. Orc thanks the girl for the support. She is a little awkward, feels strange, but is ready to put his shoulder again. The heroine notices the sign with the inscription, "The memorable board of my late dad," and immediately understands how important it is to her. The girl persistently demands her to return the sign, indignantly stating that she once made a promise and now wants to return her thing. Delaros explodes with emotions, indignantly stating that it is her thing, and demands to return it immediately. Her rally reaction shows how much she is attached to this thing. Several characters try to reassure the girl, ask her to speak quieter and not raise noise. The orcs notice that the girl has switched to an attack on them, and this is surprising and dissatisfied. One of the characters offers to kill the girl, but the rest deny, reminding that only Bellamus is listened to. The older man wondered what had happened, sincerely seeking to understand the situation. He wanted to know the cause of the quarrel and help to resolve the conflict. The girl confesses that it was a favorite toy of her dad, and with sadness and regret pleases her guilt. The hero confesses that now it is difficult for them to trust each other, but still asks to listen to him. Bellamus points out that the village could not develop so quickly without the help of orcs. He emphasizes how important it is to work together and support each other. The characters carefully consider the crystal, which continues to glow, although the light does not fall on it for a long time. It is amazing all those present. Bellamus reminds everyone to appreciate this moment and not forget it. emphasizing how important it is to maintain memories of joint efforts and achievements. The hero shows his magical forces, creating shining stones. He says that he found these stones in a cave while hunting for spiders, which causes genuine admiration for all present. On the wall hangs a wooden plate with prints of palms, a symbol of an important event or expensive memory. The heroine exclaims, "It can be seen that this thing is really special for her." Orc acknowledges that he did not even know how expensive this thing was for the heroine. He sincerely apologizes, because he could accidentally hurt her. Other characters notice that there was a misunderstanding because of the language barrier. They explained why it is so important not to allow the plate to break. The elder emphasizes what happened for the first time, and he never thought that he would become a witness. He is genuinely surprised and admired by the fact that they managed to understand, even in spite of different languages. The orcs complain that they are not enough food, and they are still demanding. They ask to bring more provisions because they cannot be saturated. The goblins were concerned that they could die of starvation, because earlier they agreed to share everything equally. However, the orcs insisted that they needed more food than goblins. Bellamus asks the leader to calm down, tries to discharge tension, and offers a way to solve the problem. The hero promises to resolve the issue with the provision very soon, so he asks everyone to suffer a little. He also declares his desire to help solve this problem. The leader thanks Bellamus for salvation and recognizes that the lack of food can indeed be caused by orcs. The hero strongly states that he will now do farming in their village. He shows his confidence and willingness to take the case immediately. The elder asks what agriculture is, looks surprised and confused, because for the first time he hears about this. His reaction clearly shows that it is a completely new idea for him. The characters thought what they should look for, because it is very important to choose the right crops to sow. They agreed that they needed fruits to start agriculture. The hero explains that agriculture is not a magic, but a useful thing that brings true benefit. The girl with passion is interested in this activity and willingly wants to join work, showing her enthusiasm. The guy notices the berries that, in his opinion, can be grown in the garden. But other characters warn it. These berries are poisonous, so you need to carefully choose plants and be very careful. Ares welcomes children and draws attention that they have already found good cultures. She notices that children are tired, but rejoices in how much they have already done. The girl notices that it is melon, and with delight says they are appetizing. The woman agrees and adds that Bellamus is certain everything will do well. They decide to wait for the results. Oris asks why he is about to grow berries, because, in her opinion, it can be a waste of time. It proposes to pay attention to other cultures that will be more beneficial. The Uzak hero proposes to start the plowing of the earth, noting that first you need to prepare the sowing field. He adds that he is ready to take the case immediately. Bellamus uses underground waves, the magic of the earth, to make the soil fertile. The hero notices a cloud, which he gently calls a tub. It prepares for the next stage, irrigation. Rain begins, and the heroes notice that the rain is pouring only above the field, which testifies to the power of witchcraft. The hero also explains that in this way, you can evenly water the entire area. He warns, water created with magic is not suitable for drinking because it contains poison. Another heroine is interested in Bellamus, which he now thinks when he suggests watering poisonous berries with poisonous water. Bellamus replies that he just expects a harvest, which shows his determination and willingness to act. The hero calls for everyone to gather in 2 weeks, emphasizing that you need to act together and think carefully about the next step. The group of characters notes that it is time to dinner, so everyone is preparing to sit at the table and taste. Ares is surprised when Delaros suddenly begins to eat berries eagerly. Her face expresses both surprise and confusion because of such unexpected behavior. She asked Delaros to stop, warning that these berries were poisonous, and she needed to spit them immediately. All were concerned about her safety. The body of Rose carses berries, tasting everyone without even knowing the danger. She gladly continues to eat further. She asks in surprise why she feels nothing without believing her feeling. Aries notes that with where La Rose is all right. After the berries, she has no side effects. The heroine is happy to exclaim that the melons are truly delicious and happily shares her delight with their taste. Other heroes immediately notice how juicy and sweet of these melons and are genuinely surprised by their incredible taste. Bellamus says that most poisonous plants lose their danger if watered with charming water. The heroine is fond of Bellamus for his idea to use charming water to purify poisonous plants. She confesses that no one would even guess this decision. Orc notes that the Nons is not even suspected of their design about the rebellion. He emphasizes, "It all depends on them. so you need to act at night, when everyone sleeps firmly. Orc appeals to everyone, calling for every word to listen carefully. He states that only hippos are able to withstand them. The villain notes that without magic he turns into an ordinary person. He emphasizes, Bellamus can only fight because of his enchantments, and during sleep he is completely defenseless, because he is not able to use them then. The hero states that even if they are caught, they are still ready for anything for freedom. This emphasizes their determination and unwavering readiness to act. The old man says that for the sake of his people, he is ready to meet death with dignity, showing courage and true dedication. The Maluni's face reflects emotions again. This time she is delighted because she noticed her favorite fruits. Orc with perseverance and anger exclaims that he will not obey anyone from now on. Belima appears and begins skillfully to gather, releasing such strong magic that all around him are striking. Another character notes that the body of the hero has become stronger, understanding. He uses the spell, Strengthening of the Body. The orc group is combined to attack the Bellamus. They act coherently and decisively, using common forces to win. The hero creates a bright flash of light that dazzles enemies. This powerful blow clearly shows his skill and strength in battle. The orc with a firm intention says that they simply have no other way out. Bellamus is amazed and asks what they do because the crop has long reached the fields. The leader of the orcs explains that the problem is not in the lack of food. He emphasizes that the hero has not yet realized the true essence of what is happening. The hero manages to cause strong magic, creates a real water cannon. His unexpected actions cause everyone around a real shock and surprise. The enemy is written in pain, grabs the throat and suffers, not being able to breathe through the action of magic. The hero with irony notes. They say, others would like the story of an orc that managed to drown just on land, a funny death. But he immediately adds that it is better to give up enemies, because the situation is more than serious for them. York recognizes his stupidity, and says they have easily won without causing any significant harm. The team of heroes recognizes its defeat, noting that it cannot even be called a true battle. Bellamus mentions the events that the council pointed out, emphasizing their importance. He also points out that orcs do not usually risk opposed to those who are stronger than them. The orcs confess to their guilt, bitterly explaining that otherwise they could not do it. The hero emphasizes that even if they have a roof over their heads and food, things will still need things that are simply not in their village. And here are girls. The young hero asks in surprise what girls are talking about. The hero thinks, the problem with the orcs is much more serious than he initially thought, and to risk his own life for the sake of it looks completely unjustified. Bellamus understands what happiness is, falling asleep next to his beloved, demonstrating his care. To solve this situation, the hero proposes to find girls for them. The young man asks Barbara to take him to the village of Orkiv. Perhaps he seeks to resolve a dispute or accomplish an important task. The hero gladly notes that he likes this approach. That's exactly what he needs. Orc nods back, emphasizing that it is quite natural. Bellamus wondered why there were no women among them. Orc replied that the raid takes only the strongest warriors, and women, they say, are not suitable for this case. So sometimes they call women from other villages. The man knows where the right place is, although he has never seen it. I am sure that they will find what they came for. The detachment of the heroes goes to the village of Veronica. They immediately notice the features of this place, and the very name of the village attracts their attention. The local resident notices the human hero and warns strictly, it is better to get out of here if life is expensive. The alarm stresses in the air. Orc nods. This man is their friend. One of the guards is surprised to ask whether this hero is really a person, and whether the orc does not joke. The hero asks to wait, because he wants to talk to the head of the village. He confidently expresses his intentions, showing that this conversation is very important to him. The orcs notice that Bellamus shows respect for the large orcs and speaks in their language. It is surprising for them because they see he really understands orc. The hero says he wants to get another of them, and that is why he learned the orc's language. Orc is interested in how old the main character, and he replies, 5. The village head Rydell solemnly welcomes the guests. Its appearance immediately makes it clear that a serious conversation and discussing important cases. The leader of the village is surprisingly similar to Renest, and the orc itself notices it. In addition, the hero points out that the leader is very bold. The hero is called Bellamus, and tells that he decided to learn their language with respect for orcs that value power. He emphasizes that he is very honored to get acquainted with them. Bellamus states that, if necessary, he can just prove his strength. His confidence shocks everyone around. The leader of the orcs, Rydal, confesses that he is impressed by the human hero who speaks the language of the orcs. He notes that people are very bizarre creatures. The hero reports that there is no girl in the village of Orkiv, and the residents lack a women's company. So he asks whether those who would like to move to this village are among those present. Rydal agrees and says that it does not mind if someone still wants to join. The war in the neighboring village has taken away many male orcs, so there are few now. The orc thanked the leader, and the characters went on a new trip to search. The hero is surprised that there are no girls in the village. Bellamus does not pay attention to women, because they are almost indistinguishable from male orcs that are so similar. The orc approaches the girls and offers them to spend time together. The woman is surprised to see him for the first time, and notes that he appeared quite unexpectedly. Orc invites women to go with him, but they meet his invitation with immediate refusal. The girl strongly refuses, stating that it will die better in solitude than living life near such people. Bellamus also points out that his behavior is too persistent. He advises the orca to be careful and act thinner, adding that girls are easy to conquer in good words. Orc is delighted to speak of the girl's beauty, comparing her eyes with the sun, which slowly sinks in the sea. His words are filled with genuine admiration and true surprise. After another refusal, the orc sharply states that he no longer wants to listen. The hero guy apologizes and recognizes that the problem is not solved. He decides to leave everything as is and return home. Bellamus invents the plan of how to become better and develop. York wondered what a plan for self-development. In response, other characters looked at surprise. They did not understand what it was about. Bellamus explains that in order to win girls' commitment from the village of Veronica, you should first become a special person and then invite them to join themselves. A group of heroes goes to the forest near the village of Veronica. They get the task of finding the burrows of blue rats. Some people in surprise ask why they go to the village of Veronica, and why they are not for girls. One of the characters calls the boss to join them. The hero finds a hole with blue rats and says they need to catch about 50 rats. Orc explains that rats can come in handy, but by themselves they will not get out of the hole. Then the hero resorts to magic. He creates a water cannon to lure the blue rats from their hiding places. Bellamus vigorously gives the command the rats are about to run out. Indeed, they suddenly appear, so the hero immediately orders to attack them. The hero warns everyone to close his eyes before applying a light attack. In this way, he shows his willingness to use different techniques to achieve the goal. Using magic, the young man notes that the rats collected will be enough for their needs. One of the characters notices that these blue rats are small and stink, so she is surprised. Why are they eaten at all? Bellamus is surprised if these guys actually want to stay in the eyes of girls. The hero is interested in the orcs, which is the orcs from Veronica, and what they lack. Barbara replies that they have plenty of beauties, but it is not what he expected to hear. Bellamus says that the orcs from that village were much larger than them. He emphasizes that the orcs are the greatest value, so girls from a neighboring village always choose larger and stronger orcs. The hero explains, if the usual orc wants to become a higher orc, he needs to eat blue rats. He points out that around the village of Veronica full of blue rats, it was through them that the orcs were able to evolve. He proposes to eat these rats to get new forces himself. But the young guy warns, if he evolved, there is no gate back. The orc company sits at the table and talks about food. One of them states that for the sake of women he is ready to eat anything she wants. And Bellamus says in response, tomorrow everything will be fine, so there is nothing to worry. One of the orcs reports the leader, the rich, that the man who appeared yesterday brought with him a group of orcs. Hearing this, other characters are genuinely surprised by this development. Orcs demonstrate true determination and willingness to act. It is seen that there is no joke. Their posture and facial expressions only emphasize how serious they are. He is finally calm for his girls, because new orcs have shown that they are real warriors. Now he is sure that they will be able to protect the village. The orcs have readily declared their dedication to Bellamus, demonstrating a sincere desire to cooperate. They seek to become loyal helpers to guarantee peace and prosperity of the village. Heroes lead orc women to the village of Goblin. Bellamus, feeling fatigue, proposes Barbary to have a tour of the village instead. Orcs are delighted with their new leader. The older man teaches the orcs of the Goblin language. The hero notes that it would be more convenient to understand if they understood each other better, and proposes to teach the orcs of the Goblin language. He also notes that they have already managed to communicate with the orcs, and to understand that they are much less scary than they seemed at first. The young hero notices that his mom's clothes are damaged. He asks why she looks and pays attention to her condition. The mother explains that leather clothing broke, and after evolution he was torn more than once. So now it is impossible to wear at all. Other goblins admit that they would like to sew new clothes, but it is too difficult to handle large skins for them. One of the goblins says he decided to hide behind special equipment. The hero states that everything is already done here, and it is time to go to the city, to people. His decision strikes everyone around. Other characters are dissatisfied with the hero if he really wants to leave them. They ask him to stay, emphasizing how much his presence means for them. Recently, she confessed that she always believed he would be better among people, because he was like them. She explained that for the sake of his good, no one would restrain the hero. Delaros burst into tears when she found out that Bellas was going. One of the heroines approached her, hugged, and advised to spend it with a smile, not with tears. The hero explains that he goes to the city just to buy clothes and immediately returns. He emphasizes that his family remains in the village, so this trip is only short-lived. Delaros also proposes to join the hero on the trip. Ares is worried because many people treat the goblins with suspicion and hostility, so it emphasizes the possible danger. The Bellest promises Delarochi, which will later take it to the city. The hero approaches Barbara to spill over a few words. He reports that he goes to the city and asks Barbara to take care of the village until he is. Barbara assured him that she would inevitably protect the village and girls. In response, the hero added that he should be trained to speak Goblin. It will help to establish relationships with goblins. The hero recalls how the leader said that the shortest way to the city leads through the western forest of Elijah. He begins to prepare for the road but suddenly notices that something is wrong here. Bellamus warns that mighty demons live around, so it is really dangerous here. The hero is strongly preparing for melee, showing his courage and willingness to act here and now. He notes that a mithril shell is not a decoration, but a real protection. The hero uses the Mulla wave technique, causing a powerful explosion of force. The guy confidently states that he will be able to get the city faster than he planned, all thanks to his actions. The used magic gives him even more confidence in his own. Bellas thinks about what to do next, having lost a little. He confesses that he is accustomed to life among wild goblins, and now, having been in new circumstances without any coin in his pocket, does not know how to behave. The hero approaches the guard and asks where you can sell a white flying thing that holds in his hands. The guard looks at him in surprise and is interested in what a wonder. Bellamus adds that these threads are most likely magical. They are often used as a means of transportation. The security guard apologizes and honestly admits that little is in magic. The hero shows crystals with sharp needles and explains what he wants to sell them. In his confidence, he feels that he knows the true value of these amazing crystals. The merchant asks that he is a little and states that children are not here. Bellamus adds that he would still like to show it to someone. The man replies that he does not have time for children, and in general this toy seems strange to him. The man wanted to send the hero home, noting that he was still young, but it was worth the Bellamus to show his ball as the opinion of the man changed dramatically. The man shouts in amazement, learning that he is in front of him a real mithril and a wormwood. His reaction clearly shows how much he is as amazed. The hero says that this is just a friend asked him to exchange goods for money. He also adds, if you admit that he killed them on his own, it can be a real stir. The man says it will cost at least $10,000. For such money, he adds, it would be possible to build a house. Bellas asks if the merchant is following the amount. A man with a smile asks not to underestimate the Guild of Seekers and immediately lays out 10,000 rins. The man offers his help, but the hero reminds that he has charming threads. The young man thanks the man for the care. Bellamus recalls that magical threads in his past life have been a common thing, so she is surprised that no one has even heard about them here. He also draws attention to the fact that they have changed money. Now, instead of green, everyone is calculated by Rena. The hero notices that magic threads attract a lot of views to him, although goblins' clothes look even strange. So he decides to buy ordinary clothes first. Bellamus goes to the store and asks the seller to help choose clothes. However, the man does not believe that the guy has as much as 10,000 rin. The seller calls the hero closer and offers to choose his clothes. Seeing the money with money, he readily offers help with the choice. Bellamus confesses that he is not very focused in modern fashion trends, so he suggests the seller to choose something suitable. The seller replies that it will now bring things to the right size. The seller thinks of what dimensions can be suitable for magicians. He offers the hero to try his clothes to see how he sits. The hero tries new clothing and notices that he is a little too big, but still comfortable. He decides he will agree. The hero appeals to the seller to pick up simple clothing for men and women of all ages. After purchases, he has a lot of money. Bellamus says that theoretically you can stay in the city for a few days. He also emphasizes that you need to look for good weapons and grain for sowing in the village. A few days later, Goblin began to mock the orca, pouring abusive words. Other characters wonder what is happening. Some of them are already set to intervene and deal with the situation. The ladies claims that the orc does not even want to learn anything from lower creatures, such as Goblin. It is so amazing others that they make him repeat what he said again. The hero apologizes to the Goblin group, admitting his guilt. The characters gathered together and began to discuss the orcs already forgotten, whose land live. The heroine notes that even after the apology of the orca, they are still treated from above. She notes with annoyance that this did not help to establish a relationship between them. The elder notes that all this has only exacerbated the misunderstanding between the parties. His face expresses disappointment and sincere surprise. A mysterious cloud is squeezed to the village and notices that a great sage settled here. This figure treats the main character hostile and believes that he must fully respond to his actions. The girl gently hugs the girlfriend, sincerely shares her feelings, and then sweetly falls asleep directly in her arms. Suddenly, Arias and Where La Rosa wake up from a loud roar that comes from the walls. The heroine asks what happened. Her voice is full of anxiety. She notices that someone suddenly appeared, and this further increases her anxiety and raises new questions. A huge, eerie Podovorsko, and its appearance immediately sows panic among the heroes. A formidable look and an angry look created around a tense, anxious atmosphere. Other characters are amazed and confused. They do not understand how the monster could be here. Without spending time, everyone rushes to the work, shouting each other to run into the leader's house to hide under his protection. The elder emphasizes that there is little time and the decision should be made immediately. He asks the heroes that they will choose, to run or stand up to fight. Heroes decide to stay and defend the village because Bellamus has done a lot for them. They understand that if they die, it will only upset him. Arita reminds everyone that they have been training magic all this time, preparing for this moment. She proposes not to give up and apply her skills in battle. The elder emphasizes that if you combine forces with orcs, the chances of victory will increase significantly. It emphasizes how important it is to act together. Sai notes that the orcs have already escaped, and therefore the circumstances have changed. He adds that they treat orcs like worthless creatures. Orc is in a hurry to flee as soon as possible, explaining that they need to protect the village, although the walls are about to destroy. York notes that goblins have already thrown all their things and escaped. He thinks that even Mr. Bellamus will not be angry this time. One of the heroes notes that there is no point in threatening himself for the sake of Goblin Village, because it is not their home. His words are surprised at the rest. The hero notes that the leader has always been a coward. Even now it has not changed. Barbara honestly acknowledges that he is really scared, but perfectly understands how important this moment is. Barbara reminds that Mr. Bellamus always treated everyone and helped everyone, regardless of race. It emphasizes his strength and importance for all. He confesses that he gave his beloved Ritus because he was too scared and escaped from the battlefield. Barbara states that they are not worthy to be called orcs, especially men, and acutely emphasizes their shortcomings and weakness. Other orcs noticed how their brothers moved with Barbara to stand up for the village. It was a lot of surprise. The orc band gathered for the attack, full of determination, and is fully ready to act. The Yorkie shouted to the Cyclop, openly stating that they were his enemies. The orc hero moves in pain, barely holding back the cry. His movements are heavy. He clearly feels strong exhaustion or injury. The group of orcs were in difficulty, barely withstanding heavy load. A mowed-faced Cyclop rushes forward in rage so much that it is amazing everyone around. But suddenly stones are cut into his face, knocking not only him but others from the panther. Dolorosis proposes to use magic to overthrow a giant creature. Heroes decide to flee from the village, because the danger becomes more and everyone needs salvation. The ladies merges with the Isote to run faster, but the girl stops them, asking to wait. One of the orcs states that it will protect the village on its own, showing its determination and willingness to defend their native lands. The arrogance is aware that it was certain. The orcs have long been fled, but they are still here. She turns to friends, emphasizing how important this moment is, and only together they can overcome difficulties. The orcs behave boldly, throw the enemy threats, and are convinced of their victory. They are convinced that they now have someone to rely on. They have reliable allies for protection. The Cyclop gets a powerful blow just in the face. Other characters notice that this giant is not simple. They understand that the situation becomes tense, and if you do not cope with this enemy, they are waiting for serious trouble. Delaros causes the magic of light to make a bright radiance around, and all the views turn to it immediately. The heroes, gathering all their forces, order to direct the remains of magical energy directly into the head of the monster. They are aware that this is their last chance to overcome the enemy. The creature does not stop attacking, but the character stubbornly directs all their strength to put an end to the enemy and take it under control. The hero-arc demonstrates strength and unwavering determination, stating that their village cannot be underestimated. His confidence is respectful of other characters. The characters rejoice in victory. They celebrate, laugh, hugged after a difficult battle. On their faces, sincere relief and triumph, because they overcame the enemy and again felt themselves real winners. The demon recognizes its mistake and thanks the orc for help. He confesses that without their support of the village would be threatened with real danger, and sincerely expresses his gratitude. Barbar notes that for them, as for the villagers of course, to defend their home. They are convinced to apologize or thank you here, because it is their duty. One of the orcs confesses that he used to treat the goblins earlier, but now he realized they are worthy of allies. He emphasizes that orcs and goblins can live quietly in this village. The senior hero confesses that without mutual support, they would not be able to win this battle. He emphasizes how important it is to stay together and help each other. The group of heroes decides to unite in order to live and coexist peacefully in the village. They openly say they want to continue to stay here together. Bella suddenly draws attention to the strange behavior of orcs and goblins. They communicate with each other. It is amazing him. Delarosis says that after the attack of the terrible monster, peasants rallied and became real friends. She emphasizes that now everything is different. People live in peace and harmony. The hero guy is aware that after all the difficulties and tests of the relationship between different races have become much better. Bellamus proposes to call everyone so that everyone can choose new clothes. Other characters agree and enthusiastically begin to try on various outfits. The heroine fun as she looks in her new dress, and happily notices that she likes her look. Barbar is wondered if there are clothes and clothes for them, but the seller replies that there are no suitable sizes. The strange figure laughs from the peasants, not believing that they managed to overcome the Cyclop. Bellamus' reaction when everything is destroyed directly in his eyes. He hints that major changes are waiting for the village during the year. The heroine announces that watering is completed, joyfully reporting the successful completion of the work. Bellamus says that he planned a hike to the northeast cave on the Svitlomen, but when he saw many demons there, he decided to collect a small group for the task. Delaros adds that there is always a stock of such stones in the village. The hero notes that if you use light stones during the month, they lose their properties. The heroine confidently assures that she is best suited for this task, because he has strength and determination. She emphasizes what is the strongest in the village, if you do not consider the main character. Arsa acknowledges that Delaros is really very strong, especially remembering her battle with Cyclop. She also notices that Delaros is often engaged in magic in her spare time, and even worked out simple spells that she had not liked before. The hero says that there are dark rabbits in front of them. He points out that these opponents are not strong, but act alone. One of the orcs compares these opponents with the Cyclop, emphasizing that they are much weaker. This once again shows how much the orcs are confident in their victory. Delaro used magic, creating a fiery ball that flew into one of her opponents. The hero draws attention that once ordinary magic was not so strong, and now her power has increased significantly. He notices that when Delaros uses a fiery ball, it indicates a significant reinforcement of its magical power. Other characters notice that no one was injured during the battle with these rabbits. It testifies to the success of the battle. But Delaros looks thoughtful. The hero guy says that the fastest way to gain more magical power is to evolve in Goblin Manga. He also notices that the heroine girl has already reached the required level of magical energy. You will have to plant 10 spiders. And it is incredibly amazed by Delarosis. The heroine responds in surprise when she learns that she needs to swallow 10 whole spiders this time. She does not understand why so much is needed, because there were enough 3 paws before. The hero reassures her, they say. It is not necessary to eat everything right away. You can eat a little, small portions. The girl decides that he should do it to become stronger, even if the food looks disgusting. Bellamus notes that to eat too many spiders at once is too cruelly, even as a punishment for a child. He proposes to divide them better into small portions. Delarosi confidently states that if it helps it evolve, she will eat absolutely anything. Bellamus noticed that the girl is serious. She ate everything to the crumb. The hero explained that if Delaros eats one portion for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, then in just 10 days she will be able to evolve. It has given hope and optimism in all present. Delaros happily announces herself. Now she is Mag Goblin Delaros, and proudly demonstrates that her evolution has taken place successfully. The heroine notices that her horn has become greater, and proudly admires her renewed look. After a successful evolution, it overwhelms the feeling of new power. Youth, what did the main character think? It radiates confidence and full of optimism. This time, everything will work out for it. Delaros reports that he is going to build a magic house, though they are where they are. Her unexpected solution is surprising for everyone else. The heroine confesses that she wants to apologize for the case when she tried to build a house on her own. Bellamus reminds the heroine that she is still making herself through the previous home. Delaros hopes Dane will appreciate a new home, because it is important for her to like it. The hero guy looks in surprise, looking at the building in front of him. It seems to him that she has some strange appearance. Bellamus shows an approximate sketch of what the building should look like, and emphasizes that you need to better understand architecture. The hero guy thinks of where to start drawing. The girl asks in surprise what he does, pointing to his unexpected behavior. He proposes to be positioned for drawing, because his mother specifically bought him artistic supplies in the city, so that he can sometimes relax from his responsibilities. However, the hero confesses that it is difficult for him to stay in one place for a long time. Madero agrees to help, and immediately goes to the specified place. She sincerely wants to help, though she is noticeably ashamed. The girl confesses that she is a little awkward when she looks so closely. The young hero explains that for a good picture you need to carefully study what you draw. She confesses that she is not very versed in drawing, but emphasizes, his work really looks cool. Lewis said that at one exhibition there were so many people who wanted to shake his hand that he barely had time to say hello. He notices that the girl puts a part of herself in her drawings, even if she does not realize it. The hero invites her to learn to draw together. The girl learns in surprise that the hero has already completed his work while they were talking. She asks him to look at her picture and share his impressions. The hero notes that he sought to convey in his work the characteristic features, paying special attention to even the smallest details. Delaroso asks what it is about, showing Madero's picture. Other characters point out that the image is not like Madero himself. She is also interested in whether the hero knows how to draw. The girl notices that the drawing is very similar to the Bellamus building. The difference is quite insignificant. The hero guy responds in surprise, not understanding what is meant. He insists. His drawings cannot be bad, because he draws as much as he remembers himself. The guy confidently states that the portrait depicts Madero. The girl hesitates. Frankness can offend Bellamus. The girl confesses that Bellamus looks surprisingly confident, though he feels a real fool in his soul. The hero recalls that in his past life, his paintings have always been praised, and now he feels a fool. He wonders if he was previously praised that he was a great sage. One of the orcs notices that Bellamus's face is strange, and asks if someone has attacked them. Bellamus gets the picture. It depicts the same Allah spider, which they were told by orcs. The hero decides to approach drawing more seriously and care. Now he asks Barber to pose to him for a new portrait. Bellamus gets another picture with a monkey, and asks if it is really a Barbara. The orcs notice that even Bellamus himself sometimes has doubts. Another heroine supports Bellamus, paying attention to his extraordinary vigor to magic. Bellamus, with a smile, acknowledges that he did not notice such simple and obvious. It lies on the ground, looks tired and dissatisfied. The main character with annoyance exclaims that she is already starting to pick up this situation. At this point, Mom returns and asks what happened to Bellamus. The protagonist notices that Bellamus is upset because he is bad to draw. She understands his feelings and agrees with him. She adds that this is a really wonderful picture. The girl confesses that she does not consider herself a connoisseur, but in her opinion, the picture is quite good. The main character confesses that this drawing has created her son, and proudly demonstrates his talent. Bellamus was extremely glad that it was his mother who liked the drawing. The hero reports that they have strengthened the protection of the village, but in his soul he does not leave the feeling that there is something left else important, what to do immediately. Mom is calling Belisa to go with them to swim, reminding that they have a swimming day today. She really wants him to join. The brave guy suddenly remembers that today is swimming. Bellamus is undertaken to erect a magic house, starting with a small building. He says that this is enough to start. He notices that there is still no greens around the house, so he decides to plant plants to make the home more cozy and calm. Nabasha draws attention to the smoke that rises from the house Delarosis, and notes that it looks strange. The main character notices a new wall that was not yet in the morning. Bellamus rests in hot bath. The girls seeing this are interested in what he does here. The hero explains that the bath is important to stay clean, and hot water also improves blood circulation. Other characters ask if they can go to the bath together. At this point, Bella suddenly stops Delaros, reminding that in the bathing everyone goes without clothes. Bellamus reminds, before you go to the bath, be sure to wash with warm water, so pure and more hygienic. Madero is embarrassed when you need to wash with everyone. Bellamus advises Nabashi not to force Madero to swim, if he does not want it. The hero is interested in another character. How did you take the bath for the first time? Della Rosa recalls that Madero did not want to swim with them in the river, but sometimes you can go down in a hot bath. It is also very nice. The heroine confesses that she was always afraid to take the first step, even when she had to change and become stronger, absorbing spiders. Madero's main character confesses that during the attack of the Cyclop, she was afraid of fear. She says that the orcs immediately rushed to defend her, but she was so frightened that she could not leave her place. Bellamus. Kun convinces Madero that she does not have to lie in the bath if she does not want it. At the same time, he notes that it is unreasonable to refuse such pleasure without even trying. He notes that even defeats can eventually become pleasant memories, especially if they were experienced with their relatives. Madero thanks Bellas for her support and understanding. She realizes that she could make even more mistakes if she hesitated. The heroine jokes that the sky becomes blue when you are in hot water. Her words immediately fill everything around the feeling of comfort and pleasure. Madero is grateful for the hot spring. Heroes also think, what about how to equip a large cup in the village for all? A strange hole sticks out of the ground. The silhouette speaks magical words in an incomprehensible language and is already waiting for something about something. He states that he will destroy everything dear to his enemy, demonstrating his relentlessness and incredible power. He states that this is only the beginning of his insidious plan to destroy everything that is important to him, emphasizing his cruelty and unwavering determination. Before us opens a panoramic appearance of the blossomed village of Bellamus, surrounded by strong walls and fortifications. There is peace and prosperity here. Numerous houses, fertile fields, and developed buildings testify to the well-being and prosperity of local residents. Two characters are talking about how their village has flown over the last year. One of them notes, the orcs, which have recently attacked the village, have now become its full-fledged residents. Bellamus talks to the old man. The old man notices how his native village has grown, and has wondered if Bellamus also noticed it. Then he adds that the hero himself changed and grew up. He enthusiastically says that he is ready to go on the road today and not delay the actions. Della Rosa is also determined to help Bellamus. She confidently beats the sword, and the hero notices that all participants have already reached a good level of skill. The girl gladly congratulates the comrades whom she trained together. She emphasizes that thanks to joint hard work, they learned to hold the sword skillfully and now confidently believe in their own strength. The interlocutor is angry and insists on ending this conversation. Goblin offers to fight again and asks no longer to mention their previous duel. The hero decides to no longer train with Novasha, because in his opinion, she is too rigid and knows no boundaries. But Bellamus draws attention to her great talent in fencing, although she still lacks her experience to compete with skilled rivals. The rival recognizes the hero's power, but still looks upset because of its defeat. The hero notes that his blow was too obvious, and advises to think more about his actions before the attack. Goblin reports that the demons recently attacked the city, which is why many residents remained exhausted or wounded. Belima notes that cases of attacks have become more frequent, and he still cannot find out the cause. He also advises everyone today to worry from training, because if the enemy attacks again, everyone can be too exhausted. Suddenly, an alarm is heard, a sign that demons approach them. Everyone around instantly strained, looking at each other. The hero turns to Barbara, which stands among people. Some of them lie on earth. One of the characters recalls a small flock of deadly bees that surprises the hero. Bellamus notices that something strange and dangerous in the forest. He is concerned about attacks that are more and more often, and suspects that all of this is a certain reason. Delaros insists. If the demons become numerous, they need to be expelled more often to the forest. She proposes to act decisively to solve the problem. She explains that the street is full of demons, and the situation is becoming more dangerous. The girl is indignant to open the gate, but she is answered that she needs to wait for a password. The hero is genuinely surprised that Delaros is still a child, and therefore cannot trust him with an important business. However, Delaros confidently insists on its strength, states that it is ready to act and will not fail. The girl escaped, but confidently states that he is strong and can cope with any problem. She seems to be underestimated. Nabasha believes that if he becomes stronger, he will be able to compare with Bellas by skill. It demonstrates the determination and desire to develop to become as strong as it is. Several heroes are discussing whether to go out and fight with demons. They understand that it is very dangerous, but still seek to join the battle. The passion and the desire to act in them in the eyes, where Laros notes that there is no point in winning the weak demons, and offers to wait together for the appearance of a stronger enemy to give him a fight. The next day, the heroes watch how a detachment of armed people in combat armor training is trained on the open site. The hero is surprised and annoyed to the next attack on the village. He asks what is happening in the forest in general, realizing that the situation is becoming more and more threatening. Dreams notes that this time the attack is much more serious than all the previous ones. He calls enemies true monsters, emphasizing how dangerous and strong they are. The hero is surprised that the whole enemy army stands in front of the village. He exclaims that there are many enemies, and does not hide his shock from the scope of the threat. The guy realizes that he cannot cope with himself, but if they connect the strength, they may win. He knows. Universal magicians are real masters of their business. The young man is preparing for the fact that he will not do without casualties. Bellamus is surprised why they decided to attack them. He believes that this race has a deep knowledge and good heart, and for no serious reason they would never attack. The girl shouts loudly, demanding to open the gate. The woman asks if it is indeed the village of Goblin. On behalf of her people, she assures that they do not keep evil, but goblins should leave here. The girl adds, "If goblins go out now, no one will suffer." Goblin looks thoughtfully and hesitates. Do they understand his language? The hero, intensely holding back emotions, carefully examines every opponent. There were many girls whose body was covered with bruises and scratches. Bellamus thinks that there are many wounded among them. The girl shouts that he will not repeat. She states that if they do not go away, she will start an attack with her army. The guy notes that they all barely hold on their feet and do not defeat the enemy. In addition, it adds to the enemy more than 500 goblins and hundreds of orcs. At this point, the nervous orc exclaims, "Mr. Bellamus!" The hero assures that enemies and noise do not really have them. He believes that if the Alarons realize that they have no chance, then they may just retreat. Orc adds that all this is obvious to him. Warriors are anxious. The enemy has up to 500 goblins. They immediately call for the help of Lady Elensey. Bellamus emphasizes that they do not want to impose so quickly, and therefore advises everyone to get out of here. The leader only shrugs and confesses that he does not understand anything. The woman says to retreat now means to condemn herself to death. She adds that it seems that they simply have no other way out. The young man is completely confused and does not understand what is happening. The girl raises her hand, getting ready for action. Alonzi is loudly ordered to attack. Warriors immediately launch a whole flurry of magic shells on enemies. The gates of the village undergo a frantic attack. The orc breaks out and gives the enemies a shone, but Bellamus stops him. He has already matured a plan. The hero thinks that these people are desperately trying to take the village, probably have good reasons for this. The guy concludes that they can still be negotiated. The young man sends a thick, dark fog on the enemies. The girls are confused. They see nothing and do not understand what is happening around. The guy is already preparing to apply another spell. He took advantage of the spell of the night vision. Bellamus noticed in the fog the figure of the leader, Alron. Alansi is stunned. The leader was grabbed just from the thick fog. The hero warns the girl warriors. If they do not want to lose their leader, it is better to stop the attack. The warriors are upset and outraged by such a meanness. Alansi states that there is no point in keeping her in captivity. The girl confidently states that even bound, she is still able to spell. The woman screams loudly without holding back emotions. The young man proposes to talk, hoping that you can still manage a peaceful way. Lancey does not understand why he is so sure. The guy asks why they attack their village. The leader coldly replies that she is discussing nothing with her. The point states that if she does not want to negotiate, he will turn to someone else. The leader agrees to the conversation. She says that a large army of hostile demons attacked their settlement. She managed to escape with his comrades, but now they were left without a roof over her head. The hero says he has one interesting offer. Alansi was shining with delight. The soldiers have fun laughing at the table, enjoy delicious food, and friendly goblins are happy to bring them new food. Goblins provide first aid to women. The warrior sounds Mr. Selenzi to the table, and herself, a little embarrassing, asks them not to worry about her. The female leader goes to Mr. Bella, asks his name, and is interested in what he conceived. She does not understand why someone would voluntarily feed their enemies. The man just answers. He just got rid of the reasons for this war. The woman says it is difficult for her to understand it. In her opinion, whatever side, they still pose a danger to their lives. The leader says that even their races differ. The young man replies that in their village this is not a problem. The guy tells that all the locals live in harmony. He adds that he was once rescued by a creature from another race, because it was about it. The hero explains that they just always help each other when trouble happens. Alancy cannot believe her eyes. She is genuinely surprised. Belima apologized to the village for giving food to the girls. The grandfather replied that no drop of blood was shed, and everyone was grateful to the boy. Subsequently, the girl wondered what the village was. She thinks that two different peoples live together here, and all the human child runs. The woman looks at the village. Stone houses, endless fields. In her thoughts, it is very similar to the cities of people. Alans does not understand what is happening. She says that there are full things here. The leader girl turns to Belos. Ellens was glad that they managed to come across this village, and did not stop thanking the boy for his help. Young goblins and orcs stand side by side and smile kindly. Bellamus turns to the leader and is interested in her name. He also asks to explain what she meant when she remembered the army of demons, which would soon attack them. The hero urges to tell more about this danger. The leader asks whether he heard about the Legion of the Ants. Goblins are surprised to think what it is. Theoreading asks Bellamus if he knows something about it. The hero remembers the Legion of the Ants. He thinks that, having grown up, these insects form whole colonies, where more than 10,000 individuals live. Many ant pawns are slowly stepping forward. The guy tells that these are the most dangerous demons. Bellamus warns. The Legion of the Ant is extremely dangerous demons. Orc with anxiety asks the Legion of the Ants. Alancy says that the Ant Legion consists of demons similar to ants that dig underground nests. Every such creature does not pose a great threat, and it is quite difficult to win it. Goblins ask where Adley went. The girl explains that the main problem is that if you do not destroy the so-called nucleus of the ants, they will multiply without end. She warns that as soon as they join into a large army, it is almost impossible to cope with them. The leader explained that immediately after birth, they are almost indistinguishable from ordinary ants. But the more their community grows, the faster they develop and evolve, eventually reaching the size of a person. The woman says that the legion who attacked them consisted of creatures of the same size as goblin from this village. Alonzi says that means there are probably tens of thousands of them. All stunned heard. Goblins and orcs cannot believe that there are so many. The young man notes that all this seems a little strange to him. The guy begins to explain that when ants become too large, they turn into a terrible threat. The nests of those legions of ants that begin to grow insanely destroy very quickly, and the cells of ordinary invisible ants usually do not touch. Woman leader confirms his words. She explains that everyone knew about this nest from the very beginning. But since the ants were rarely hunted and did not pose a threat, no one touched their core. Bellamus exclaimed in surprise, not understanding why they suddenly became so fierce. Owen does not know the answer to this question. She only points out that the ants were attacked on their villages, and not only on themselves. The woman says they have already kicked many demons from their own homes. She suggests that perhaps this village is waiting for the same terrible fate. Goblins and orcs explode in panic, fear, and rage hearing this news. Bellamus' mom is upset. Goblinka with sadness confesses that they have invested so much and developed their village all year long. Everyone around the despair. Hero Jones. The guy says he wants to go to bed. The orc, affected by the calm of his leader, does not restrain the cry and demands to explain how he can act in such a serious situation. The young man explains that this is why he seeks to regain his magical forces. The orc is in a confusion whether the guy really has a plan. Bellamus explains that the anthill nucleus gives them extraordinary power, but at the same time they are their most vulnerable point. Orc hears it and cannot say a word of surprise. The guy says that if you destroy the nucleus of the ants, the entire legion will end. Therefore, he decides, he will just penetrate their nest and get rid of this nucleus. The gray head of the village is worried and asks if it is not too dangerous. The hero assures him that the bulk of the ant army is now on a campaign. According to him, only a few individuals are left in their nest. Alancy cannot understand whether the young man speaks seriously or jokes. She notes that in view of their number, there may be 1,000 of these creatures in the nest. Belima says there is no point in fighting with everyone. He will just choose the path that is least guarded. The guy confirms that most of them will be near the nucleus, but immediately adds, "And one will be enough, so you should not worry." Allens is so surprised that he cannot say the word. The leader is surprised when the guy calmly states that she is about to get into the very heart of the enemy territory. She understands that she must stop him from such a clear, careless act. The young man soothes Lensing, asking not to worry. He acknowledges that maybe his words sound not very convincing, but he adds that he himself is well understood by magic. Allens looks at Bellamus with delight, considering him really a wonderful guy. Someone is calling. Bellamus. One of the workers is lit by the battle and states that he also wants to go for the task with this guy. The young man thanked the orca, but noted that this time it was necessary to act unnoticed. He explained that it would be easier for him to move on his own. The hero also suggested that the orca focus on strengthening the defense of the village. Orc obediently executes the order of its leader. Bellamus says he will rest now to gain strength. He leaves in 5 hours. The young guy yawns. It takes a little time. After sleeping, the guy wakes up and going to go on. Suddenly, he notices how goblins are rushing somewhere in the village. The hero looks at the door and asks what has happened. Mom is calling the boy to come closer. The mother in despair shouts that there is a trouble, nowhere can find her. Bella tries to reassure her and asks who disappeared. Goblinka replies that Delaros is nowhere. He has disappeared without a trace. The mother shouts that the body of Rosa, Navis, and Madero disappeared. The guy is stuck. He did not expect that. The guy is interested in when they disappeared. Mom replies that they do not know, because they have noticed it recently. Bella Miss Muzz thought that if they went immediately after talking about the Legion, then the situation is very serious. Belas realizes that from now on, no one causes him. At this point, the 3 girls slowly steps the forest path. Goblinka asks if they are moving in the right direction. She confesses that she is missing, because nothing interesting is happening. The other girl replies that if they reach Auron settlement, they will certainly come across the nest. Goblinka's dark hammer asks others whether they hear something suspicious. Madero is called a coward. However, the girl assures that she says quite seriously. Madero calls everyone to the right place and warns that something is approaching. The other 2 girls also confirm. They also hear some suspicious sounds. The girl notices how a huge crowd monster goes somewhere. Delarosis observes this spectacle, covered in horror. Exclaiming, she says that before them a real army of ants. Bellamus says he will rest a little to gain strength. The guy said he would return in 5 hours. And somewhere in the distance, among the crowd, 3 girls stood together, quietly talking and seemingly thinking. Goblinka gladly says that she is very happy. Bellas is sure to go on the problem. She is sure that everything will be fine again in the village. Where La Rosa and Navash throw a multifaceted look at each other, they seem to think something. Meteorov begins to guess what really happens. One girl invites the other to go and defeat the anthill. The second gladly agrees. Madero exclaims to them that it categorically disagrees with this, because it is too risky. Where La Rosa says that if everything succeeds, Bellamus will finally understand how much he underestimated it. And Navasha already imagines how powerful he will become when he can capture this core. Madero is trying to give up girls from this adventure, because it is not a workout at all. This time, everything is serious. The issue of life and death is solved here. Delaros reassures Madero and says that she is too worried, because if something happens, she will definitely protect her. Madero warns Delaros so that she does not try to drive her behind her nose in beautiful words. The girl adds that to everything, they do not even have a password to go through the gate. Delaros only mentions it now. Navasha begins to laugh quietly. Maduro says that she's not to heart. The premonition is bad. Navasha confesses that she listened to the password in such a case. Delaros is delighted, but Madero is not happy at all. The girls are going to go in a hurry until Bellasan has woke up. 3 goblins went along the nucleus of the ant. Madero does not like it. She feels anxious. The girls look at the endless crowds of the ant army and cannot squeeze, as everything came to this. Navasha claims that it is undoubtedly the Legion of the Ants. But the biggest problem, they move directly to their village. And it's really bad. Midor thought that she was waiting for their village further, where La Rosa confidently states that they will destroy the nucleus together, so there will be no problem. The girl immediately calls everyone to go forward and finally fulfill her mission. Madero has a great doubt that 3 of them under the power. The moon rises higher in the sky. One of the girls calls girlfriends to show them something interesting. 3 girls stopped near the pit in the ground. Navasha wondered that it was like a pit. Della Rosa noted that she is quite large. Girls with curiosity and light fear look into a dark pit, thinking what can be hidden there. Suddenly a giant ant. Delaros and Madero are frightened and starting loudly. The ant head is cut in half. With the sword in her hands, Navas was instantly straightened with the enemy without even thinking. Where La Rosa praised the girl. Navasha is caught by friends, they say. They still grow and grow, if they are frightened by such weaknesses. Deliaros is angry through these words. Madero believes that if Navasha was not nearby, she would probably be easily killed. She understands that it is too difficult to penetrate into the nest of the legion of ants. Goblinka's dark-haired head and offers, perhaps, not to do so. Meanwhile, Navasha notes that this hole leads directly to the anthill. Delaros agrees to go there. Madero, surprised and confused, asks why she agreed so quickly. The girl assumes that the pit can be deep and probably inside the ant. She does not have time to finish the thought as Madero notices that the other two girls are already descending. She asks where they go. Madero looks into the abyss with fear. Girls who have already gone down are asking how much time she will hesitate. They say they will no longer wait and are going to move on without it. Madero confesses that she does not want to climb down at all, but staying on the surface even more scary. Having said this, she strongly jumps into the failure. The Goblinka suddenly snapped and fell into the pit, but in a moment she noticed something unusual. Navasha with Delarosis meet a girl who just went down. Delarosis asks where to go now. Navasha replies that she is the same. You can go anywhere. Delarosis chooses the corridor and tells him to go there, and Navasha moves after her. Madero remains behind and calls the guys. A girl with dark hair is frightened and quietly confesses that he wants to return home. Madera says she needs to act more carefully. The other two girls notice ants and immediately run to battle, competing with each other. Which of them is time to attack? Metarel is worried, because it seems to him that something is clearly wrong with these girls. Navasha and Delas of Dew come into battle with ants. The first girl dealt with the enemies of the sword, and the second, fierce magic of fiery balls. The girl with the sword is a little surprised, because she hardly felt resistance. A girl with magical abilities explains that these ants are still too weak. Madero notes that she was lucky not to interfere. Navasha gives the girls a team to get up. The girl says he hears someone's steps. In her opinion, about 10 is approaching. It warns others to prepare. There are many ants. At the head of this troop stands a formidable ant with 4 hands, in each of which he holds the sword. Madero says this is different from everyone else. Delaros confirms her words, adding that the ant is just giant and looks very strong. Navasha, with a smile, suggests whether they are dealing with a high-rank warrior. A girl with a sword jumping right on the leader of the ants. There was a powerful collision. The strong ant stopped the blow of Navasha. Navasha believes that he still stands in the same place. The ant looks angrily at the girl. Madero says she should help Navishi. Madero feels her body trembles with fear. In the head of the black-haired Goblinka memories, each of which has a special value to her. The Murak general waves with his sword. Navasha is lost and does not understand what is happening. The ant suddenly knocks a powerful blow to the unknown force. Navasha was surprisingly rounded. Madero confesses that she is scared and she is afraid to fight, but at the same time she wants to become stronger. It was she who used magic to help Navishi. Madero confesses to watching her friends suffer, much more scary for her. Meder asks Delaros to ensure. Delaros nods and assures that everything is clear. The first curl throws a fiery ball in the ant. The second immediately launches an icy spear. Both spells were hit directly into the ant. The smaller ant took the whole blow, and it surprised the girls. Navasha noted that the little ant was a shield for the big. Delarosis noted that they were really strong. Madero says it's good. She adds that if he is so obsessed with his own safety that he is good to sacrifice his comrades, then he really perceives them as a serious threat. The girl calls everyone to attack the ant. She is wondering if everyone has already prepared. The girls confidently answer that they are ready. Together, they rush into the attack. The 4-handed ant is steadily taking strokes. Delaros exclaims that they are doing, and their strategy brings results. Just during a fierce battle, Navis suddenly notices something. The girl looks around and asks what is happening there behind her. 3 guests notice a new horde of ants behind. But unlike the previous one, these ants are white. Novash explains, it is reinforcement, so now they are in a full environment. The girl was upset when she noticed that there was someone very strong on their part at the head of the new group. The second general of the ants rushes to the girls, firmly squeezing their weapons in their paws. Navasha has hardly frozen, feeling the threat that she was approaching. Suddenly, the leader of white ants pierces the head of the black ant with his sword. The girls are amazed by the unexpected turn of events. The leader of the black ants begins to lose balance and falls. The leader falls, and ants from one camp become face to face with their rivals from another. Ants suddenly start a fight with each other. Navasha is confused and does not understand what is happening. She thinks that some uprising may have begun. The white general termites could easily defeat the black ants, breaking them with whole hordes. He causes the enemy a devastating blow to his weapon. After victory over all the black ants, the winners go away. Navasha does not know what to do next. The leader demonstrates the girls a mysterious gesture with his hand. The girl with the sword wondered if someone else noticed this movement. Madero asks if the ant wants them to follow him. Navashi suspects that it can be a trap. Where La Rosa denies, he says he does not believe in it. Colleagues ask her to explain why. The girl replies that it just tells her intuition. 3 girls went after the ants, where La Rosa asks in confusion if they did not go dead. The ant leader approaches the wall, touches it, and tries to say something. The wall is moving, and Delaros is surprised to exclaim that it is a hidden door. The girl happily exclaims that it is a real invasion of a secret base. Madeira calls her to wait. Navasha smiles and replies that they have gone too much to retreat now. Delarosis is lost and even a little confused looks around. Navasha is suitable and asks with interest what is happening here. Meanwhile, Madero is increasingly worried. There are many ants divided into different piles on the field. Delaros looks them and says, "Here is full of white ants." Navasha thinks whether they can be trusted. At the same time, she notes that they are unlikely to attack the first. A girl with dark hair is passionate about says that there are a lot of them here. And at this point, Taylarosis notices something. The leader of the ants shows the girls, emphasizing them with their own hand. Delarosis asks whether it means to wait. Madero confirms what is right. Madero looks at the ants nearby and begins to be nervous. She thinks that these creatures may be non-aggressive, but the anxiety still does not leave her. Suddenly someone greets guests. They appear in front of them, who proudly states that she is the queen of this legion. She seems like Medina. Madero believes that the queen is incredibly beautiful, as if transparent white, like crystal. Delaros is surprised when he sees Medina speak the language of goblin. The queen of the ants asks if the girls also fight with black ants. She would like to ask them for help. Navasha is lost. The girl addresses the queen with the question of whether she controls these ants. Delaros is indignant to the depths of her soul. She insists that it was through her that Alranis appeared in their village and threatened everyone. Medina was suddenly annoyed, and the Dalas did not hide the surprise because of her reaction. The Murak woman burst into tears and sincerely apologized. Goblins are confused. Delaris is surprised and asks why the queen is crying. Medina says she understands how it is to lose the house, but adds that they lack the strength to cut off black ants. Delaros is surprised why she is, because she is a queen. Medina agrees and adds that in general, none of the legion should obey her orders. The queen asks whether the girls attacked black ants. She wondered if they knew that at first all the ants in the legion were white. The girls are genuinely surprised by this news. Medina says that the legion of black ants is now obeying a sinister creature. Delaroso is interested in who it is and what is for evil. The queen insists that he does not know the details, but names the name of the one who took control of the legion. He called Heler Dne. The dark and brilliant creature announces that all the preparations for the banquet are completed. Now is the time of entertainment. An unknown creature utters the name, a measure. Bellamus holds his hand on the face, demonstrating threat and determination. Medina tells that this story happened a year ago. The queen says that they have always tried to stay away from major conflicts with other races. She explains, in order not to attract superfluous attention, their community gradually and carefully expanded the nest, where La Rosa listens silently, enthusiastically absorbing every word. Medina continues. When they finally managed to reach a mark of 10,000, he suddenly appeared from nowhere. The dark figure with the most beautiful smile seems to be. His name is Heler Dne. The mysterious creature becomes just on the nucleus of the ant and apologizes for its unexpected appearance. However, he immediately announces, from now on the power of the ants belongs to him. The queen wondered where he came from, and immediately ordered her soldiers to grab a stranger. Heler Dne touches the core itself and begins to laugh. Medina is stunned and frightened. She exclaims that the nucleus begins to blacken. Ants that stood around the queen suddenly begin to black. The queen is stunned by this spectacle. Ants became completely black, having a truly terrifying look. The dark warrior swinging his weapon directly into Medina. The girl still does not understand what is happening, and frightened, burst out waiting for a blow. The white hand stops the weapon of the black ant simply in the face of the queen. A white general of the ants appears on the stage and stands for the queen. The white termites surrounded Maiden and took it to their care, and their queen calls them by their boys. But the Dark Brothers created even wider the circle and engulfed everyone with them. Heler Dne is amazed that someone was able to withstand brainwashing at all. It seems exciting to him. In addition, he notes that the nucleus already belongs to him. The ants turn to the queen for advice. The upset and exhausted Medina thought it was not strong enough, and it was because of this that he took away the nucleus. The queen tells 3 girls that they had to flee with those who were not absorbed by darkness. So they were here. According to her, they were hiding all this time, looking for the slightest chance to regain control. Delarosis decided that the ants were in trouble, as well as they and the Orans. Delaros, with regret, confesses that she did not know it. Navasha asks anxious whether this means that Heler Dne is waiting for everyone. The queen replies that they could not leave everything as is. Medina says that the villain continued to build a nest, managing everyone himself. It became clear. They almost have no chance of victory. When white ants have almost lost hope, they came to the news. Many black ants appeared nearby and spinning around. The queen said that almost simultaneously came the goblins. Delaros was instantly infected. The leader of the ants states that they now have every chance to overcome Heler Dne. She also notes that she heard about the girl's abilities from Ragnar. The queen appeals to 3 girls asking for help. Delarosis immediately agrees with admiration, and Madero looks alarmed. Delarosis says that they had a plan to destroy the core. But if the victory over the dark villains saves their village, they will be enough. Medina asks not to destroy the core in any case, because then they will all disappear. Navasha shrugs her shoulders. The main thing for her is to fight with a strong opponent. Everything else is indifferent. She asks Madero, or ready. The dark-haired girl hesitates, but still quietly agrees to help them. The queen of the ants sincerely thanks the heroines and presses tightly Delaros. Medina invites everyone to hurry up and go to Heler Dne. Bellamus looks closely and asks what it means. The guy is confused because, in his opinion, ants should be white, but he immediately adds that it doesn't matter now. The hero states that the main thing now is to destroy their core to save the village where Ledoux and all others. The young man understands that the searching for a login can be delayed for a long time. He decides to take his hands and make even more effort. Bellamus imposes a magical snore spell and shows a huge cave it seems to be their nest. The young man is taught full, using all the power of his magic. He imposes the swing of the mule Wee. Suddenly a hole was shot in the ground. The young man is desperately jumping into the newly formed giant abyss. Here is full of black ants. Bellis says he is terribly uncomfortable because of it. The guy notes that he has little time, so ants should not count on condescension. The hero warns that he has little time, so ants should not count on a mercy. Mura warriors break from the place and fly rapidly directly on Bellamus. The guy cleverly cuts through the enemy weapons with his magic swords. The ants are lost in confusion, not understanding what is happening, and in the meantime, the characters ruthlessly destroy them with one blow after another. There is more enemies to Bellamus. He applies a spell that gives him strength, and the earth under his feet begins to crack. Small potholes remain on Earth. Having gained a crazy speed, a young warrior rushes opposite the crowd of ants like lightning, cutting them off with his swords. There were many enemies in the battle. Bellamus stands silently without saying a word. The young man believes that they are all the same. It doesn't matter. The ant is, or a person. On the battlefield, everyone in the eyes shows the same thing: despair and fear. The guy notes that their behavior is similar to human. Ants scatter anyone where. Belima points out that it is possible that they will still meet this girl elsewhere, so he is not going to release them. In response, the hero uses the magic of dark fog. In the dense darkness of the fog, there is a real massacre. Suddenly, something breaks out of the fog and quickly flies to the open space. Ants, imbued with a charming sword, fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the sword slowly returns to the boy. The young man turns his sword in his hand. The fog crawled out a wounded ant. A dark, disorderly mass begins to appear behind him. The ant is trying to look back to see who it is behind. As a real man, he exclaims with horror, "Demon!" Bellamus gives the warrior his sword. The young man says you can turn to him as you like. He then adds that he has those whom he must protect. The frightened baby Bellamus kid was lonely near the tree in the woods. The whole big goblin family looks gently at a small person. The guy slowly departs from the mountain of fallen enemies. The dark villain feels a rush of its strength and announces that he has already arrived. Heler Dne calls Merkley's longtime friend and confesses that he has been waiting for this meeting for a very long time. He then remembers how they once grew together and stepped on the same path. Heler Dne asks whether you can find such a strong friendship in the world, somewhere in the world. The villain states that their friendship has come end today. He warns that the relentless now feels the bitterness of despair. Children run on green grass. The girl announces that the measure has defeated. The tired guy falls on the grass and smiles, recognizing that he is unlikely to defeat him. Ricky Lee calmly replies that it is nothing wrong. The hero with a smile notes that no one knows what will happen next time, and turns to his friend named Heler Dne. Mercury's office is delivered at the disposal of Heler Dne. Heler Dne thinks, when did they stop being friends and he turned into an overwhelming obstacle? Heler Dne remembered that he would not try. The victory always slipped out of his hands. He is almost confused with defeat until he came across magic. He says that above all, he loved magic in the world, so he had to lose the idea here. He trained a lot to get better. The young man studied without stopping, day and night, completely dedicating himself to magic. He claims that he has received all this with his own work and because of many difficulties. He adds that he has gone through incredible pain and suffering. Heler Dne believed that he was going to his grandeur. He concludes that pain only confirms his efforts. Suddenly behind the guy appears the figure and proclaims, "This is incredible." The young man asks the master whether he saw it. The old man is aware of whether the guy got power capable of smashing the hardened magic crystal. The master adds that such a gift is extremely striking. The teacher says that even with extraordinary talent, it is impossible to succeed in one day. Grandpa says the guy is good and that he is proud of him. The guy is surprised, thanks in his thoughts. An old magician appears before the crowd. It is tuned, preparing to make something important. The teacher reports that he will now announce the best student of the year in magic. He is almost uttering a name. Heler Dne looks at the master with hope and excitement. His face glows with expectations. The guy overcame many difficulties and trials to get something really great. Mercurius was declared the best magic student this year. The young man stands on stage, glowing with joy because of his victory. Heler Dne was completely upset, learning that he did not become a student of the year. Meanwhile, passionate exclamations are heard around Hercules. He is sincerely welcome, and they say that if it were not for him, the victory would be quite different. The guy thanks everyone for the greeting. Heler Dne looks very upset. Mercurius notices a friend and calls him to himself. Heler Dne begins to tell Mercules, which he is incredible. Mercury refuses to take his merits, and insists that this became possible only through the support of everyone who helped him in training. The boys shake their hands. Heler Dne welcomes the young man on the victory. The young man calls Mercurius his friend and confesses that he is proud of him. Mercury turns to a friend with interest. What happened to your hand? All is okay? The second young man departs, carelessly throwing that there is nothing special about it. Many years have passed, says Heler Dne, and when his name had already gained glory, Mercurius began to be called a great sage. Subsequently, Heler Dne assures no person left in the world that would not hear that name. Heler Dne says that yes, now is the moment, and that they are already a little late. The villain says that his former sincere passion for magic has changed over time to bitter disappointment and despair. He said that he wanted to take absolutely everything in Mercurius and to crush it in pages. Heler Dne confesses that he could not organize any bloody massacre. Students were constantly spinning nearby, confusing all his plans. No matter how many years it has passed, nothing has changed. He already thought that he would bring this annoyance with him to the grave. But then he realized that Mercurius managed to create magic of reincarnation. The villain decided that in a new life he would be able to regain everything he possesses, owns, and still receive. And for all this, he paid his own body and soul. After giving the latter, he used the forbidden equipment and turned into a demon. He was no longer held back by human mortality. He waited patiently. Heler Dne says he was waiting. Indifferent. A year, 2, 10, or even a century has passed. He was ready to wait as much as it was necessary until Mercules was born again. Heler Dne reports that his dream will finally come true today. The villain stated that he could destroy the Merles immediately after her birth, but considered it too boring. Heler Dne believes that it is more interesting to give him something precious, to make it value, and then destroy everything in his eyes before killing. The villain orders black ants to bring Merciless here. Heler also reminds the ants, be sure to get rid of mice. There is a noise in the cave. Medina points out that something is wrong here. Delarose is interested in what she means. The queen notes that there should be a lot of hostile troops, and adds, there is one interesting nuance. Madero is amazed. Although they have overcome a significant way, no enemy has happened to them. Navasha begins to guess something important. Navasha asks whether Bellamus really appeared and took all the black ants. Delaros is noticeably nervous and confusing everyone. It is necessary to hurry to overcome Heler Dne as soon as possible. Medina apologizes and wonders who Bellamus is. Madeira replies that he is allegedly a younger brother Delaros. The queen is surprised why the girl doubts it. Delarosis confesses that she does not even understand how it happened, but her younger brother is a true genius and is also incredibly strong. She adds that no matter how tried, she fails to win it. The queen begins to understand what is the matter. She is wondering if the girl is in a hurry to win Heler to get ahead of her brother. Delaros hesitates and explains that it was not at all. The queen specifies whether she was wrong. Delaros replies that it is not the desire to defeat or avoid defeat. The girl continued, he is only a younger brother for her, but she behaves as if she were small, and it was injured. Delarosis confesses that he wants to help his brother, because he is so trying for all of them. That is why she wants to overcome the villain, that her brother finally recognize her. Medina nods and confesses that Bellamus, she likes her incredibly, where La Rosa confirms this and admires with admiration that he sincerely loves his brother. Navisha confesses that he also loves Bellas. The girl says that it was she that she ceased to be weak, if not for him, so she would remain powerless. Navasha is interested in Madero that he thinks of Bellas. A dark-haired girl with a smile replies that he is also in love with the boy, because he is good, and thanks to him their village grows and blossoms. She adds that all the villagers love him. The queen notes that he is probably an extraordinary person, once everyone remembers him with such admiration. Medina confesses that he wants to meet him. One of the girls begins to tell how she met Bellamus, and her words suddenly break off. They are approaching the dark shadows of the ants. The queen reports loudly of the appearance of enemies and orders everyone to prepare. The girls listen to her teams instantly. The detachment of black soldiers' ants lined up in a fighting position, preparing for the offensive. Madero is amazed that there is now even more strong ants. Medina notes that they have 5 generals. She suggests that Heler Dne is serious and wants to stop them at any cost. Delarosis in despair exclaims that she is indifferent. She will destroy them all. The girl causes a fireball and throws it right at the ant. The queen states that their turn is now. White music warriors are rapidly attacking. Black and white ants lead a fierce battle. Both sides suffer losses. Black General, together with several powerful flights, destroys several enemy soldiers at once. Just in the eyes of Medina, her warrior dies. Black General grows in front of her. The queen was numb from shock. Navasha screams the ant woman to be careful. The queen is ruthlessly attacked from all sides. It seems that everything is over. Navasha is stunned and cannot believe his eyes. The unexpected Medina utters the spell, Wind Gust. Thanks to him, she quickly and skillfully deals with the enemy. The goblins are delighted with the skill of the Queen of Ants. Madero notes that they seem to be able to hold on to her. Medina warns the girls to be alert and not to lose vigilance. She encourages them not to stop and move forward. The battle flaws with new force. Meanwhile, Bellamus finally got to where he needed. He says these ants wear supplements just to the core. The guy decides to put them on the tail so that they themselves spend it inside. The hero strongly states that he will soon put this land and will not allow anyone to even get closer to his home. Bellamus lives in ant burrows. From there he follows his enemies with a thumb. The young man goes behind the black ants, carefully hiding in the shades of each corner. Ants carry different prey and disappear in the next hole. The young man suddenly notices something. Bellas notes that the ants returned with nothing. It raises a handful of stones into the air with magic. The guy concludes that it should definitely be somewhere here. Unexpectedly for themselves, ants are victims of the hero attack. He pours a hail of blows on them using stones as weapons. Understanding the enemies, Bellas moves on his way. Getting on the other side of the tunnel, the young man notices something really important. The young man claims that this is where the anthill is located. The guy is amazed. Why no one guards the nucleus? Even the queen has disappeared somewhere. It is also not visible. He cannot understand what is happening here. Suddenly, a dark creature began to flow from behind the throne, built of white ants. She said Merkel finally appeared. Bellas was surprised without believing in their eyes. Hearing a familiar voice, he exclaims that it cannot be true. The hero asks whether Heler Dne himself really faces him. The villain smiles and removes the mask, revealing its true essence. Gelden points out that he has not seen a Billam for a long time. He says that he changed a lot, but he, as apparently, remained the same as he was. The young man asks the creature who she is. Then he adds that he was once a person. There may be something in common between them. but he insists. He has never been such a monster as a creature. The villain smiles and, turning to Merkala, confesses, Heler Dne is really he. He begins to say that they were born in the Ministry of Status and grew together. However, after 40 years, fate has spread their paths, and that is, it does not matter. Bellamus tries to understand whether this monster was indeed his friend. He does not want to believe it, but all the words of the monster are sincere. Bellamus concludes that the change of the nucleus is also his hands on the right, so there is no point in healing. The young man states that he is completely indifferent to who this dark creature will appear. He came here for the sake of the core, and even if the villain does not count on any forgiveness, he will still do everything to stop it. Gellerden asks the hero with interest where he is in a hurry. It all starts, he adds with a smile, clicking his fingers. Suddenly, from the height of Belos, powerful ants land. The villain demands that the young man first demonstrate his strength. The ant is swollen by weapons, but the hero deftly evades the impact. Taking from blows, the guy notices that the queen are still not visible. He thinks about whether this villain manages the whole army. Bellamus decides that now is not time to be distracted by unnecessary thoughts. He is lightning with the general of the ants. Another black ant took the staff and said the spell. The fiery ball, created by the sorcerer, flies rapidly towards the young man. The young man reflects the spell back and straightens the enemy. Another marrow charm is in a confused look. Suddenly, a strange magical aura begins to stream around him. The guy states that he is no longer going to participate in his insidious games. Heroes, united by a bright cruciform spell, destroy the enemy so easily as if they were crushed by an ant. Heler Dne says he is obvious to him. Bellamus copes with everything, even in spite of his condition. He confesses that he did not expect such helplessness from ant generals. The villain notes that it seems that the hero still lacks care. The young man fades with surprise. Suddenly, dark tentacles are thrown out of the darkness and grab their arms and legs. The guy is tight, but despite it confidently states, he will take advantage of magic. Bellamus froze in indecision. Galerdi laughs and mocks. What? The magic of the guy was no longer working? The hero swears and demands explanations. What did he do? The villain asks a linked man if he has ever heard about fluid for the ceiling. Heler Dne says that this is extremely rare, and that he has prepared it specifically for him. The guy is so exhausted that he barely holds on his feet. Heler Dne says that without magic, Bellamus is just a baby. The villain laughs and adds that she sees murkly. Heler Dne states that his suffering is just beginning. Suddenly, a charming mirror appears, which shows the goblin settlement. The hero suffers from pain and frantic tension. Bellamus reports residents of the village who goes to destroy the nucleus. However, before that, he wants to warn them of something important. He warns that if the Legion reaches the village, everyone should immediately run away and leave homes. Asks not to worry about him. The young man again emphasizes, as soon as what he talked about, everyone immediately ran away. The Bellamus chain stamp looks into a charming mirror with horror, and exclaims that he sees his native village in it. Hellering explains that this mirror transmits images and sound in real time. He warns, soon his ants will attack the village. The villain states that the hero can only silently watch all this. He is wondering what expression the hero will have on his face when his native village will turn into ruins, and people who are close to him will die. The young man replies that he had warned the peasants. If there is a danger, immediately run from the village. Gellers laughs and says, I wonder if they will escape. The villain says that the ants have the only order, to destroy all the villagers. They will pursue everyone, how much time it takes. Even if the peasants try to escape outside the village, the mirror will still show them, and the young man will be able to monitor their last minutes. Bellamus is angry with what is so much hatred for him. He sincerely does not understand what he is not warned for. The villain claims that the hero never felt bitter defeat as himself. He adds that the young man does not know the strength of his hatred. Heler Dne says that he turned into a demon for the sake of revenge and long waited patiently. He emphasizes, to kill Belosa immediately after returning did not make any sense. The villain stated that only destroying everything dear to the young man, he could make him feel true despair. The hero asks if Heler Dne did all this because of envy. He does not believe that his friend could be so worthless. The villain states that Bellamus never understand what the lost one is really feeling. Heler Dne, looking in the mirror, notices that the black thread is almost under the walls of the village. He asks the guy how he thinks how far his family can escape. Bellamus is incredibly nervous and does not find a place. Many goblins and orcs run out of the walls, preparing to meet the enemy in battle. A fierce battle flaws between peasants and ants. The hero is genuinely surprised. Why did the orcs and goblins start a fight because he ordered them to flee? The villain mocks, calling them fools, and assures that they have not been left for a long time. The young man breaks on the cry, begging his family to flee immediately. Heler Dne apologizes and says he hears nothing. Bellamus is very worried about her mother and the whole family. The young man screams in the whole voice to run them. During the battle, the spear of Black Ant is almost hidden in one of the orcs. Suddenly, a circle emerges from the ground and penetrates the ant warrior. Orc remains intact. The orc lifts the gaze and notices many figures on the walls of the village. Bellamus's mother resorted to magic and states powerfully, "They will never allow you to destroy the village that Bellamus built for them." Goblins and Alarans gathered on the wall and spell, using their spells. Orc, waving strong blows on the enemies, recalls the words of Bellamus's mother and adds that the guy himself would not have been ceremony, would also give these ants on the face. Orc with enthusiasm states that while the hero is on the road, they will not allow the villages to go. Many goblins and orcs with a shock are lightning at the attack. Bellamus covers a real shock. Heler laughs loudly. He asks the young man if he heard the one that these fools rely on him. On a helpless baby, chained in dungeons. The peasants stated that they would not miss anyone further. They are convinced that it is necessary to hold on to the arrival of Mr. Bellamus, because everyone believes their leader is about to return. The young man's name is Heler Dne. Bellamus is interested in Heler Dne if he knows why he could never win him. The villain asks the question. The hero tenses his hands and tries to break the boat, while declaring that they are equally strong and saturated with charms. Heler Dne is a lot of puzzles. Bellamus exclaims that, unlike him, he never lost hope and did not give up. Events that unfold a few hours before the attack. The old man who heads the village goes to all the villagers and reports that Bellamus advised them to flee. However, everyone understands what it will end for their village. The chief stated that she would not remain from her. The old man says that all the efforts of Bellamus will just melt the wild horde of the ants. The grandfather asks if they can really leave everything, and asks everyone to answer. The village head raises the question, who thinks that running from the village is an acceptable option? Let him raise his hand. Yes, as Bellamus said, mother of the hero, goblins and orcs stand side by side with harsh and brave faces. None dare to raise your hand. The old man again asks who to run. Are there any? No hand rose. The leader nods. Well, but then who thinks that you need to fight? He is questioned. A whole bunch of hands flies into the air. The mother of Bellamus exclaims that it will not allow the wrong of the village that her son built. Amazed by her words, goblins strengthen their spirit and are ready to stand up for home. York apologized to Mr. Bellamus and reported that they would violate orders this time. He hopes for understanding and assures that he will do everything to protect the village, even if he has to go against instructions. The head of the village turns to Alrars and warns. It is better for them to go immediately, otherwise they will find themselves involved in this mess. Allens, the leader of the Orans, denies this, calling the nonsense, and claims that they are not cowards or parasites. The girl says that once the peasants saved their lives, so now they have to thank. The grandpa dosupt, but Lancey does not retreat and insists on his own. A girl with a friendly smile says they do not leave her in trouble. The head of the village is confused by surprise, but all other inhabitants are sincerely rejoice in this development. A loud roar is heard. The huge column of ants moves forward. Orc says they are almost in place. Then he adds that the ants there are really powerful. The whole forest trembles from their difficult steps. The goblin leader approaches the orca and asks whether he has been anxiety, or maybe he may be eagerly waiting for the battle. Orc says expectations seem cool, but in fact, he is scared. The old man replies that he understands him. He adds that the enemy goes so loudly that it is heard even in the forest, as if a roar. They seem to come unusual. Orc asks the old man, "And you are a little shrewd?" The village's elder confesses that his time is coming to an end. He is already old. Outwardly, it can remain calm, but in fact, it is covered by fear. Hearing this, the orc is amazed. Old Goblin adds that he is not afraid of his own death, but the loss of everything that is dear to him in this world. Orc agrees. Yes, it's true. He is not afraid of death. He simply cannot put up with the idea that everything is the most expensive of his heart can suddenly disappear from this world. Orc notices ants and exclaims that they are almost in place. He raises anxiety. The enemy at the gate. Everyone prepares for battle. York is loudly exclaiming that Kitslop is already defeated, and this is not a difficult thing. Then he urges everyone to go forward and fight for his native village. The goblins and orcs lift weapons up and shout loudly. Heler Dne asks Bellamus that he just said. The thief is indignant, they say. It is a complete nonsense. If he did not give up, he could well win. Heler Dne says he wants to explain something. He notes that there are things in the world that not achieved by normal efforts, and now the hero is just in such a situation. The villain laughs. Does the guy really believe that he can be released if he simply does not seem? It requires miraculous answer. The young man, in turn, says that he also has a question that he wants to clarify. The hero states that he does not serve Mercury. He is the son of Arate, brother de la Rose, and his name Bellamus. The young man with effort begins to pull shackles, trying to get rid of. Heler Dne laughs insanely and asks the hero whether he was able to escape from the shackles. The villain is happy to state that the hero has never been able to break the boat, and he will never succeed. Suffer. He smiles. Suddenly, Heler Dne flies a spell, but he has time to lift his shield and reflects it. The villain notices those who dared to cross his way and immediately recognize them. Madero and Navash rush on Heler Dne with an attack. He boldly calls them pathetic rats and is surprised that they are still alive. Bellamus exclaims the names of the girls. Navasia pushes the hero to actions and asks where Ledoux is. Is she a lifeguard or who? Goblinka loudly shouts everything she knows and in a hurry throws a fiery spell. The shackles who kept the young man burn to the side, where La Rose says she is his sister and came to save him. Behind her stands the army of white ants released from captivity. The young man is gently landing to the ground. The de la Rose turns to a guy by name. He is surprised and excitedly meets her gaze. Smiling widely, Delia Rosis reports Balassa that he has come to save him. The girl turns to the young man, and he utters her name in response. The hero begins to quarrel his sister for doing everything she pleases again. He says his mother is very worried about her. The girl is wondering what he is talking about, because she came here to save him. They join Navasha and ask if they plan to stand here, finding out the relationship. The young man turns to his sister by name. Delarosis is angry with the boy and asks what he means. Does he really want to send her home? Bellamus shows his finger on Heler Dne and states that they need to win him. The hero appeals to Delarosis for help. The girl looks at her brother in surprise, without realizing what is happening. The condition of Delaros is gradually changing. From a slight misunderstanding and confusion, it goes to a powerful surprise and real confusion. The girl rejoices in her brother and confidently assures that he willingly help him. Bellamus glances at the enemy with anger and determination. Heler Dne notes that everything is much more complicated than it seems. He adds, "Did they really think that they will be able to win him?" The villain clicks his fingers. White ants trembling. They do not understand what is happening. Something enormous suddenly escapes from the ground. Something giant suddenly emerges from the ground. A recently born creature rushes on white ants, starting to attack them. A giant black ant is raised above the battlefield. Medina turns to a giant named Ruth, and Madero is wondering if she knows who it is. The queen says it is the strongest general among the ants. She concludes that Heler Dne has greatly strengthened him. Delaros is confused and afraid that they got into the mess. Bellamus, noticing a stranger, addresses Medina to who she is. The antwoman says he understood. He is the same Bellamus. She seems to him, her name is Medina, and she is the queen of this legion. Medina explains that because of Heler Dne, she lost power over legion. The queen emphasizes, now there is no time to explain. Because of this, she immediately proposes to unite. The guy is thinking. The hero concludes that white ants may well become their allies, because their goals are similar to the guy's. Belos nods, making it clear that he realized everything. The young man suggests something to stop this giant. Delaros is wondering what plan he has. The young man confidently replies that he will deal with Heler Dne. Delaros exclaims that everything is clear. At the same time, she turns to Navisha, Madero, and Medina. The girl orders to move forward and fight with Ruth. Bellamus reports Heler Diana that he will become his rival. The villain smiles and declares that it could not be better. Heler Dne threatens to break the hero in half and make him watch every inhabitant of the village experience his last moments. And he will deal with the girls directly in his eyes. The villain boldly states that his attempts have broken, but it does not change anything. Everything goes on the plan. Bella challenges him. Let him try again if he can. Heler Dne asks if the guy really thinks that he can overcome him in such a body. Bellamus confesses that he has already spent a lot of strength. On the circus projection, transmission through the mirror, a solution on the ceiling. It was not easy, and now he had almost no energy left. The villain with a smile states that it will not change anything. because in the body of this guy, Bellamus is not compared to him. The hero, meanwhile, begins to spell, preparing a spell. The angry young man calls the enemy in the duel, suggesting who is stronger and immediately aims at him. Heler Dne gladly accepts a duel, calling the hero ruthless. The young man seems like Bellamus. A bright arrow made of light takes off from the magic bow of the hero. A powerful light arrow breaks down and flies straight to Heler Dne. She is increasingly approaching her goal. The villain smiles despite her offensive. Heler Dne catches the arrow with his bare hand and says she is too weak. The villain asks Bellamus whether he wants to play with him a little. At the same time, he sends the spell back to the one who sent it. This guy is a real desperation. The hero cleverly evades the light arrow, showing incredible skill. The arrow explodes right behind Bellamus. Heler Dne says it's not all. Many magical portals suddenly open in the sky. The young man did not expect such developments at all. From the portals, a dark, mysterious substance suddenly begins to break out. The substance falls rapidly to the ground. Bellamus notices that it is dark magic, but too weak to pose a threat. He is convinced that he will easily handle. The villain, meanwhile, mysteriously hints at the beginning of his insidious plan. The pollution of the darkness of the supernova begins to act. The hero is clearly dissatisfied with what is happening. A powerful explosion suddenly sounds. Bellamus managed to lift the magic shield, and even he could not stand the frantic force of the explosion and crumbled into piles. The hero rejected the side, where La Rosa called for a guy. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave began to unfold around all. The giant general of Marora broke up and sows a real chaos. It comes on a bunch of white ants. The queen rushes to protect Delaros and screams to make it careful. The girl is scared. Medina says they now need to focus on the Rue. Delaros hesitates a little. Navasha exclaims to Delado, so that she takes his hands. She confidently says, Bellamus simply does not lose. Madero confirms her words. Girls say that the main thing is to believe in Bellamus. Delaros recalls how the guy addressed her for help. He asked her to cope with this giant. The girl was awake and began to spell. She confessed that she first heard a request for help from him. Delaros imposes a strong spell. She says she will still show how to fight. He gets into the mess and asks Mercalis what happened. Suddenly he notices that it can see a dent. Welistoral believes that he still managed to defend himself with a barrier, but he feels it was not enough. The hero understands that his opponent is really powerful. The villain takes his gaze on the suffering face of the young man. He wants to see even more his torment. Heler Dne manages the darkness that is stronger than the darkness of supernova stars, and its strength goes far beyond their limits. The young man says he is indifferent to the plans of the villain. Heler Dne desires the death of a young man, but the guy assures he is not going to give up. Bellamus causes shining swords in his hands. They cut their rapid blows even with supernova stars. The villain is amazed. The guy disarmed him instantly, and it knocked him out of the panther. Bellamus rushes to Heler Dne with a loud cry, waving the swords with all his strength to strike a devastating blow. The hero waves with the swords, without giving the enemy any chance to win. A loud cry breaks out of the young man's chest. He causes a powerful blow. The blow is hit by Heler Dne, he moaning with pain and forcefully flies away. The blow was so powerful that even the earth was cut under the villain. The thief himself flew into the air. However, laughing, Heler Dne still land. Bellamus is rapidly rushing to him, saying that there is no escape. The villain replies that he did not think to flee. At the same moment, he used magic. The hero repeatedly strikes swords on the magical shield of the villain. Heler Dne cannot believe his own eyes. It seems to him that all this is just some nonsense. The young man again causes a powerful blow to the sword. The thief screams fiercely, and his magic shield breaks down into piles. Bellamus sees his opponent flies away. The guy stands with the swords alert. Heler Dne, laughing quietly, tries to get up from the earth. The villain coughs and laughs mockingly, and the hero looks at him in surprise, not understanding what is happening. Heler Dne is amazed as the boy has managed to restore so much magical power in just 6 years, and sincerely rejoices for him as a true friend. The villain continues its tirade, confessing that Bellamus, as always, removes him. At that moment, he applies the black hole spell. The black cliff suddenly began to tighten the young man inside. The guy thinks that he actually attracts him, and, unnoticed for himself, is getting closer to the enemy. Heler Dne is preparing to apply a powerful blow. From a powerful blow, the hero screams and rises with a groan, overcoming pain. The blow of the villain is incredibly powerful. The boy's face is skewed from pain and suffering. Heler Dne does not hide his admiration from what happened. But suddenly, a bright flash of light is instantly disrupted in his direction. flying right on it. During the attack, Bellamus used a shining hammer. With this blow, he caused the opponent of harm, no less than he received himself from the enemy. From such powerful mutual strikes, opponents fly in opposite directions. The villain smiles, giggling. He asks why Mercelius looks so weak, as if he was barely standing on his feet. The hero replies that it does not concern him. He states that he will still win him, no matter what happened. Heler Dne emphasizes that Bellamus is always full of optimism and never doubt her victory, no matter what happens. However, he warns, it is the pride of Bellamus that will eventually cause his fall. The villain says that because of his pride, he will lose everything. A powerful dark energy begins to thicken around him. The young man felt a sharp increase in energy. He is convinced that the opponent wants to finish everything with one blow. The guy decides, if so, he will answer the same coin. All you have to do is collect the remains of strength and put a point in this duel. Belos is preparing to pronounce a powerful spell. There is a crazy concentration of magical energy around. A variety of spells are raging in the air. The hero is ready, completely ready for a decisive battle. The dark villain also begins to create its most powerful spell. From a deep, impenetrable darkness, a spooky eye appears, which closely watches all around. There is a solid darkness around. Bellamus imposes on Heler's spell of the Holy Destroyer, and in response, Heler Dne throws a charm of the Abyss of Lightning at Bellamus. Two incredibly powerful spells, light and darkness, are closed in a crazy duel, faced in a fierce battle. The villain orders Mercelius to prepare to disappear from this world. He regrets a little that he will not see his helpless and agitated face, but in the soul he understands, now it doesn't matter. Bellamus shouting Heler Dne is that he will disappear today. The villain warns the guy not even dreaming of it. He further adds that for years, or even for centuries, he kept everything, especially this hatred, and did not show anyone his true feelings. Heler Dne notes that the hero will not stop even hatred. The black ray with even greater force sends on it. Bellamus's legs gradually crumble, immersing deeper into the ground. The young man restrains tension from the last forces. Dark magic almost absorbs both Bellamus's ray and himself. The young man screams with his best. Heler Dne laughs and wishes to the hero of death. Though as a young man does not shout that he will not fall or give away the defeat, he fights the last forces. The guy states that he never defeats such senseless hatred. The forces of energy rays that seem almost the same. Bellamus turns to Heler Dne and says that there is nothing but emptiness and malice. The white magical glow gradually takes the mountain over the darkness. The hero asks the enemy with fury whether he will really be able to overcome him. The villain is stunned by the power of the boy and does not believe his own eyes. He asks with surprise where such power came from. The young man replies that he promised not to give up and does all this for the sake of those who should be preserved. The Holy Destroyer's spell suddenly explodes with incredible new force. Finally, the charming ray reaches Heler Dne, and he desperately begins to make the name of Bellamus loudly, the only one he remembers from his past life. The villain begins to break into pieces. With every moment, magic is getting stronger, and the name of the merits is still open air, as if inhuman. Heler Dne almost disappeared. He no longer yells, but only makes a hoarse moaning sounds. Heler Dne recalls that he had pure intentions at the beginning. He just wanted to look like a ruthless, so he was striking for him. The villain thinks when his mind is stuck in hatred. It may have happened when he realized he was not able to be ruthless, or the reason is quite different. But Heler Dne decides that this is enough. Time to let go. Heler Dne is convinced that if he manages to get rid of these feelings, all his suffering will finally disappear. The Bellamus falls on his knees, completely without strength. Suddenly, the hero hears a quiet, barely audible voice calling him. The young man slowly approaches Heler Dne, who is powerless lying on the ground. Then the young man approaches him and smiles, says that he is glad to meet him. Heler Dne appears in his true likeness. It is an old, exhausted grandfather, in the eyes of which the fatigue has lived. Heler Dne confesses to Mercury Shyamam with a smile. However, he is immediately corrected. They say it will be more correct to turn to him as Bellamus. The young man is silent in response. The grandfather confesses that Bellamus could not win. The man sighs deeply and closes his eyes. The young man denies that this is so, and the old man cannot hide his surprise. The hero asks if Heler Dne remembers their common childhood girlfriend. The grandfather asks whether the Ashelia is. Bellamus confirms and adds that she has become Heler Dne's wife. Then he asks, "And what of that?" The guy confesses that Ashelia was his first love. He summarizes that when Heler Dne took it from him, he realized is a defeat. Grandpa moving this confession. He says that she understands her feelings because she was surprisingly a good girl. Heler Dane is happy to realize that the victory finally got to him. Thinking about these thoughts, his grandfather closes his eyes for the last time. In the last moments of his life, Bellas appeared before him. The young man remembers how he reached out to him. In his thoughts, a vivid memory of childhood emerges. Bellas says goodbye to Heler. Meanwhile, the battle near the goblin village does not fade. Some of the warriors have already exhausted. There were almost no magical forces. Orcs and goblins are convinced that they will no longer stand the siege. Black ants surrounded the dense ring of exhausted and wounded village warriors. A shudling, the wounded warrior, stood in the middle of the destroyed battlefield, covered with bodies of fallen enemies. Despite the loss, countless black ants were constantly pushing forward. Barbara, a bold orc with a body covered with wounds, stood, trembling from exhaustion, but squeezed his mace firmly, preparing for a new attack. Having given a moan, he quietly muttered an apology to his master. But as soon as he tried to move, he was already surrounded by several warlike ants. Their sharp spears glittered in the air, and in a moment the cold blades pierced the body of the orc, forcing him to shudder at unbearable pain. Kiev slipped out of his weakened fingers and fell hard to the ground. The opponents laid down their spears on the barber, and he gathered the remnants of strength and turned back. His gaze stopped on the brightly lit walls of the fortress, their last shelter. At this point he sought something. He faded his memory before his eyes, as he planted the girl on his back to roll. He remembered his brothers and comrades. All that the orc actually wanted is to protect them. Suddenly something made him look back at enemies. He looked at himself in surprise, looking for wounds from spears. But with him everything was fine. No scratch, Barbara remained unharmed. Berser ancestors were scattered on powder and not having time to touch the orca. Barbara was scattered and surprised, not believing in their own eyes. The enemies suddenly fell, lifting a cloud of dust. The girls did not joke surprised such a turn. The fingers of the fallen enemies, which was still holding weapons, slowly scattered on powder. Ants are then scattered, trembling with pain. Goblins, already exhausted, cannot believe their eyes. To the surprise of the orcs and goblins who fought in battle, the whole enemy army suddenly began to break up simply in front of her eyes, leaving behind only clubs of ash. On the walls of the fortress, the defenders were exhausted by battle at first. They could not squeeze what happened. It was only over time that they began to come, why the ants were defeated. Their victory could only mean one thing. Bellamus succeeded. Joyful residents quickly shared this news. At that moment the night broke up with a loud cry. The warriors lifted their weapons up, and those who remained on the wall picked up a joyful exclamation. One of the goblins finally sank with relief to the ground directly in the middle of the battlefield. He was convinced that they would all die here. Another goblin replied that he had no doubt for Bellamus for a moment. Barbara still could not believe what had happened, but at the same time felt a relief from victory. He was genuinely admired by his boss, though he muttered his nose, that all this took too long. He almost died. The elder, being among the joyful residents of the village, sincerely praised the warriors and voiced an interesting offer. The children, along with their mothers, goblins and orcs, rejoiced. Finally, safety was prevailed here. The leader proposed to arrange a feast in honor of victory. The girl screamed in the whole voice, covered with panic. It turned out that she became angry with the enemy who was in front of her eyes, because she very much wanted to overcome him and not allow it to disappear so simply. Behind her were friends with weapons ready to protect at any moment. The Queen of White Ants expressed the opinion that Bellamus won Heler Dne, which is why black ants are scattered on dust. At the same time, she noted that their own strength is gradually exhausted. At that moment, the dark nucleus was cleansed and shone with white light. The Legion felt a real relief. Finally, everything returned to its place. In the meantime, the girls were vividly discussing recent events. Delaros was indignant, because everything turned out to be so boring and uninteresting. Navasha boasted boldly that he would still defeat him without much effort. Madero, a little awkward, asked them to stop. They say everything is behind thing. But suddenly someone exclaimed to them, asking if everything was fine. Delaros turned the first. Bellamus trembled with pain and injuries, and the main character barely held on his feet. Madero, struck by his appearance, covered her mouth with her hands with horror. Navasha shouted without hiding anxiety for him, and immediately asked if everything was fine with him, noticing what he was. He reached out, trying to show that everything was fine with him. But he spoke hard, pronouncing each word slowly. His eyes were gradually sticking together. Suddenly, he shook, whispered, and fainted. where La Rosa immediately rushed to him. She joyfully picked up the boy in her arms, despite the worried shouts of others. After looking at him, the girl realized that he just fell asleep. The goblins were surprised at first, but they quickly got rid of, looking at the main character sleeping. Navasha noted that usually no emotions were visible on his face, but now everything was different. She did not stay, weaned him in the cheek, and laughed at what he was soft. Delaros noted with a smile that they should see Bellamus as a child. Then he was even more dear. The queen apologized and suggested returning faster, because everyone is probably already tired. Madera was a little upset, but still called the girls to gather. Others also supported her decision. Then Zlarosa carefully lifted the boy and put herself on his back. At that time, Nava suggested becoming Bellamus, because she had more strength, but the girl refused. Goblinka, with a joyful smile, explained that her duty was to wear Bellamus on her shoulders. She remembered how they wore him in a basket when he was still a baby. Then there was only warmth and care around. Now the sage returns home. Under the generous noon sunshine, the village was shining, securely hidden in its strong fortifications. Damn, standing next to the orc, he looks down with a partner with a surprise. In the distance, looking at the dense thickets of the forest, attentive goblin noticed the figures that slowly emerged from the trees. The first fuzzy assumption was in his thoughts. The gates of the village slowly opened, letting travelers. Thanks to the efforts of Bellamus, the detachment of ants was neutralized, and in the village finally reigned again. Before the dissolved gate stood smiling girls, who brought the main character to their native threshold. The devil rushed to them, and behind his back a dense wave was coming, a noisy crowd of orcs and goblins. But the joy was immediately replaced by anxiety, as soon as people noticed the boy's breathless body, and the crowd swept a terrible whisper about whether he died. Hearing this, Delaros immediately asked everyone to make noise, fearing that her brother could wake up her brother, and cast a worried look at him. The girl hurried to reassure the frightened peasants, explaining that Bellamus just fell asleep from severe fatigue. One of the goblins suggested to move the celebration for tomorrow. Suddenly, everyone around seemed to be digested, tensed, seeing who was following the girls. White termites appeared before the surprised views. Their queen radiated a tangible tension. The residents were immediately worried about whispering. Why didn't the former enemies go? When the queen of the Legion of the Ants named Medina, she remembered with bitterness. She recently felt her own impotence. She could not influence the events that brought so much suffering to different peoples. Blooming low and with respect, she humbly apologized to all present. Such a modest and sincere behavior of the queen stunned everyone who was in the hall. The confusion of the inhabitants has only increased. They were viewed and whispering, not understanding how the omnipotent queen could be powerless. Delaros took the initiative and began to talk about the thief of the healer, or as his name, who managed the black ants. Navasha specified, if it were not for the amazing intervention of white ants, they would all have much worse. The queen, noticeably worried, was preparing to share something really important. Medina assured that they actually saved everyone, and if not their help, everyone would have been underground for a long time. Wanting to thank for unpaid debts, the queen solemnly promised to serve the village and all its inhabitants faithfully. Heard the orcs and goblins to the heart. They were stunned and could not believe their ears. Having realized how unexpected and bold her proposal was, the queen of the ants carefully suggested that they may not be unworthy of such honor. Her voice trembled and suddenly broke out of excitement. Residents are immersed in silent reflections, sharing disturbed views. Damn, the silence broke the comment. It was strange to hear such words from the ant after a recent fierce battle, but added that these creatures seemed not so bad. To the great surprise of Medina, the rest did not have anything against it. The tears of happiness rolled out of the queen's eyes. She constantly thanked her new friends and promised not to let them down, but to do their best to make their friendship maximum good. At that moment, someone from the crowd, quietly forgiving, began to carefully push people, wandering forward. It was Bellamus's mother and Delaros, who called her children in an excited, trembling voice. Delarosa shone with happiness as soon as she saw her. The mother, unable to restrain her emotions, attacked them with arms. The daughter did not even have time to speak. Through tears, she exclaimed how much worried about them and how infinitely pleased their return to their return. Delaros cozily plowed to her mother, shining with happiness. Other girls just smiled, watching a touching family meeting. The mother praised Delaros for being able to bring Bellamus to the village, and now ordered him to give it to her. Delarosa did not want to give her brother to her mother, but the woman explained that wearing her son in her arms was a sacred duty of her mother. After that, the daughter gave way. The woman wrapped her son to herself, gently hugging and mowing to her breast. For the first time in a long time, she felt true happiness. Because she had not been able to hug him for a long time. She looked at him with boundless tenderness and whispered quietly, "How much he grew." The woman tilted her head on his shoulder, moving herself to remember how he was the baby. With tears in her eyes, she said that although he became the strongest in the world, he will always remain a son. She begged him not to force her heart to break in pain. Then her mother said that the girl was probably tired and called her home. Obediently, without delay, the girl rushed after her mother. Residents watched this sweet scene with interest and moving. Suddenly, the mother's face became serious. She asked whether the rose was ever going beyond the village. The daughter, still with a smile, confidently replied that of course, because she saved Belos. The mother's heart was not angry with this act. She strictly reminded her daughter of a categorical ban on leaving the village. The joy immediately disappeared from the girl's face, giving way to anxiety. The mother leaned to her daughter. An alarming smile appeared on her face, and in a quiet voice she asked if she was aware of the delerosis that the punishment was waiting for her at home. The daughter began to justify, convincing everyone that it was thanks to her actions that her brother and their entire village managed to save. But the angry mother did not want to listen to any excuses. She sharply interrupted them and put forward a difficult choice: either get a blow or stay for a day without food. Delaros, with tears in her eyes, began to be pleading about the mercy, remembering all her efforts. The light from the magic stone tried to break the darkness of the night. The main character, not worrying about anything, slept firmly in his room. It was at this moment that Bellamus began to come. Looking at familiar walls, the guy realized that he was at home again, and tried to understand how much time he spent in forgetting. He was worried at first. Where did his mother and Delaros? He had no idea where they went. Going outside, looking for answers, he suddenly heard the noise that came from afar. The musician reflected the rhythm on the drum, and the bells of the quickly filled the mugs merged with the homon in the hall. A juicy pig was fried over the night fire, and this unexpected spectacular moment stunned the main character. He could not believe his eyes. Before his eyes, a real feast unfolded. The joy enveloped every resident of the village without exception. Lovers of couples, musicians, dancers, as well, in chief orcs and goblins, all of them celebrated a common victory. Cheerful Barbara just noticed that where Bellamus woke up, she immediately rushed to him. The hero surprised how much sincere joy filled the atmosphere. York immediately invited the sage to join the celebration, but he thanked tactfully and explained that loud fun was not quite for him. Barbara was clearly upset. However, Bellamus, looking back at the general delight around him, suddenly doubted. Watching the happy faces of the inhabitants, the guy increasingly understood how special these moments were. He realized that it was such moments, full of simple joy and unity, and make life true. And then, for a little drunk orcoms and goblins, a smile appeared on his face, and he sat down to the celebrations, standing on the nearest stump. These sincere smiles became a striking symbol of the fact that peace was finally returned. The festive feast in the village unfolded to the full. Local residents approached the protagonist, treating him with various foods to thank him sincerely from the whole heart. Surrounded by mountains of food, Bellis was asked to stop, explaining that it was simply unable to eat so much. Suddenly, someone called him named. At the same moment, Medina appeared, the same girl, whom Bellamus remembered well from the past. She began to say that her people decided to stay in the village to atone for her debt. After completing her story, the girl wondered if the sage had nothing. The protagonist listened carefully and agreed, provided that other residents would not mind, because he decided that new allies would always be useful. Medina, watching cheerful inhabitants, confessed that although she lived in this village for a very long time, she already understands why people respond to Bellasse with such respect. She sincerely thanked and assured that her people would do their best. In response, the guys only smiled warmly and asked, "The main thing, do not let us down." After that, they approached Alranz, led by Lenny. The fragile girl with a smile noted that the evening seemed wonderful. The sage nodded, completely agreeing with her. Alranz wanted to thank them again for the salvation. However, the protagonist denied. They also fought with him, so he should thank them. During a warm conversation, everyone raised their bowls, for the prosperity of the village, for Bellamus, and for the bravery of new allies. Aaron and Man were standing nearby, watching the functions around the fire. Suddenly, Alessi reported that her people leave here 3 days later. When the guy asked the girl if she had where to go, she just shook her head and replied that she was nowhere back. Then the main character suggested to stay, promising to expand the fields and build houses. The sage noted that it is easy and does not take long. But the Alenka was worried that it would be a burden for Bellamus. The guy, swallowing the drink, immediately made it clear that he invited them not from the kindness of the spiritual. The main character confidently stated that he needed the power of their people. Such an answer knocked down the Alruin from the panther. The girl once again asked the hero. Drinking a drink, Bellamus explained that in order to survive in the demonic forest, everyone needs reliable allies, so this agreement will be profitable for everyone. Alansi smiled, moved by his kindness. In response, you just smiled. Before the eyes of all the inhabitants of the village of Alanzi, he fastened the agreement with his hands. She solemnly promised that the people of Universal would do everything possible for the prosperity of this village. The holiday lasted. Delaros, despite her mother's reproaches, bites a piece of meat. Madero and Navash cheerfully talked at the fire. Even the sage was glad with the goblins. The evening has come. When the celebration ended, Bellas finally remained alone with silence. He sank to the chair and looked up. The protagonist looked at the starry sky with admiration and reflected how he always remains beautiful, indifferent to all life circumstances. Suddenly there was a laughter. The guy noticed him and turned. It was the village head, a gray grandfather who once laughed at the boy's words at the age of 6. He sat down slowly near the fire near the sage. Bellamus didn't even expect to see him here. After that, the elder began to list all the changes that occurred with the advent of the protagonist. Now all the food, all dressed in normal clothing, around the village has grown a huge protective wall. Protecting their peace, people have become stronger thanks to evolution. The homes are restored and shining with novelty, and most importantly, new allies have emerged. Unexpectedly, the old man sincerely thanked the sage and interrupted his uncertain attempts to justify that he simply fulfilled his duty. The elder drew attention to the guy's upbringing and thanked him sincerely. The guy was confused and did not know what to answer. Then the elder confessed that he had long been in his thoughts. Bellamus looked at him in surprise, waiting for an explanation. The elder had an important conversation. Bellamus agreed to listen to him without hesitation. Sitting by the campfire, the leader shared his cherished aspirations. The next morning, the whole village gathered on the square. The sage rose to a homemade default, and behind the elder was behind. The peasants decided that another holiday was being prepared. Then the guy thanked everyone who came. He then told everyone about yesterday's conversation with the elder and announced an important decision: to take the duties of the head of the village. The crowd was surprised by the noise, because it took very little time. At that time, the elder reassured everyone, saying that in fact, Bellamus was actually the actual leader of the village. Grandpa asked them to accept this gift. The head noted that Bellamus has gained respect, and now no one has perceived him as a child. He said that he could not find the best candidate. Hearing this, the crowd gladly supported this decision. Della Rosa, always inquisitive Goblinka, wondered how they should now turn to them. The protagonist said that he could be called by name, and the wise old man decided to take on the role of the former head. Della Rosas and residents were glad that the problem was finally solved. The first decision of the new leader was to give the village a name. According to his sign, the mighty Barbara Orc raised and pulled the giant stone. The peasants watched hard as the orc dragged into the yard. Everyone froze about the new name of their village. The rounds of the Velistorian owl were carved on the stone slab. The sage explained what this land of joint welfare means. After that, he turned to the people and asked their opinion. She's named she liked. Alansi repeatedly repeated him aloud. Orcs and goblins also agreed, deciding that this was the best choice. Mother and Aunt Korolev also agreed. Bellas noted that no one seems to have objections. After listening to everyone, the leader declared a new name. At the end of his speech, he proposed all together, holding hands, to step towards a bright future. At this solemn moment, no one had a guess that they were watching them. Behind the openwork mirror, their conversation was listened to by the girl, and behind her stood a dragon in the coat. The stranger whispered that it was very interesting, and then her mouth stretched in a sinister smile. In the heart of the huge forest, the fly says, stands a grand world tree. Ancient legends say that it was from the seeds of this tree that the first demons were once born, starting their appearance in the world. Under the mountain stood a terrible structure, all covered with turtles and pieces of flesh. It was a majestic temple of demons, built in honor of the origins of all things. It is here that the 6 of the most powerful demons from different parts of the world gathered. The first of them, a huge demon in the form of a horned skull, noted that the last centuries have been unbearably boring, and only now has something truly exciting have finally happened. The second demon, with 7 eyes and mouth, full of sharp like a blade, teeth, protected, rejoicing that the legion of the ants finally brought the desired chaos into the measured life of the forest. The third participant of the meeting, a humanoid beast with long hair, noted that although at first the ants seemed to win, someone had already managed to quench them. The fourth demon, which had a second mouth on the forehead in the middle of the skull, showed particular interest in everything that happened. He noted that local ants had never had a reason for sudden aggression, and therefore their current behavior became even more mysterious. The fifth participant, a giant monster with dragon's traits, did not take care of the causes of the attack. He was much more captured by the personality of the one who was able to repel the legion of the ants. Doubtfully snorting, he remembered that in the west of the forest there were only weak demons, which are definitely not capable of such resistance. At that moment, all the views of the audience stopped on the sixth participant of the council, a little girl named Amaldora. She relaxed on her throne, clearly demonstrating the complete indifference to everything that happens around. Suddenly, a huge demon with a skull instead of her head turned to her, because it was Amaldor who controlled the western part of the forest and should know what happened there. Amaldor, playing a strand of her long hair, answered with exaggerated boredom that she really knew nothing. In her eyes, a mocking look. She lazily wrapped her mysterious eyes and stated that she was not going to spend time on such a fool, just like all of them. The girl with such sincere innocence suggested that all this could have happened while she slept. The girl yawned loudly, clearly giving boredom, and a demon with a skull, crowned horns instead of her head, mentally noted her lies and thought about what she really hides. He could not understand why she could not talk to them frankly. Realizing that further issues were in vain, he solemnly announced the closure of the meeting. Yaving, the girl was glad that the boring meeting finally came. When Amaldor reached with relief, leaving the temple, on the threshold she was already waiting for a faithful servant, a lizard who worshipped her respectfully. The girl wondered the seller whether there was any news about Velistoral, but heard in response that silence and tranquility were dominating in the village. Amaldor watched Bellamus with living interest. He dispelled the boredom of this place, bringing with him a fresh breath of adventures. Suddenly, an insidious smile appeared on her face. She noticed something interesting. However, there was a disaster smile on her face. She noted that she was going well. She advised a butcher with a brilliant smile that a little difficulty would make the events much more interesting. Her words were noticeably captured by the servant. While the butterflake was apologizing with emotions, he carefully noted that the destruction of the village could interfere with their ideas. Thinking a little, the girl, to the surprise of the seller, agreed with this argument. Then she cheered the clerk, who was frozen in place. Continuing to go through the lawn, Amaldor suddenly changed the topic of conversation. He began to give orders to prepare for returning to the rebound, clearly striving to finish and relax as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the village of Velistoral, in the main character's room, he stood by the window of his room, plunging into deep reflections. His view was inseparably followed the orcs that pulled logs for the erection of new buildings. The guy watched as different people's orcs, goblins, alley rots and ants worked together for the sake of a common house. The ants were drawn to the provision, the alley runs and the goblin magicians were harvesting, and the orcs, along with the goblins' warriors, trained on a special field. At that moment, his cheerful sister ran to him. She never lost the opportunity to talk to her brother. She happily stated that once he has officially become the head of the village, she has more time to teach her magic. However, Bellamus only sighed and denied her. The sage smiled and replied that he still had many things, and he knew exactly where to start. Full of determination and new ideas, the main character solemnly stated that he wanted to expand the village. This news caused genuine joy in Bellamus. Her eyes lit up in anticipation of future changes. The strong hand waved the axe with all its strength, and the sharp blade struck deep into the wood. From a strong blow, the tree shook, slowly lianed, and eventually, with a roar, fell, raising a cloud of dust. The orcs did not go for a second. They immediately got to work. Their strong hands cleverly wrapped the tools, clearing the place for future buildings. Meanwhile, the Orans gathered in a tight circle, raised their thin hands up, and in the air flickering magical circles played. Between the tree trunks, the gust of wind. Many trees in the forest were protected, and obeying invisible power, one by one began to fall to the ground. The protagonist stood a little aside, watching everything that was happening through the lens and Barbarous, and a pleased smile played on his face. Bellamus was pleased that the work is now moving much faster than at the very beginning of the development of these lands. Elancy, when he heard these words, smiled noticeably. She was glad to realize that now they are not a stranger, but a real, full-fledged residents of this place. Barbara, thinking about the future, decided to clarify whether they were going to expand their possessions. The guy without hesitation immediately answered the affirmative. After that, the main character shared his ideas. He said that the next step would be to clear the western part, where new fertile fields should appear very soon. The girl listened carefully and wondered if they really had enough fields. The sage noted that, in addition to melons, they had almost no other cultures left. The guy remembered himself that he did not even think about the variety of food before. At first, the main thing was to somehow solve the problem with the provision. Now he realized, to eat the same thing with time to everyone get bored. Aloud, the guy added that, in addition to food, they will also have to rebuild the wall, because the old woman is no longer suitable for a new, larger settlement. At this point, a group of goblins appeared at the request of Bellamus de la Deo. He sincerely thanked his sister. You believed that this should be enough. Madero wondered what they would do next. The protagonist addressed the audience and said that he gathered all those who were able to erect magic houses. Then the guy asked them to build a home here and build protective walls for the area. Meanwhile, Balos has counted almost 500 Alran who needed a house. Realizing that without magic, construction will be delayed for a long time, the guy politely sought help. Alenzi slightly apologized for the possible inconvenience and thanked the builders, but goblins immediately assured her that there were no problems, and they were pleased to work together. Delara was already enthusiastic about 100 and enthusiastically prepared for construction. But the main character stopped her in time. Instead, Bellamus instructed her to destroy the western wall, which caused a noticeable dissatisfaction with the girl. Recalling the past works by Delaros, Bellamus did not resist and abandoned the caustic remark about her architectural abilities. The girl was noticeably annoyed. Her cheeks blushed from anger. Then Madero, along with his mother, convinced Delaros how important it is to complete this task. Madero said this wall is much higher and more significant, so this is a great chance to train magic. The mother asked if she wanted to become stronger. After these words, the girl agreed. Meanwhile, Goblin's Charm, along with Madero, began to call magical blocks for construction. Everyone was engaged in their own business. The main character, together with his sister, disassembled the wall, and Alrots and goblins fussed near the trees. The evening has come. The next day, the village changed beyond recognition. Lenzi, along with others, happily looked at these updates, satisfied with what they saw. All the rounds looked at new buildings with delight, and their joyful exclamations were gratitude to the around. Bellas thanked them, but modestly noticed that in fact they did all the work on their own. However, Alenzi disagreed with him. She quietly admitted that without the support of goblins and the main character, they would not be able to survive in this world. The girl added that this is why Al-Rarani would always be grateful to them. These words caused smiles on the faces of all present. And for a moment in the room, a warm atmosphere of mutual understanding reigned. Eleni began to worry that he was only getting help without giving anything in return, so she decided to offer her support in new business. Bellum thought about it. The protagonist asks them to help with plowing fields in the southern outskirts of the village. The girl agreed without hesitation, and she confessed that she would like to participate in other affairs. She was ready for everything for her native village. The sage thought again, considering what else to do. Alanzi asked Bellamus, or had already decided that they would plant in new fields. He just sighed and shook his head sadly. There was no final decision. The main character, weighing all the possibilities, came to the conclusion that it is worth going to the human city. Perhaps it is where he will find something useful for himself. At the same moment, an unexpected thought flashed into Lenzing. The guy looked at her with a curious look. It seems that the aeronaut has something that could help solve the problem. Bellamus watched the girl's confident movements with surprise, especially when she quietly asked him to wait a little. Seeing her determination, the boy was completely relevant to the flower demons, not having a shadow of doubt about their abilities. Soon Alancy, with a serious look, reached out a handful of seeds. As it turned out, these bright grains came from Alrania, which sincerely struck both the main character and the interested Delarosis, who carefully observed everything that was happening. Moreover, it seemed to them that before their eyes, the same sacred grains from which new Alrons were born. However, Alansi immediately hurried to explain everything. Such seeds really exist, but everyone can create them only 3 times in their entire lives, and they are intended for another. The girl calmly explained that all irons have a unique ability to give edible seeds. It was such a crop that they harvested together for the past day. The main character was increasingly surprised by the hidden abilities of this incredible species. He even began to seem that he was not so well known in demons. Alan said that although other races were almost not met, anyone who tried these seeds was delighted with their fruits. The taste was unsurpassed, and its shades allegedly dependent on the color of the seeds. It turned out that all the properties of the fetus depend on the flower that decorates the top, and it was it that gave birth to Al-Ran's seeds. For example, the girl showed her bright red flower and explained that the fruits of her seeds will also be red and have a particularly spicy taste. The news of the emergence of new tastes has caused a common splash of joy and impatience in anticipation. Lancey also stressed that, in addition to its excellent taste, these plants are hardy to temperature fluctuations and almost wilt. They reach only 50 days completely. Bellamus sought to find out that information. According to the girl, Al-Ranis were ready to make from thousands to 2,000 such seeds. For them, it did not make any difficulty. After learning about such an impressive number, the main character immediately proposed to expand the planned field to maximize the potential of seeds. Meanwhile, the orcs worked tirelessly, disassembling and folding the giant logs that remained after deforestation. Delarosis, without spending time, was the first to work. It caused a powerful wave of moles and directed it throughout the field, clearing the ground for the future harvest. Thanks to our efforts, the first deep and neat furrows immediately appeared on the ground. Al-Rans immediately got to work. In just a few hours, the huge field was completely ready. Estimating the scale of the work, Bellamus decided that this area of land is now sufficient. However, Alenzi was rightly worried about how such a large territory is irrigated. Della Rosa also assured everyone with the confidence that everything is under control. She immediately suggested a proven way, to firing the nearest cloud with a special water gun to cause rain. However, the protagonist strongly rejected the idea. The guy patiently explained that this way of saturating water with magic is only suitable for ball beams, because it deprives them of natural poison. But for any other plants, such water will make the fruit deadly. The girl was genuinely surprised by this non-obvious feature. Valencius, along with the boy, thought hard over other irrigation methods. It was no point in taking water from the well. It would not have enough on a huge field. Then Alrain expressed the idea. What if you build a pond? The thought of gaining water from the river was futile. The field was too far from the source. It seemed that the girl completely exhausted all possible options. At that moment, Delarosis, jokingly pulling the thoughtful Belluma for the cheek, noticed with a slight dissatisfaction that the protagonist, judging by the appearance, already came up with how to solve everything. But for some reason was silent. Holding the guy for his cheeks, Goblinka stubbornly did not give him a word. When she finally released, the protagonist quickly shared his idea, to draw water directly from the river with the channel. Elency was surprised again, because the river was very far, and such an idea seemed completely unrealistic to her. While the girl was thinking about all the technical difficulties of this case, the guy looked thoughtfully into the distance, somewhere in the direction of the river. The lens thought that the channel would be built even longer than their area. Suddenly, she noticed as Belias vigorously rubs her hands, as if preparing for something important. She asked if he listened at all, but in response he leaned sharply forward and leaned his hands on the ground. After focusing, the main character straightened all his forces and brought his magic to the highest level. He remembered how, after a difficult battle with Helerdin, his ability had increased significantly, so he was now sure that he could get to the river. Lindsay and Delaros scared the deaf, growing noise and strong vibration under his feet. The earth on the hands of Balazu began to crack and scatter, notwithstanding the devastating force of the moat waves, which he released forward. A deep crack, as if alive, rapidly rushed to the far river, frightening on the road a pack of birds. The water from the river immediately rushed into a new duct, rapidly filling it to the very edge. Soon, the life-giving moisture reached the edge of the field, filling a large, specially dug out of the guy near the guy. The hero noted that he barely achieved the magical power to the river, and realized, for such large-scale affairs, he was clearly lacking in training. The young sage, as always, managed to impress everyone around. The peasants began to sow already prepared fields. Everyone was given the best, and where La Rosa dreamed that they would grow older. However, even despite the overall mood of hard work, Bellamus's thoughts did not give him rest. Unresolved questions that needed to deal with the dreamed harvest were flying in his head. She was considered extremely beautiful and strong, the mother of the sage and the incorrect fool. In the meantime, Someone in the training field has thought about the words of the protagonist. The guy, sincerely concerned with their safety, strongly stated that he would personally conduct a full course of combat training for them. Damn, he fully agreed with this plan, remembering the last battle when he was really scared of his own life. Another goblin was quietly sharing this thought, thinking that if the sage did not intervene at the time, they would definitely not cope. Madara is interested in the hero who is among this preparation. Bellas calmly explained that their evolution into more powerful and specialized forms will be the most important stage. The news of the possible evolution caused a real flurry of hidden delight in Madara, while Bellas himself involuntarily mentioned the unpleasant experience associated with the process of evolution, with the same telerosis. The guy decided to start transforming with goblins. He told the audience in detail that for successful evolution, they need not only to absorb a large number of aloe spider, but also to achieve a certain level of skill in the possession of weapons or the art of magic. To the joy of most present, the main character gathered here, those who have already reached the desired level, or was a step towards this purpose. Thoroughly examining everyone, Bellamus chose 5 goblins that have already reached the desired level. To the joy of children, the boy was called Navis and his friend, Gugo. In his opinion, these two were particularly distinguished by the skillful possession of the sword, and without a doubt, over time were to become real goblin warriors. Dima is appreciated among the future Hoblin soldiers for his excellent accuracy and skill in archery, and here, to the surprise of all the girls, Bellamus suddenly showed Mater. The last in the list was the name of Shirahem. Unlike Madero, this news really entertained it. He directed both girls to the path of evolution in goblin magicians. De La Rosso has already become one of them. The protagonist appealed to the chosen 5 to help other relatives to reach the right level for evolution, and in the meantime, he went to hunt for spiders. Bellas deliberately repeated his request that everyone clearly understands their responsibility. 5 elected felt ambiguity about their new role as mentors. Navasha confidently agreed, and Madero and the boys were eagerly in admiration for this experience. The protagonist said goodbye to the whole company, saying that he was resting on them and went on his journey. Barbara wondered where to find the cave where aloe spider is found. The guy told him how important these creatures are for the development of goblins. The orc immediately mentioned one place in the northeast, but with sadness he admitted that their detachment had already completely destroyed the spiders there. Bellamus asked if there were any more suitable places, and Barbara immediately came to life. She was mentioned a large cave on the east side of the forest, and she suggested that it be held there. They plunged even deeper into the thick forest. Barbara confidently led the boy to the entrance to the cave, overgrown with moss and ferns. The protagonist thanked the conductor and was already going to go inside himself, but the orc wanted persistently to go with him. Once in the cool darkness of the caves, Barbara asked if the spiders would be able to survive in such a place. Bellamus caused a small ball of soft magical light in the air, looked at the wall and thought that the local place was perfect for the spiders of aloe. At the same moment, his gaze stopped on a large spider and a web behind him. He rejoiced and announced loudly that he finally found the first spider. The protagonist began to speak quietly about the features of the enemy and his weaknesses, persistently asking the orca not to make a sound. But this caveat was late. Barbara suddenly did not hold back. He moaned loudly, grabbed a heavy stone and threw him up. The projectile hit the spider just. The monster, along with the stone, greeted the rocky floor, and the roar from the fall did not subside, but on the contrary, the echo increased this roar repeatedly. Almost immediately from the dark and impassable depths, there was an alarming noise of the struggle. Barbara excitedly muttered an apology, clearly realizing his mistake. With every moment there was more and more steps, and this growing roar was becoming more and more frightened by the orca. Dozens of spiders of different sizes suddenly crawled into the ceiling and walls, and immediately rushed to those who disturbed their peace. The monsters began to be released to the travelers' sticky balls of the web, while Bellamus frozen in place, evaluating the danger intensely. Barbara swept a fierce panic. Frightened to the beasts, he shouted in the whole voice, covering his face with giant hands. The orc did not stop shouting, despite either the thunderous hum of the battle or the whistle of the web. The fierce blows were lifted around a cloud of dust. Barbara trembled with her eyes closed for a long time, but in the end she met with his forces and still dared to look at what was happening around. Bala stood calmly over a bunch of immobilized spiders, holding the swords in his hands. At this point, the guy thought of how it would now be necessary to pull the prey to the exit with the help of a magic thread, and yet to ask the orca to help him collect all the bodies in one pile. The lightning speed at which the young sage dealt with a whole flock of dangerous creatures was even more impressed and frightened by Bor. Bellas, with a slightly confused look, watched the orca boiling feelings, and, still trembling, acknowledged that at times the protagonist was actually scaring him. In a huge ball, firmly tightened with magical thread, about 30 aloe spider was hidden. The protagonist shook his head and added that the evolution of the whole village needs much more. But Bori asked Bellamus with hope whether this amount was enough for all the villagers. From the very thought that again it will have to climb into the cave, the face of the orca became gloomy. The protagonist noticed it and hurried to reassure him. They say, next time he will go, because now he knows well where the danger is hiding. Barbara exhaled lightly, and the guy also apologized for the fright that the orc survived in the cave. The load on the shoulders was considerable, but they confidently returned to the village. The sage thoughtfully watched how Goblin gradually improves his fighting skills. He saw so surprised the protagonist that he almost stopped with surprise. Before him appeared the strongest swordsman of the village, the brave Navisha. The exhausted goblins fall to the ground around the girl. This spectacle was amazed not only by Bellamus, but also by the Barbara that followed him. Meanwhile, Navias, not paying attention to the newcomers, strictly announced. The rest was over. The goblins were lost, barely holding on their feet and trembling from fatigue, reluctantly climbed from the ground, muttering something under the nose. The main character, a little confused, called the girl. Seeing him with the master, she shone away from happiness. The guy carefully hinted that she may have been too fond of training. But Navasha stubbornly insisted on their own. Such training is mandatory, because they still need to protect the village. Then the main character honestly expressed his opinion. He warned that if you overload people with work, among them are those who would avoid training. He praised her incredible strength and endurance, but at the same time gently noted that not all goblins have the same opportunities, and constant fatigue could harm their health and reduce combat spirit. Mediash, listening carefully to his words, plunged into her own reflections. Her gaze slid on the tired faces, and realizing it, she acknowledged with a little shame that she really overdo it this time. But her words were cut off by Goblin, who just got to her feet. Gathering the remnants of strength, he firmly stated that they were not against grueling training. His determination inspired other goblins. They began to get up one by one, showing their willingness to move on. Their determination was struck not only by Barber and Belima, but also by Belim himself. They explained their behavior that they were ashamed to be aware. They were adults, strong, the same inhabitants of this place as everyone else. However, once afterwards, they translated all responsibility and hard work for children to the sage and young goblins. It was this feeling that pushed them to strive to become stronger so as not to be a burden. Turning to the girl, they asked her not to restrain and helped them to reveal all their workout opportunities. The protagonist, observing this moment of mutual understanding and determination, was genuinely surprised and made up. He decided to fully rely on the decision of Navashi in this case. Feeling the trust and support of students, a girl with new strength and inspiration took up training. Although the goblins were exhausted, they humbly obey her orders without showing dissatisfaction. When the night came, the grueling workout finally ended. Navasha, without the usual harshness, praised the fighters. 5 selected mentors gathered together again to share their impressions and discuss the difficulties they encountered during their first teaching experience. Meanwhile, Madero asked Bellamus what he wanted to talk to them. In response, the protagonist reminded them of everything that he had previously told about the course of evolution. They have already reached the desired level, and there was only one decisive step. Then, contrary to general dissatisfaction, he solemnly announced, "From now on, everyone switches to a mandatory so-called spider diet." Damn. He suspected that everything would go as soon as the guy separated this 5. In his thoughts, he had already resigned himself to the inevitable. It did not seem so terrible to him. Then the guy asked Delaros if everything was already prepared. At that moment, the girl stood at the boiler with a terribly concentrated, almost frantic look, and tirelessly stirred the thick soup. Tasting the drink with the tip of the finger, the girl immediately wrinkled and began to discuss his taste. Despite all this, Delarosis, with the same crazy glitter in her eyes, slipped the goblins full of plates, enthusiastically calling the dish delicious, although she noted that her appearance and taste remained as disgusting as last time. Novas did not believe that it was delicious at all, and Madero suspected that Delaros was just making fun of them. Other goblins gathered nearby, watching the division of food. Their faces glowed with impatience and excitement. Belize, with a sincere, cheerful smile, did not understand what the problem could be here, and just reported that you can eat now. However, his words were only more alarmed by Goblin. To the surprise of everyone, the first was dared to try Navasha. Throwing a spoonful of soup to her mouth, she immediately twisted. Her face was distorted by the unpleasant taste, but she squeezed her teeth. She strongly assured that it was delicious. The girl ate further, barely restraining so as not to spit the food after every spoon, and every time she hardly claimed that the dish was really delicious. The devil was increasingly monitored for her condition. Navasha, barely translating from the court, whispered, "If Delaros was able to survive such, then everything will succeed." By encouraging herself mentally, she perceived it as her duty to anyone who was counting on her strength. With a new determination, she took the food. Her incredible willpower and the demonstrative ability to overcome disgust inspired everyone around. Singing and cheerfully dancing, the rest of the goblins in turn began to eat a disgusting soup. Their willpower and the willingness to endure for the common goal were sincerely impressed by the protagonist. Seeing their incredible endurance, Bellamus thought he had seriously underestimated the power of their spirit. Then he called them genuine desperate. "It has been 4 days of my stable, though painful, spider diet. The bodies of future goblin soldiers have become much lighter and more mobile." Where La Rosa, watching them, not only changed their bodies, but also that the horns became larger. The sage praised young goblins. Goblins were also able to evolve, and now they look like Delaros. They were quite impressed with the changes that have taken place with them. Make sure that the evolution process has been successfully launched, and under the control of Five and Delaros, Bellamus left all the goblins in their care. He understood that he could no longer stay here. Urgent cases were not expected, rapidly growing Wellis, and demanded his constant presence. The training platform was buzzing from screams and roar. Orcs, covered with sweat, competing with each other, measuring the force in fierce duels. Barbara, engulfed in the battle, rushed sharply and, loudly, fell down her opponent to the ground. Without a minute, the orc, which still burned his eyes from victory, immediately demanded the next opponent. His relatives, tired of the battle, were only surprised to look at, not understanding where so much frantic, almost cheated persistence. Barbara could not get rid of the bitter memories of humiliation he survived in the ominous spider cave. At the same time, he did not leave the thought of the amazing changes that took place among the goblins. The realization that he no longer has the right to bring his master and must be a real right hand. He has been a true horror on him. And it was when these thoughts raged in his head, the protagonist called him. Barbara shuddered. Bellamus's voice pulled her out of difficult thought. The sage calmly explained why he came and outlined his proposal. He spoke of a chance that can change the life of orcs, about the possibility of their evolution. Barbara heard this news and could not hide joy. Then the young sage asked the orca to gather everyone who wants to undergo evolution, so that he could impartially evaluate their current abilities and potential. Barbara, with joyful perseverance, rushed to execute the order. Barbara soon brought a whole group of orcs to a specially prepared training field. The guy sincerely thanked her for it. While the orcs discussed their guesses lively, Bellis looked carefully at each of them. It turned out that the young magician was waiting for much more applicants. Barbara immediately hurried to explain everything. He did not deliberately brought with him Orcan, because usually they did not participate in the battles. It became clear that many are working now, and the main character has slightly admitted that he was still difficult to recognize them by appearance, and apologized for it. The sage began his story from the fact that the current level of development of high orcs is not the limit of their capabilities. He briefly outlined what prospects are opened. They can become or armor. Then he began to tell the difference between these species. Orcs can be spent and spell, while chosen for heavy armor of the orc are not capable of using magic, but their strength and endurance grow several times. Hearing so captured the detachment that all the views shone from inspiration. To fulfill this idea, the guy explained that special ingredients are needed, including blue rats, and everyone else will need to reach a fairly high level of attack or protection. To start the test, the sage decided to check their attack. He raised his hand smoothly, and the air around his fingers was shaking from condensed magic. Thanks to the power of his art, the protagonist in a level place created several huge, extremely strong stone blocks. Stones with a death knock fell just before the laying of frightened orcs. Ballas told the test rules. If the orc manages to split the stone with one blow, it will be an indisputable proof that his attack is sufficient for evolution. After the explanation, he offered them weapons. One of the orcs, full of determination, announced to try it first. Goblin was banging on a stone in all force, but, to his great surprise and disappointment, the stone block did not even crack, just a little. Orc scratched the back of the back, not understanding why nothing happened. The failure obviously disappointed the desperate brave. When everyone was able to check the force of the impact, Bellamus asked them to line up in a row. Now it's time to look at everyone carefully and to touch the muscles to understand how well they can be protected. The first orc in the queue, stringing their mighty biceps and exposing the breasts, could not surprise the sage. The power was insufficient. Suddenly, loud exclamations and a hole behind Bellamus attracted the attention. Everyone turned and saw a barber that showed incredible power. She broke one of the stone blocks. Bellamus did not resist praise and noted her power. The next test of his protection also brought brilliant results. Awareness of its own success caused a real explosion of joy into the orca. In the soul of Barbara rejoiced, because the path to a new power finally opened for him. Only rats remained ahead. Then the young sage asked his devoted orca to wait a little, because he had a special important assignment for him. The check showed that only Barbara now has enough strength and protection for evolution. Other orcs, a little tired and upset, have obtained clear instructions from Bellas not to stop and train hard. After that, he called Bybor, and she obediently executed the order. They went to the forest, in those corners where they have not been for many years. It was a familiar forest near the village of Veronica. The team joined the De La Rose, whom the brother entrusted a special task, to help in search of blue rats. The protagonist reported that about 300 of these creatures is required for evolution. The sister, who was inspired by his brother's trust, rushed to perform the task with a joyful passion. The sage watched her passion with a slight surprise, and Barbara nodded approved, making it clear that the girl, like him, was simply an infinitely glad to trust and the opportunity to help. Suddenly, Delaros exclaimed that she had found some suspicious hole, but at this moment, the bush is quite threatening with the girl, and Bellamus was immediately alert, ready for any action. The animal suddenly jumped out of the bushes, and the protagonist shouted loudly to her sister, so that she would immediately lie down to the ground. Suddenly, a giant February wild boar jumped out of the forest into Delaros and roared on it. The girl managed to notice an enemy who was rapidly coming. Then Delaros, without losing his self-control, instantly used her ability to create portals, cleverly launching an angry beast into a short but rapid flight. Barbara, along with Bellamus himself, could not hide surprise. They watched the storm only suddenly rose into the air. When the animal was hard on the ground, stunned, Delaros was happy to imagine juicy meat for her future dinner. The orc, standing near the sage, spilled over with him with a short look. Both were amazed by its agility and peace. Barbara thought recognized Delaros more than a worthy sister of her master. She sought strength. And the girl herself did not waste a minute. She cleverly confused everyone, reminding the main thing, to catch the blue rats. She explained that otherwise their delay would only be more alarmed by her mother. So all three resolutely went further in the thicket without stopping the search. The time has passed unnoticed, and the evening has come. The barbarous had to swallow a huge portion of the disgusting, to the taste of blue rat porridge. Bellamus, noticing his suffering, advised to stretch the consumption of potions for several days. However, the orc confidently rejected any delay. After all he had to go through, especially mentioning the power of Delarosis, he could not afford to waste time and delay. The protagonist just smiled in response, because he knew perfectly. The path to true power opens only when not only the body, but also the will. The next morning, Barbara finally achieved the success he dreamed of. He survived the real reincarnation and turned into an orca, rolled up in strong armor. Despite the obvious advantages, the newly minted warrior felt some dislike for his scaly armor. However, Bella's convincing arguments on the future evolution in the orc dragon were able to dispel his doubts. The story of the sage about the incredible power and grandeur of the dragon form, the highest stage of the development of orcs, struck Bybor to the depths of the soul and strengthened his determination. The sage promised that over time, his wings would grow and a flame would break out of his mouth. After this conversation, Barbara appeared a fervent desire to take the form of a dragon, although the guy warned her about the inevitable difficult trials along the way. Nevertheless, the main character sincerely believed Barbara would certainly be able to overcome them. Despite all the warnings, the orc gave its heart a new dream. A few months have passed, and life in the settlement flowed in the usual calm rhythm. Goblins and orcs were conscientiously given daily workouts, Devils focused on learning how to shoot. Goblin soldiers and orcs worked out the techniques of hand-to-hand combat and fencing on the swords, and their progress was already clearly visible. Barbara noticed how people are getting better. In response, the guy shared his observations and calculations. At that time, about 70% of the locals have already undergone a successful evolution. Suddenly the learning was interrupted. One of the students quietly called the sage. She whispered to him that something important was already cooked. Upon learning of these news, Bellamus immediately stopped the lesson and stated that he should show the locals something important, which he had a lot of surprised. The protagonist himself led the fighters to the place where the fruits of their hard work were collected, and especially emphasized the diligence of each of those present. Among the cozy grove, he announced the beginning of the festival of the crop, giving the residents the right to well-deserved rest and generous celebration. The peasants gathered in the group and looked with admiration for bright, various fruits, not hiding their delight. Where La Rosa, covered in curiosity, asks everyone around the name of these amazing fruits. They are now simply called skin color. Grabbing for the idea, the protagonist suggested calling these fruits with one name, Alrai, abbreviated as Alran. The Landers immediately showed that she liked that name. Then Delaroc, it is not possible to restrain her impatience anymore, suggested that the meal start immediately. So the grand celebration began. This is how the holiday began. The locals were happy to collect fruits and sweets specially prepared for this event. The sage asked how to properly taste unfamiliar fruits. Alran assured him that these fruits are delicious, even fresh, and showed how to clean them properly. When the Alenka tasted the fruit, she immediately felt his incredible taste. Delarosis mentioned that fruits' tastes could vary depending on their color. Other goblins looked into the baskets with interest, trying to see what lies. When she confessed that she wanted to try something sweet, Lenzi advised her to choose a pink fruit. However, Delaros was still hesitant whether these new fruits were able to taste with her favorite melon. Having made a cautious first sip, the girl could not restrain her surprise. She literally trembled, squeezing the fruit firmly in the palms, and it really worked everyone around. To the surprise of everyone, Zlarosis suddenly blossomed in a smile and began to laugh loudly with genuine delight. She was happy to eat further, following the example of Adaro and teachers. The girls were also delighted with the treat, laughing and tasting the delicacies. Bellas, looking for new experiences, boldly chose a bright red fruit to taste it. Ebbet bit a piece of juicy red fruit. The main character liked a new taste, and even his mother picked up his admiration. The woman was ashamed of surprise. Mom was incredibly surprised by the unexpected sharpness of the fruit, but recovering from the first shock, confessed that she had a taste to her, and eventually she was used to it. Meanwhile, Barbara gladly tasted the sweet and sour blue fruits. Her face glowed with happiness. Sharam immediately felt a bright, acidic orange fruit. This taste was perfectly refreshed, and the former leader was especially enjoying the bitter taste of green all-row. The guy could not be overwhelmed by the variety of incredible tastes that were attracted to the festive fair. Meanwhile, Alan shared with all the different culinary secrets of fruit. She said that you can make a jam and a seasoning, if you process well. And soup with vegetables stewed together is a true work of art. Bellas was not tired of thanking Aron for the real culinary revolution that its fruits were brought to the life of the village. She sincerely thanked the residents for their openness and warm words. Delicious dishes caused sincere smiles on the faces of people, and joy and real unity prevailed in the air. It has passed for a while, and it became restless near the building, where La Rosa, squeezing firmly in the hands of a ball of radiant magic thread, carefully descended into a deep abyss. During the descent, she suddenly realized that she had not seen Medine for a long time, and she shared this observation aloud. Bellamus, who was in front, explained in response to her words that he was often visited by the Queen of the Ants. To this the sage added that the Queen of the Ants, although seems young, is actually quite older, has enormous knowledge, and can always share with him something new and valuable. Della Rocca, looking into 2 tangles of wavy yarn, doubted whether so many resources for the whole legion would be enough. However, the guy reassured her, explaining that the ants did not need food in the usual sense. The girl clearly did not understand this explanation, so the protagonist decided to explain in more detail. The thread was not necessary for feeding ants, but for the power of their core, the source of life and reproduction of the entire colony. After the last major battle, there were only 20 soldiers in the ant, and now they needed a lot of food to regain their former power. Finally, Delarosis realized why they went on this trip. While they were moving on, Balaus wondered how much the benefits of the ants had already brought. They significantly expanded the maze of underground passages under the village and forest. Still, he did not rest his dream freely and safely walking the forest surface without fear of going to danger. He postponed this opinion to the future, deciding to return to her later. My brother and sister were so interested in the conversation and their thoughts that they did not even notice how the destination had already got. The Queen of Medina has sincerely and joyfully congratulated the guests. Bellamus, untangling large balls, clearly explained the reason for their visit. They brought the necessary nutrition for the nucleus. The queen had already begun to thank them for their care, but her gratitude suddenly broke. The young queen was genuinely amazed not only by the fact that she was helped, but also how many fruits were given to her. It was a real surprise. Medina really got rid of such a generous offer, but her brother and sister quickly reassured her, assuring that it is quite possible for them, and they wish it sincerely. Working ants, pulling heavy baskets with fruits, directed directly to the heart of the colony. All present with admiration watched how ants were carefully thrown into the nucleus one by one. Almost immediately the first newborn ant, other newcomers came continuously behind them. Medina and Bellamus both converged. Such an extremely fast and massive recovery of residents was made possible by the very nutritious food they brought, especially fruits. Delarosis carefully counted and announced, "We had 59 new ants." The guy appreciated such agility, and his sister immediately asked what size these newborns could reach. The protagonist explained that the final size of the ant direction depends on the total number of the legion. The more the colony, the larger the new members can grow. He immediately decided that next time he would take more food with him to accelerate growth. Medina again expressed anxiety that this would be an excessive burden for the village. Bellamus reassured her again, gentle but confident. Now, thanks to the errands, they had plenty of food. In gratitude, the queen ants wanted to personally thank Laja for the wonderful fruits. Ellen imagined how the next time they would come here with her and other guests from the village. The next morning, everything broke. One of the goblins covered with panic rushed to flee to Bellamus's home. It was Gugo who lifted the protagonist to his feet, screaming loudly about his close trouble. Goblin reported that strange and invisible demons appeared at the gate of the village. He has never seen such creatures before, and their language was completely unclear. Hugo argued that these creatures undoubtedly came from afar. The protagonist, when wearing urgently, insisted on learning more about the danger. Hugo was able to describe their striking features: long black tails and sharp horns. Hardly hearing this description, the sage has already guessed who the strangers were. Bellamus pulled on the tower. He barely cast his gaze on the strangers below, as he immediately realized. Before him, the real brawlers, Impa. His guess was fully confirmed, and this was further ignited by Gugo's admiration. The protagonist immediately warned Goblin. These creatures cannot be underestimated, because the amps have extremely powerful magic. Immediately evaluating the situation, the sage navigated around about 50 ordinary demons. He confidently decided for himself that he would handle them on his own. Hugo wondered what demons were saying because he did not understand anything of their language. The guy explained that these amphos are speaking in many languages, and now they are persistently and chorus repeat the same requirement in different dialects. The warlike girl Iamp, who confidently headed her detachment, loudly ordered to open the gate immediately and bring her the elder of the village, and supported her honor by shouting. Assessing the situation and deciding to act quickly, Bellamus did not waste time on the descent of the stairs. He resolutely jumped straight from the tower. Such a rapid act forced Hugo to tremble with fear. The sage went down to the ground just in front of the head of the impulses. Calm and confident, he radiated absolute control over the situation. He firmly and without unnecessary words told uninvited guests that he was the chief here, the leader of this village. Bellas confidently declared the imp girl that he was the head of the village here. Imp looked carefully from head to head, as if trying to evaluate what he was capable of. Hugo's guard tower, he watched a young sage with anxiety, and girls from the village who watched everything from afar, on the contrary, with delight and sincere curiosity, monitored the development of events. After learning that a man was standing in front of her, Lily seemed to forget everything around and immediately spoke without stopping. She admired her acquaintance man enthusiastically, with special passion listed his good features. Such a verbal flow clearly put Belosa in a dead end and began to annoy it. Unable to stand more, the sage suddenly interrupted her, seeking to finally find out the true purpose of the visit of such unusual guests. The imp girl immediately apologized for her talk and called Lily. She was genuinely surprised that the protagonist spoke their language, and in response he noted that she also had many dialects. Waging her knowledge, Lily proudly began to list all the languages that she possesses, what terribly annoyed the boy. She did not stop for a moment. Her monologue was heard without rest. The girl confessed that it is often too chatty, and for this she is constantly quarreling with Ridge's brother. The sage listened silently to this endless flow of words, feeling fatigue and easy despair. The goblins, standing on the walls of the fortress and tightly watched his face, immediately realized without words, these strangers pose a true danger. Finally, Lily decided to move to the substance. She carefully examined the changes in the village, evaluating their scope. Without unnecessary words, she simply offered to give them settlements. Bellamus categorically refused to fulfill this requirement and, while maintaining courtesy, but with a firm intention, asked the uninvited guests to leave immediately. Then Lily, having dropped the mask of friendliness, openly stated that she would seize the village by force. The goblins that were up, though they did not understand the words, but felt the air around it became dense from tension. The protagonist, trying to cool the passion of her people, was formulating the number of defenders of the village, but the girl just smiled in response, without even taking his words seriously. Seeing this, Lily decided to find out who was actually chief here. She said that the forest was divided into 4 parts. In the north live the strongest demons, and in the west, where they are now, there are weak creatures. She proudly emphasized that these devils come from the majestic north, hinting that they are now in the west. Bellamus immediately realized that the situation did not change compared to what it was before its transformation. He mentally acknowledged evolutionary impa and a truly dangerous power. But it was these creatures that began to raise doubts. The sage noted aloud that none of the impulses present has yet evolved, and only now did their true power be visible. He continued his reflections, assuming that this group most likely belonged to the influential clan, but they were kicked out, and now they are wandering about the forest in search of a new shelter. The excited response of the impulses to his words only confirmed that he had guessed correctly. Bellamus explained that the harshness of the north, unbearable for ordinary people, forced them to flee to a peaceful event. As soon as he said it, the joy that he had on Lily's face was the best confirmation of his words. It finally brought her to rabies. Lily broke out. She screamed, shaking her finger. She assured that she would deal with him in a moment because he is just a boy for her. Bellamus noted her unrestrained pride and immediately thought about how to proceed. The guy calmly asked her name to see. He proposed to resolve the dispute with an honest duel. The conditions were simple. If Lily won, Bellamus would give her the village. If the sage wins, the uncleans should leave these lands immediately and forever. Such an unexpected condition was not expected by the girl at all and was frankly surprised. Lily thought it could be a trap, and Bellamus just plays a cunningly pride so that she would not be afraid to lose the young man. This blow turned out to be accurate. The girl just swept rage. Improved by the guy's boldness, she decided to study him and took an angry call for a duel. The sage in the soul was happy, because his plan worked exactly as he wanted. Lily insisted that he named his name, and the guy eventually introduced himself. She strictly ordered her relatives under no circumstances to interfere, and promised the sage that she would retain him in her memory for a long time. As the girl activated magic, the battle began. To the surprise of all those present, she suddenly began to pronounce the words of spell loudly and monotonously. The goblins on the walls of the fortress were surprised. Bellamus himself was discontinued, because the girl has been talking about the spell for so long. He believed that it was enough to imagine the desired one, and everything would work out. But when he was in the fight, he realized that it was simply impossible to recite it aloud. At this point, the protagonist finally guessed the most important. The guy noticed that these amphos are not able to use magic at all. He did not wonder that they were expelled from the northern forest. With such abilities, they would still not survive. Although Bellamus was aware that he would not have difficulty defeating a rival, for some reason he was sorry for her. However, there was no time for reflection. He finally decided to act. His magic broke out instantly without any sound, only by the power of thought and unbreakable will. He calculated the power of the blow, deciding that it would be enough for Lily. Meanwhile, a girl under the feet of emptiness began to be born something incomprehensible. Suddenly, a strong magical shackles appeared around her body with a loud clay, which jumped every movement. One of the chains tightened her mouth, allowing her only to make non-detachable muted sounds. The concerned devils, noticing that their leader was trapped, they rushed to her. Bellamus immediately warned, if someone takes a step forward, he will immediately impose a suffocating spell on all. Meanwhile, Lily fiercely pulled into invisible but surprisingly strong shackles. This threat eventually frozen the band on the spot. crowded with rage and impotence. The sage calmly announced his victory and reminded that, according to the terms of the duel, they should leave this place immediately. Released from the shackles, Lily stood in the middle of the room, burning from rage and humiliation. The cheeks were burning with shame. Other imp girls gathered immediately. They were fussed, outraged, and concerned, supporting Lily. Then, without saying a word more, but clearly touched the image, the whole group disappeared in the thickets of the forest. They walked out loudly, and Lily promised to return. Bellamus noted what incredible hollow. Not far from the village in the forest, Lily was indignant. She could not calm down after such humiliating defeat. It looked from behind the bushes towards the village. The face was distorted by the rage. Along with her, Ridge's brother tried to persuade her, explaining that the following actions would be completely meaningless. But Lily was relentless. She could not allow everything to end with such a shame. Her brother watched her with horror, not believing in her eyes and not realizing what she conceived. And then Lily, firmly squeezing in his hand, radiated a true evil, decided on a desperate step, to use a forbidden scroll. It was covered by the fury and thirst for revenge. Lily still dared to unfold the forbidden scroll, ignoring all his dangers. Her brother Ridge tried insanely to reach her sister, worrying and reminding it from time to time. Such artifacts were created only for the most dangerous moments when it comes to life and death, not to resolve her own image or disputes. But Lily, covered by fury and insult, only boasted. She heard legends about masters capable of conquering monsters locked in such scrolls if they lack magical power. She denied this Ridge sharply. They say that Lily is not the level of skill to risk such a dangerous step. Lily did not pay attention to the reservation. On the contrary, her determination only increased. She was confident in her abilities and intended to prove it. Ridge began to deny again, but his sister suddenly became serious and reminded of the strict laws that prevailed in their forests in the Fleza. Strong takes away, the weak loses. They have already remained their home in a cruel north. Now, in order to survive, they need to pick up everything that is possible for the weakest residents of the event, using any means, even if they seem desperate. Ridge did not object to this cruel logic of survival. However, the main driving force for Lily remained the thirst for revenge. She burned with the desire to pay with that human guy who dared to ridicule and humiliate it in front of all others. Her stubbornness bordered with madness when she spinned an ancient scroll. Impa gathered around, and horror only grew in their eyes. Everyone felt that the catastrophe was no longer avoided. The scroll, obeying the awakened magic, rushed into the air, unfolding and radiating the ominous glow. It was the beginning of the challenge of the sealed monster. Lily felt a frantic admiration for awakened force, and then the world swept a bright, dazzling light. Meanwhile, the main character spent an unusually calm and quiet morning in the village. When he stepped the path, memories of a mysterious meeting with the rod snails, which happened yesterday, poured into his head. Suddenly, his reflections were cut short. Lightly sowed through the forest wall, and then a spooky roar came from which the earth trembled. The guy was instantly straying. All his feelings intensified to the limit. From the trees, a huge monster came out, a giant tiger with saber-shaped fangs, terrifying and unusually large. Bellamus was amazed and anxious to recognize the hippo, the monster of the strongest class, the appearance of which no one could imagine here. It was unclear that it could lure such a formidable creature into their usually calm lands. Despite the reasons for what happened, the sage focused on the most important thing. He immediately undertook a plan for the protection of the village, determined to save every resident and prevent the victims at any cost. However, he could not think of how to protect everyone around. Suddenly, his reflection was interrupted by an unexpected movement. Just before the huge and scary monster, to the surprise of the main character Lily, she stood calmly and confidently. Other bishhouses, who hid in the distance, looked at her with fear and at the same time could not hide the admiration. The girl even dared to stroke the monster, passionately praising his strength and pity, and then she ordered to attack the village. The monster reacted immediately, raising her giant paw with sharp claws. This movement scared Bellamus. He clearly anticipated that there would be trouble now. But the true horror gripped everyone when the giant Komet suddenly lowered his raised paw not to the village, but just to Lily. The frightened girl bounced back at the last moment, escaping from sharp claws that cut the air right in front of her. She frozen in place, not understanding why her creature suddenly rebelled against her mistress. In response, the hippo heard even more and more sinister, full of hatred and threat. From this terrible roar, Lily was paralyzing panic. Other devils, falling, rushed to her, trying to pull the stunned commander away from the angry monster. Panic. Everyone rushed to run back into the forest, looking for salvation among thick thickets. However, Himif, distorted and uncontrollable, rushed after them, crashing trees on his way. Delaros, watching it from the high tower, only regretted how lucky enough Impam to call on herself. The protagonist, seeing his sister on the fortress ants, froze from anxiety because he was worried about her safety. Goblinka on, the tower was bold for the battle, and her brother tried to refuse her, reminding of the extraordinary power of the enemy. However, many locals have engulfed the spirit of resistance. They openly declare their willingness to help. At that moment, the voices came from below. Someone called the owner. Bellamus noticed that not only goblins and orcs gathered near the walls. They were joined by ants led by Medina, and even the Alrots, which he ruled Lenzi. They were all united by a decisive desire to protect their common house. The protagonist hesitated whether everyone should get into a dangerous battle, but Medina confidently explained, "The monster is too strong and can only be overcome together." Alonzi added that the village became their home for them, and they cannot stay away. Moved by their unanimity, and realizing the sincerity of their words, the main character agreed and sincerely thanked them. At first, the sage advised to simply watch, hoping that the devils would be able to lure the angry beast as deep as possible into the forest. But all these hopes were instantly dispelled. Suddenly, a frightened crowd of imp, led by Lily and Rijam, ran into the village. They were begging for help. Behind them, breaking the trees, an angry giant, without going to stop. Bellamus was disappointed. Everything went out of plan, so it was necessary to act immediately. Without waiting for the team where La Rosa, along with the brave girls of the village, rushes directly to the danger with loud, victorious exclamations. The peasants, uniting, became side by side, blocking the monster and becoming a living shield between him and frightened. Seeing their courage and realizing that the decisive moment had come, the protagonist ordered not to give up loudly and repel all his forces, and himself, without thinking, jumped out of the tower simply to his defenders, ready to lead the defense. The sudden appearance of a terrible giant turned the battlefield into a real mess. The Impia, covered by the original horror, rushed to rush, without being afraid of fear. The old sage failed from the place using superhuman speed and rushed directly to danger. Like lightning, he flew up and rapidly rushed to the giant enemy from above. During the flight, the main character called for a light arrow. She wounded the monster. Her magical attack forced the monster to give a shrill cry filled with pain and rage. Lily, frozen aside, felt tears mixed with incredible surprise from what he saw. Landing cleverly, the young gentleman immediately appreciated the situation. The wound caught the beast of unbearable pain, but he frenzied even harder. In the head of the guy instantly drew a desperate plan that seemed almost unrealistic, but otherwise there was no chance. You need to risk everyone to try any opportunity. Turning to the fleeing IPS, Ballas poured out a true stream of mocking words on them, not hiding their contempt for their cowardice. His reproaches seemed not in vain. At least Lily were touched. The girl suddenly frozen in place. On her face flashed an inner battle, and then there was a determination to prove what the people of the North capable. Her willingness to sacrifice himself stunned other Bisa, so they inadvertently slowed down. Lily, despite the deadly danger, began to tell a complex and long spell, putting all her will into it. Bellamus, watching her, mentally noted that even such help, though ineffective, is still better than complete inaction. Meanwhile, the hippo became angry. The plan of the sage, in which Lily played an important role, he recognized quite viable. Gathering with the spirit, the sage caused a new wave of dazzling light, directing a bright ray directly in the monster's eyes. Blinded and disoriented, the monster rushed to rush, not understanding where her main enemy hides. This instant weakness immediately used Bellamus. He rapidly climbed into the air and struck a mighty blow from above just on the back of the giant. All the pain and rage, the monster issued an even louder roar that tore silence. However, the monster recovered with incredible speed. Hardly recovering, he lightly turned and targeted his young wizard, armed with his claws. The guy immediately realized that the previous attack was not strong enough. After bouncing a safe distance, he instantly undertook to create the next spell. The next moment, the space in front of him flashed a bright fireworks. Hundreds of arrows from light at frantic speed rushed towards the giant. Despite the flurry of magical blows, the monster again raised his paw for a devastating fall. Bellamus, completely exhausted with constant tension and endless slopes, barely to react, trying to keep the weapon ready. He struck several lightning, accurate blows, trying to find a weak place. But the tireless beast did not stop, and attacked with an indomitable fury. A desperate leap rescued the sage from a direct blow, but he already clearly understood how exhausting this battle is. The hippo showed true enormous power and inexhaustible viability. Having issued a threatening rick, the monster again rushed to the attack, targeting his spear-shaped horn right on the guy. Bellas did not have time to respond to this deadly attack. He simply did not have the opportunity to evade. But at the last moment, someone who came to his rescue suddenly appeared. One day, a hippo suddenly froze something suddenly. He drew up sharply, cheered angrily, and noticed with surprise that fresh paint appeared on it. Looking at those who brought salvation, the exhausted guy felt a wave of relief and joy. Finally, long-expected allies appeared on the battlefield. Aroni, led by Lenzi, moved into an attack on the monster. The goblin detachments went side by side with them, which was covered with clouds of arrows, and the Queen of the Ants was distinguished in front. The residents of the Velistoral, without sparing strength, threw all their rage and power at the giant beast. Under the deafening roar of the defeated but not yet broken monster, every magician fought all his efforts. Magi, barely turning their breath, noticed that their joint efforts finally gave the result. The monster was noticeably weakened under their pressure. Goblin and orc soldiers rushed into the torn hole. Together, they attacked the enemy without sparing strength. They beat and stabbed him. In the very swing of the battle, Navash showed amazing strength and agility. She managed to strike a wonderful deep blow to the monster. The body of the hippos was littered with wounds, and Navas was already going to strike a decisive deadly blow. It was at this moment that something unexpected attracted her attention. A mysterious hand stretched out of the shadow of a fallen giant. The monster waved her giant tail, trying to reflect from the girl and strike her. Madero and Delarosis were very worried about their friend. But under someone's influence, this story began to gain. Barbara, without thinking about himself, rushed forward and took a blow to himself, covering Navas with his body. Tears shone into the orca in his eyes when he appeared to his lord, to get a monster. The young sage, seeing the devotion of the orca and understanding how important this moment, began to pronounce the words of the most powerful spell, because now everything depended on him and this last chance. The orc appeals to the sage. The orc pleaded with his lord to strike a decisive blow. The sage, focused on the spelling of the most powerful magic, felt the voltage growing. As if anticipating a deadly danger from the guy, the tail of the giant monster rushed at him sharply, trying to disrupt the magical ritual. The protagonist, gathering all his will in his fist, was preparing for a decisive blow, and in the meantime, the enemy was not going to give him a moment of rest. York was worried about the boy and tried to warn him of danger. Suddenly, someone intervened, and the direction of the impact changed sharply. Lily turned out to be that person. Her unexpected and desperate act instantly stunned Barber and Babia. Both have not yet had time to recover from just experiencing horror. Meanwhile, Bellamus was completing the imposition of his spell. He gathered an incredible amount of energy that turned into a sacred destroyer. A clot of pure power that rushed directly to the giant monster with a blinding flash. The force of the impact was so powerful that the explosive wave raised the air clubs and lumps of the earth, and the ray of energy that struck the body of the monster flew upwards, cutting the clouds. When the dust gradually settled, the young sage remained in the middle of the battlefield, breathing hard after all experienced tension and incredible effort. When the fog and dust dispelled, a monster lay on the ground. The protagonist finally sighed with relief. The joyous atmosphere prevailed everywhere. The residents of Velistoral celebrated a difficult but long-awaited victory, sincerely greeting each other. However, the sage could not be completely betrayed. He turned to a flock of imps and directed a look at them, in which he raged an icy, restrained anger. Other amplifiers involuntarily were taken as under pressure from his strict look. Bellamus clearly made it clear that each act and every decision will have to be answered. At that moment, Lily spoke. After falling on her knees, she sincerely asked for permission to serve him. All the warriors, especially the sage themselves, were completely lost from what they saw. The girl froze in surprise, watching his witchcraft. Lily did not hide her admiration and persistently asked her to take her service. Bellamus, apparently confused and annoyed by such passions, tried to abruptly stop her impulse, saying that he absolutely did not need servants. However, his words seemed to be ignored. Imp, despite the refusal, rushed forward, and was already fine to start licking his boots as a sign of deep respect. The protagonist continued to argue with a loved Lily. He tries to keep this annoying girl at a safe distance in all ways, and is hotly looking for support from his comrades. Eileen, who belonged to Alfron, expressed a reasonable thought. She reminded that Emi could well become a real comrade and new residents Velistoral, just as Alar have themselves joined the community. Moreover, she drew attention to the obvious advantages. Their growing settlement always needs additional work hands. The words of Ilengi forced the Bellamus to think, and his initial unwillingness gradually melted. Then Bellamus remembered how Lily saved him, and it melted his heart. He decided to find out the opinion of other residents of the fortress. To his surprise, he saw that most treated this idea neutral, or even with some consent. Delaros noted that the impulses are too weak. They can easily die in the forest. From the main character, he reached out to Lily, who was still on his knees and shone with joy, solemn agreeing to accept IM to their community. At the same time, he emphasized that they became the residents of the Velistoral, equal members of the community, not by someone's servants or slaves. This news has caused an Ambab company to have a real storm of emotions. They were covered by both joy and incredible surprise. Lily, overflowing with emotions, wept with happiness and gratitude. He was fascinated by the feelings. She clung to Bellamus again, hesitant to swear to fulfill his order and become a resident. But she was persistently adding that she would remain a devoted maid of her master, unable to part with this thought. The sun rose above the fortress, and the sage wondered what Lily thought of. In the evening, notes of music were heard near the fire. The locals staged a loud celebration in honor of their victory. Della Rosa gladly had a delicious hippos. Bellamus said that his meat and bones are extremely appreciated among people in the city. Hearing this, his sister with passion suggested that another hunt for a giant monster. But the protagonist immediately categorically rejected such an adventure, reminiscent of all the recent difficulties and losses that barely survived. Watching Mary Lily, a sage with a smile thought that they would not have to be bored here. Another interesting figure joined the team of Vela Dorla. As soon as it is snout and the birds are chirping, swimming in the golden ray of the sun, as if they are happy with another new day. Yande's protagonist stretched out, kneading his hands. It is clear that he was asleep. Others still slept on both sides. Someone with a soft voice came to him, helped to throw a bathrobe, and politely turned. "Sir." The young man, still half ash, thanked, gently adjusting the robe on his shoulders. Rising, he was confused and did not find words. Behind was the girl with the horns and tail of the demon, silently waiting for something. On the side of the place where he slept, 2 more girls were sleeping peacefully. He looked at Lily with indignation and immediately asked what she was doing at home. And in response, she had fun with him and emphasized he didn't even have to wake him. He wakes up so well and praise him. The guy reminded her that they specifically built her own house for her. However, she was a little offended and replied that the servant should always be near the master and help him in everything. The protagonist uncertainly scratched the back of the back, noticing that the girl began to act more energetic again. Those girls who were still lying on the straw suddenly woke up and immediately asked what was happening here. A woman with Panama in her hands greeted with Lilica and invited to join their breakfast. Of course, if she did not mind. The girl with a demonic tail immediately ran to Lilica and pleasedly asked her help. The lady noticed how she was holding a knife skillfully and praised her for diligence, adding that she was doing even better than Delaros. On this, the girl only shrugged and said that she was only a maid here. The girl who just woke up looked angry at them. For a while, when the breakfast was ready, the lady in the Panama hat finally called everyone to the table. After trying their dish, the lady said it was really delicious. The girl modestly noted that everything was possible only through her help with cooking. Together, all 4 have had breakfast. The lady also noted that Delaros should take an example from Lily. A single woman was noticeably annoyed in such words, but despite this, she continued to eat quietly. He had passed for a while, and the protagonist thanked his delicious food, leaving no crumbs on a plate. Seeing this, a girl with a demonic tail exclaimed, praising him for eating everything to his last crumb, and then hurried to her mother to offer her help. The lady in Panamka asked that she worried her, but still with a joyful smile, she only reminded that she was just a maid. Dilarosis was clearly dissatisfied and directly said that Lily was annoying her, adding that it is better to get out of here as soon as possible. She just smiled at this and noticed that the girl was very attentive and sweet, and that is what she likes. But the lady with the horn clearly remained dissatisfied with such an answer. Finally getting out of this place, Delaro advised the protagonist to go to workout as soon as possible. He agreed without unnecessary words and went next to her. But suddenly, unexpectedly for them, Lily came from behind and asked where they were going. The young man said they were going to work out and noted that she would not be with them. She answered that she would go to the edge of the world. He asked her to look at him. He immediately decided that he could still be tolerated at home when she huddled firmly. But it was too much on people, and now he broke his head, how to behave in such a situation. He looked at Lily, and wondered if she listened carefully to his every word. Lily joyfully confirmed that he was. Because she was a maid, passers-by on the street almost did not pay attention to her, occupied by her business. Hearing her answer, the guy said that in this case, she should stay at home and help her mother and everything, saying that this is what his will is. The girl with black horns was surprised to hear. She already wanted to deny his order, but he did not give her a word, only strictly asked if she dared not to obey. Lily was confused, not knowing how to do. Both options seemed wrong to her. Delrose gladly ran to Maduro and Navasha and asked if they planned to have fun. The girls just smiled mysteriously in response. The young man noticed it and realized that all this was not jokes at all, because they came here not for entertainment. The arrows were hit right. The guy with the bow triumphantly smiled, satisfied with his apt shot. Seeing this, another young man praised him for a great result. The protagonist looked at the group of the boys and immediately noticed that everyone here was tuned in combat. The boys trained, breaking into pairs. Suddenly, someone stated that they were woke up and the hero looked around. Delaro stood with her eyes closed, spreading her hands in different directions, and began to create a magical seal, which was much larger than her. The young man could not believe his own eyes when he saw it. Finally, having opened her eyes, the girl continued to create a seal. It was a soft glow, and the magical seal was covered with numerous inscriptions in her circles. Lifting the seal up, he released a powerful flash of light, a jet that can erase everything in its path. This magical seal is known as a sacred destruction. The dust cloud rose from powerful magic. Finally, in the eyes of all present, the light beam began to weaken. Seeing this, the guys who were trained enthusiastically began to praise the girl for her skill and mastering magic. The protagonist looked at her surprised and asked when she had time to master such a skill. The girl, however, watched how the magic beam gradually dissolves in the air. Dolores smiled awkwardly, explained that she had already seen it twice, and added, that was enough for her to remember such a spell. The young man was just stunned, and the boys became more interested in her skill. He noted that he also understood what she was talented, but did not even imagine that so. The girl only sighed, and tired said that this activity requires a lot of strength. He noticed that the Sacred Destroyer is the most powerful among all light magicians. Her technique is still far from perfect, but only a true talent can be repeated after 2 demonstrations. The young man turned to her loudly. The protagonist asked her if she would like to evolve. Delarosis, in response to a joyfully and confident, wondered whether she could move further in her evolution. To this he replied that, of course, she can buy all the necessary ingredients. At first the girl agreed, but suddenly changed his mind. They say everything should be prepared on her own without assistance. He categorically refused, emphasizing that the next demon necessary for evolution is much more frightening than spiders. So he advised her not to interfere and let her deal with this question. She stood stubbornly on her own, and interrupted Bellamus as soon as he tried to persuade her to rely on him. The girl confidently stated that if she does not get the right ingredients, how do they be convinced that she can really evolve? She also noted that she was ready to change, which means she is able to defeat this demon. The young man was amazed at her determination. But when the girl finally completed her story, she asked uncertainly if she couldn't do it. The guy at first thought she was just angry again, but it seemed that she thought well this time. For a long time, the main character agreed and invited her to hunt the hellish dog together. The boys were sincerely pleased for her, and Dolores glowed with joy, hearing his consent. While they went together, Delaros asked the protagonist, who in general is a hellish hound. The guy smiled and replied that she looked like a black wolf. Meanwhile, the squirrel runs fun after the girl. He wondered if she saw the wolves, adding that those relatives of dogs. The girl asked about dogs in surprise. The young man did not resist and asked if she did not even know the dogs, and immediately remembered there was really no dog in their village. The protagonist believed that it was quite expected, because the forest is too harsh for such gentle animals, although it would be good to start breeding domestic animals. Horses would be especially important, as they would greatly facilitate movement. He realized that this opinion should be carefully considered. The girl confessed that he was glad that he took her with him, but she asked why Lily to go with them. A girl with a demonic tail was ahead, singing something under her nose. The young man just shrugged. You do nothing, because only she knows where the greyhound lives. Lily stopped, looked at them and pointed to the skillfully hidden between the trees and the lush green cave. Said they were already in place, and their goal was ahead. The young man noted that he had not even noticed it before, so he asked how she managed to find such a hidden place. The girl only smiled and said she came across him quite by accident. She told how she was looking for a place to rest one day, and came across a cave. Suddenly, a hellish dog jumped out of there. But she was surprisingly managed to survive and avoid death. Casting to the cave, Dolores said she was about to deal with this monster. Lily was aware of whether it was really appropriate to allow the girl to fight instead of the main character, because the hellish dog is an extremely powerful demon. He replied to this that, although the girl seems fragile, she would cope with the dog. The horned girl was worried, thinking that Mr. Bellamus would definitely win, but there is still a Delarosis. He also noted that he was worried about her. The girl, trembling with fear, said that if it becomes difficult, she would help. The guy immediately realized that in such a situation on the lilies it was not possible to rely. While they were talking, a girl, full of confidence and determination, was already rapidly rushing into the depths of the cave where the hellish dog had to live. The protagonist rushed after, calling her not racing, but the girl looked around and said how it is dark here. And suddenly the guy who ran to her suddenly hit her on his head. He clenched his fist and noted that it was necessary to act carefully. Delarose grabbed her head with pain and agreed that she understood everything. Lily grabbed his hand, confessing how scared. He thought that these two were true opposites. From the dark depth of the cave, a spooky, piercing howl, which was frost, came to the bones. A girl with horns, without holding back tears, squeezes the main character firmly. Delarosis came forward, realizing, here it is, what they were looking for. Helldog. Suddenly, paws with bone claws suddenly began to emerge from the darkness. The hellish dog with a bone skull suddenly jumped out of the girl, and had already opened his mouth, preparing to break her into pieces without even thinking. Delaro quickly targeted the spell of the fireball directly on the dog, but he cleverly jumped sideways, easily evading magic. Lily could not believe how skillfully the animal escaped this attack. She repeatedly rushed to the hellish dog, but every time he cleverly evaded or reflected her continuous blows. Lily frightened the main character's sleeve, thinking that it is in vain. No magic will save him, and if the hound is getting closer, it will end with a catastrophe. She wanted to offer her help. The young man asked her to calm down and assured her that she was doing well. Delarosis caused the spell of the fire dragon. The head of the flame dragon, which swallowed the hound, appeared from the magic seal. The hellish dog began to flame from a magical spell. The head of the dragon disappeared, leaving behind a fire trail that led to the dog. Lily looked surprised. She did not hope that she could win. The horns with the horns were genuinely surprised to find out how strong it was all this time. The dust was still blank after a recent battle. Delaros sighed with a smile, looking at the hound, but suddenly noticed. She seems to have overdone her spell with a fiery dragon, and fry it more than necessary. The young man suddenly replied that this time everything turned out perfectly, and asked if she wanted to taste. The girl happily agreed, and the guy suggested cutting the carcass. For a while, the protagonist cleared the leather and divided into pieces of toasted hellish hounds, and the first piece of meat stretched out Delaros. She happily accepted him. Behind Lily stands and rushes in his backpack. She stretched the girl with a bottle with liquid, at the same time explaining that she also grabbed a little jam and red berries just in case. It was a great, cheerful girl. Delarosis poured a piece of well-fried hellish dogs with thick red al-rajam sauce. From the appetizing appearance and the dizzying aroma, it has a leaky saliva. Without wasting time, she greedily attacked a piece of meat, stuffing her mouth and passionately saying that it was delicious. Wipe her mouth with her hand, she was surprised. There was no spider vomiting. The main character thought that Red Alra appeared in time. Lily asked if she could get a piece, but the young man replied that it was needed for the evolution of Deladieu, and she would have to endure it. Lily had nothing left to agree, though she barely held back saliva, looking at the meat. The girl with one horn asked how much she had to eat. He replied, "There were only 2 hellish hounds left. The case is almost completed. Another one is ahead." Delaros noted that after a dozen spiders she swallowed. "This hound is just a little thing," and added, "If she manages to hide another, she will be able to evolve." Lily smiled, because even the hellish dog next to this couple seems to be ordinary puppies. That is what a real brotherhood and sisterhood means. The girl got rid of anxiety. Balaam is not the only capable young man. Delarosis thanked for the treat, gladly put her hand on her stomach and, smiling, said that everything was delicious. Now she wondered if she could already evolve. Because of this, the protagonist confidently stated that tomorrow he would be a witch's witch. She rejoiced in such a news and said that she could now fall asleep with a calm soul, starting to sleep right at the table. In the meantime, the young man tried to settle down and stay overnight in the house. The next day, in the main character's house, the lady in the panamka clumsily looked at the girl in front of her. Gathering with thoughts, she carefully noted that the girl did not change at all. It was very surprised by the girl. Delaros began to say that she may have not noticed, but she really became stronger and was already feeling new within herself. In response, the mother only noted that in her opinion, her daughter just grew up a little. Lily also noted that she almost did not change. The protagonist noticed that the girl with horns did not look embarrassed, though she was in another's house. A single girl confidently suggested that everyone see how stronger she became compared to the past. And the lady in Panamka recommended that everyone snack, but seeing she ran out of her home, she shouted after her, asking if she heard her at all. The young man, meanwhile, noticed that the girl just seeks to show them her new power. The mother left the house and wondered strictly that the Delarosis was doing here. The girl confidently raised her hands up and said loudly, "A dazzling pillar of the flames," which rose high into the sky and instantly turned into a huge fiery sphere. A real giant fireball. The magical fireball rose high above the village, lightly illuminating everything around and creating a fascinating and lazy picture for those who watched from below. Seeing this, Lily froze with surprise. Magic became even greater than last time, as if it were a completely different spell, and she could not imagine how much magical power was needed for such witchcraft. The protagonist noted that this is really impressive, maybe even a little scare. The girl laughed fun, and her mother looked proudly at her daughter. Lily watches carefully. The lady in the Panama hat suggested that she get home together and have a breakfast. But suddenly, the girl with horns fell to the ground and began to swing the press, holding on her horns and counting the repetitions loudly. The young man wondered what she was doing. The girl replied that she was training, because after she saw Delaros, she became clear. Now she decided to act in another way. She realized that both were very strong, and she did not compare them. So what is the servant then? She clearly made it clear that she could not continue. The guy in response noted that she has really high demands for servants, but he realized that it would be very convenient, and asked her to gather everyone on the training ground after breakfast. The girl had no idea what he conceived. After breakfast, Lily gathered everyone on the training ground. The protagonist sincerely thanked her for their efforts and care. After that, he confidently stated that he would teach them to spell without even saying magical words, which was quite surprised by all present. Lily was surprised that they could do this too, but he explained that the MP from nature are extremely capable of magic, so they should learn it very quickly. Hearing this, the girl was inspired and asked to start training with passion as soon as possible. The young man sparkled fire on his fingers and announced that they were going to work out. He explained, "You need to clearly imagine the spell you want to create. That's all." At first he asked them to create a simple light. All imps sincerely tried at least to do it, but unfortunately, they did not work. Lily looked at her hand and confessed that she was trying, but I was sure. She would not work because she could not be able to spell at all as she should. The young man suggested that he cook that he was cooking, not them. He acknowledged that it sounds strange but advised to try it. The girl focused, extended her hand forward and closed her eyes, imagining how Mr. Bellamus was speaking. After all, having imagined it, a light bullet shone on her palm. The protagonist saw it and smiled, praising the girl. When she opened her eyes, she was very surprised. When everyone else tried to repeat the same thing and imagined as a young man spells, everyone in the palm of glowing balls. Everyone began to rejoice that they had happened, and they were fascinated with how cool it was. The guy noted that they learned very quickly, jokingly calling them the real desserts. Lily called him and asked to look at her. He turned, and almost faded with surprise. The girl with horns caused all 4 magical elements, explaining that she figured out how to do it. The young man praised the girl, adding that, of course, the impulses were skilled in witchcraft, but she exceeded all his expectations. She was genuinely surprised by such words. The girl was a little bitter, and wondered if she could ever become as strong as his sister Delaros. She confidently replied that, of course, she has a wickedness, and added, "If you study well, it will definitely become even stronger." The girl blossomed from his genuine words of support, and with joy and confidence promised to do his best. He just asked her not to let him down, mentally noting that he was surprised by Aliros, and now Lily. Therefore, he was interested in watching how these girls would develop their abilities. The girl explains that all this concerns her report on the events in Velistoral. The creature asks if there is something that does not suit it. Aldora turned to him and asked if he had ever crumbled ants simply from boredom. The girl stops in the middle of a huge hall and asks a clerk whether he has ever had to press ants just to do anything. He just stands silently without answering. He was silent, just listening to her. Amodra looked at him and said that, of course, growing and developing well, but life is becoming much more interesting when there are difficulties. Clerk recalled that as far as he knows, the hippopotamus was a real serious problem. She also noted that it is difficult to even call a problem. Everything has been surprisingly easy. She added that she would like something really large-scale, such as the attack of the whole legion of ants. She also believes that this crisis will only benefit Valles de Verla and help the city to blossom even more. Its sandals are slowly stepped on the surface of the water. Looking at her mysterious reflection on the water, she thought, what to invent to make her plan? Clark noted that his mistress really was satisfied when he spoils the mood. She asked what he had just said, but he assured that he had not said anything. She smiled and asked what to do with this village. In a large mirror, his gate was clearly visible. Clark immediately noted, if they do something with Ancient, there is a risk that it can be completely destroyed. And it did not seek it. The girl agreed with him, they say. It would be really a pity, but added that somehow they would experience it. He only shook his head. She turned as soon as he said that she had one idea about it and immediately asked him to share his thoughts. He said that the leader of the village at first glance is an ordinary man. However, it is not a simple mortal, but the son of Count Estrella. The father renounced him and expelled him to the forest, where the guy picked up Goblin and sheltered in the village. The girl, having corrected her hair, confessed that she knew for a long time. The father drove the child away and asked who could have done so cruelly. He thought, who would tell the truth? He also said that he carefully studied Belos's biography and learned all the details of his birth. In addition, he managed to find out some facts about the Count's family. After the Earl expelled his son, he was born another. It was a complete mediocrity. Neither nobility, nor personal virtues, nor mind or talent for battle. There was nothing in it. Amuldora noticed how the Earl grabbed her head and added, everything you do, return to a boomerang. Clark summed up that if you tell the Count of the merits of Bellum, he would immediately want to return it. He also noted that not everyone at his age manages not only the head of the village, but also the commander of the army of demons. In his opinion, this is a wonderful proof of his special abilities. The girl asked if it was so easy to make a successor to a child who he was expelled outside. Will it not turn into a shame for the Graf, because he will have to admit that he expelled his own son? Clark assured that there would be a way out. For example, you can say that his own child was stolen by goblins. In addition, he stressed that people trust the Graf and treat him well, so they have to believe in this story. The girl agreed but noticed, even if people decide to attack the village, will they be able to do something? She emphasized that ordinary people are not adapted to life in the forest. Clark thought over her words, and then replied that he should invent another approach. Eldora agreed with his plan, promising to trust him this time, and added, let him make Vlasdor become a stroke. The girl came closer, and staring at him with her crazy look, asked if she would allow her to fall. After a while, Clark stands on a small rock in the middle of the night forest and confesses that talking with girls sucks all their strength. He understood that it is worth noting or treating this innocent girl at least once in an innocent girl. And you will disappear without a trace in a moment. He remembered her look well. He also decided that he could not lose dignity. When the clerk called, he turned and saw a dark figure behind his back, addressing her in the name, Bass. He passed the figure in a black scroll, saying that he had a task for Bass. There were all the details of the case inside the Suvoi. Taking a scroll, he unfolded him and quickly ran through the text. His content arranged him. He agreed to take up this task. Having created a radiant seal, he turned from his true shape of a black lizard per person, turning into a man, a blonde with a monoclem. He smiled and stated that he was about to move. Emily Doris said Bellamus should cheer her up. However, her look was as spacious as always. Possession of Earl Estria. This settlement is located near the forest of Flazi, far from the royal center. There are few people live here, but they didn't even hear about poverty. The local economy blooms through the lively production of gold in the mines. Men work in mines without stopping. The head of Estrella's family is now Renest, a young man who looks around with interest. The streets of the city confidently jumps the rider on the horse. Next to him are his faithful knights. Suddenly, the girl snapped just in front of the horse, dropped the vegetables, and scared the animal. The girl ran up to Mr. Estrella, begging for her unhappy daughter. Leaning to the baby, she carefully supported her injured leg. The man immediately paid attention to the girl's wound, pulled out a piece from his pocket, and insisted that she would surely grease the injury. The girl denied, they say, could not accept such a valuable thing, but he assured that there is nothing to worry about. He noted that his duty was to protect the most valuable wealth of their community. The girl said that wealth itself was meant, and then he explained, for him a real treasure is not gold, but happy smiles of children. Everyone who was around could not but admire his words and sincerity of the soul, and his nobility and kindness made an unforgettable impression. After that, he left the city center and went to the main building of the settlement. Structures with skillfully carved architectural ornaments. Count Astri sat at a desk, immersed in thinking about what to do next. There were 2 soft sofas in front of the table, and fresh flowers were decorated in the corners of the room. Crossing his hands on his chest, he thought, his eldest son has a head of the family, so the law requires. He also mentioned that his eldest son is only 5 years old, but he still cannot speak clearly and does not even walk like other children. This apparently indicates congenital health problems. He also thought of his youngest son, who is only 2 years old. It is still difficult to say how gifted the boy will grow up, but his greatest sin is already magical abilities that would be considered dangerous even in older children. He mentioned that he would still be forced to reject it, as he did before. If he adhered to the law and handed over to his eldest son, their genus would cease to exist, and he could not allow it. The Earl stared carefully at the portraits of his predecessors, those who at one time headed this genus. He uncertainly asked me to think about how they would do in his place, because he saw only one way out of this difficult situation. The young man closed his eyes and trembled frantically, realizing that he would have to raise his hand at his own son. But his gloomy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a butler who entered the room and reported that the guest had already arrived. The man wondered who the guest was, and the servant replied that his name is Bass Robertson. The Earl immediately said that he had never heard of such, and now has no time to meet someone new. The old man began to say that the guest claimed that in the forest of Flezogi he saw a boy, about 6 years. The grandfather confessed that he did not quite understand what he was talking about, but he feels it can be something important. Hearing this, Estretian thought for a moment, and guessing that he may have been his son, whom he once expelled into the forest, immediately jumped out of his chair and ordered the butterfly to immediately bring the guest to him. There was a young man with blonde hair and a monocloth in the room. He politely greeted Australia, and barely smiling, introduced himself. The man asked if he really saw the boy. On this, Bass nodded in affirmative and added that he had reported to him a subordinate. Bass still noted, "It seems that the boy grew up among the goblins." The Earl wondered whether it happened once, and he was told that bad rumors about demons have been going in the village for a long time. He also noted that there were extremely decent people among all rumors, and in his opinion, the guy was just lucky to meet exactly. But then, smiling, he added that it was only his guess. The Earl wondered what he meant, talking about extremely moral demons. He noted that he had never heard of cases where goblin brought up a human child, so he decided that there was no reason to trust this guest. Australia immediately warned him, "If you came to lie, do not waste our time." Bass just smiled and assured that his assistant deserved trust, and he was telling the truth. The man put his hands on his chest and confidently stated that he could not trust the first counter, carefully asking whether he understands what the situation is now. Robinson smiled and suggested that his proven people find out this information, assuring that he would share information about the location. The Earl began to be nervous and asked what he was trying to achieve and why he told him at all. The guy answered that this was a really interesting question and added, "Goblins chose this child with their leader, after which their village began to flourish quickly." He also added that the village developed so quickly that residents can soon attack the settlement, so the local feudal lord should be taken. That is why he tells him about it. Asterium did not believe in it, so he asked again, emphasizing that the child was only 6 years old. He could not understand how possible it was possible. Bass agreed with him and added that the boy had such an extraordinary power and talent that you will not even call him a child. He added that not only goblins but also Auran with orcs live in their village. Looking closely at the Count with a strict facial expression, he added that this situation was simply impossible to leave unanswered, and asked if he understands correctly. The man was clearly surprised. The wooden sword slipped out of the knight's hand. The knight fell hard to the ground and its armor stumbled. A girl with long hair confidently holds the sword in front of her. She just defeated the opponent. Seeing this, other knights could not restrain the grip. Such a skill with the sword, like this girl, they had not yet seen. Lisa corrected her long hair, which was broken during the battle. She lowered the wooden sword, and her armor gleaming, reflecting sunlight. The butterfly turned to the sword, reporting that Count Renite urgently calls it. The girl cast a careful look at him. He added that the graph has a special assignment for her, where La Rosa is interested in physical strengthening and surprise. A girl with dark hair smiles mysteriously. The protagonist immediately states, "As you can guess from the name, this spell was created specifically for enhancing physical abilities and magical skills. And today, he will teach this class." The girl wondered what he was in mind by physical abilities, and the guy replied that it was when you could run quickly and jump high. Delaros, with a smile, confessed that it sounds fascinating and promised to remember this idea. The girl with a bang specified, "That's what you need to act when you want to escape from terrible enemies." He asked if she saw how he was using this magic, and added that it was a real achievement for a person who had mastered such a strong destroyer. The protagonist added that she should have long been clear how he uses a spell on strengthening physical capacity, where La Rosa honestly admitted that she still did not understand anything. She remembered and clarified. When he suddenly began to run very quickly, he used magic, and it seemed to her that it was a special ability of people. But he just smiled and said that she was greatly overestimating them. The girl with dark hair wondered how they could master it, to which the young man replied that the essence here is the same as in any other magic. He also reminded them, "It is enough to imagine how their power is growing, and that is enough." After these words, he focused slightly and closed his eyes. The girls closed their eyes and promised to try. The guy mentally noted that it would not be difficult for Delaros. She will already mastered a lot, simply watching others. The girl closed her eyes and concentratedly imagined how power was growing in her body. Seeing this mysterious grimace on her face, the guy asked what she was busy. She confessed that it was difficult for her, because it was easier to imagine the magic of water or fire, and in this spell there was no such. The guy was surprised to hear it from her. After that, she asked to show how to do it and agreed. The protagonist focused to make his body stronger with magic. Delaros scored, looked at him carefully, and confessed that she had not yet understood anything. She asked to show how it was done, and suddenly the guy jumped sharply so high that it surprised everyone. The protagonist jumped on the roof of a tall building near the village gate and asked if someone understood something. The girls were surprised. He noticed that even Delaro has some weaknesses in witchcraft, but it also became a valuable lesson for him. He remembered how he once plunged into reading books and realized that he was still feeling the same. Remembering those times, he understood. Only by overcoming all the difficulties, she will be able to gain true value. The girl looked at him and confessed that all this is too difficult, and she did not understand anything. She asked if he also had difficulties with magic. He agreed with her words, adding that from time to time difficulties happen to everyone. This is what is a sign of real life. Now she has such a period, he said. But the girl confessed that she still did not understand anything. Suddenly, someone called the main character, and when he turned, he saw a girl with dark hair. She just tried to use the spell, but something went wrong, and she began to fall directly on him. She fell just on him, lifting the chicken on the roof of a stone building, and immediately began to apologize. The guy asked if everything was fine with her. Delaro saw it upset. Madero learned faster than her. The dark-haired girl immediately assured that everything was fine, and convinced herself, "I will definitely learn everything." She was told that, of course, she would handle. It is a little time, and she still stands on the training ground. Carefully, step by step, repeats everything as he taught it. The guy said that Madero could go home, and he would remain here until the dew is calmed down. The girl reminded him that Arissa would also worry, and he agreed, asking to pass on the mother that they would be delayed. So the days of her endless attempts to master this spell. The night went down, and the guy who read the book on the roof was interested in watching her from height. He began to sleep. The girl lifted her eyes and saw that he had already fallen asleep inside. She confessed that she was completely tired and did not expect that everything would be so difficult. She added that she may have enough today, and her gaze again. She remembered his words. The guy also passed through the similar, and only by overcoming all the obstacles can you gain true value. The girl sighed deeply and gathered with the spirit. She confidently stated that until Bellis seems, she also has no right to retreat. Adding also the fact that she was an older sister, her mother, seeing a smiling daughter, wondered who she was so similar to. Waking up, the young man was surprised that the girl was still able to impose a spell. She lay on it, looked very tired. Without thinking, she immediately promised never to train so carefully. But he nodded and asked her to turn and look at something. When the night left unnoticed, the sun slowly appeared above the horizon, pouring endless forests around the village with golden light. Dolores and young man met dawn together, watching how everything comes to life. She stood on the roof of a tall building and urged everyone to pay attention to it. The residents of the city with admiration and delight raised their views. The protagonist noticed that, despite the sleepless night, she still has a lot of strength. Suddenly, the guy runs to him and turns loudly. The young man turned to him, trying to reassure, and asked what had happened. The locals began to discuss this man. The alarm quickly swept everyone around. The guy reported that a wounded man is lying at the gate of the village. The main character, like all residents, was worried. One of the peasants reported that a wounded man fell at the gate of the village, and now lies there. The young guy was surprised to hear about a person, and when he was told that he was flowing blood and asked what to do next, he was more confused. It became strange to him. What did the man get into the forest along with the whole flock of demons? But he decided not to worry about it. He would find out everything later. He quite confidently stated that if a person was injured, he needs to help, and ordered him to be brought to the village. A few strong guys rushed to the gate. In one of the houses, an unconscious young man was lying on a straw bed. The girl's abdomen had a deep torn wound from which blood flowed. Even in fainting, it seemed painful. All present were anxious and concerned. Dolores noticed that Knight was no different from the main character, the same ordinary man, and wondered if everything was fine with her. Lily looked at the wound with excitement and said that everything is very serious. The blood flows profusely, and if so it goes on, the consequences can be fatal. The peasants, full of anxiety, looked with fear of terrible wounds on the girl's body near the caveman. The protagonist broke through the crowd, ordering everyone to spread. Stretching his hands to the wound, he put a healing magical seal. There was a light around its palms, forming a protective circle. In a few minutes, the eyes of all fresh bleeding wound began to tighten and heal. All the gathered residents watched the boy's abilities and how quickly the wound healed. They admired that for the first time in their lives, they see such a miracle. The protagonist noted that nothing is finished. Just healed the wound is not enough. It is necessary to restore blood levels and return life into her body. He also noted that in addition to the complexity of mastering therapeutic magic, there is another aspect that scares a lot of sorcerers. This witchcraft requires extreme caution. It is only necessary to make a mistake, and the patient can break from the inside into pieces. This is how medicine easily turns into poison. The protagonist noted that the woman with his sword was lucky. He was near the right moment. After all over, he said loudly that she is safe now. Looking at her, he added that she has not yet come to her senses, but would live. Dolores noticed how a blush appeared on her face, and Lily praised the boy, saying that he was just unsurpassed. One of the residents thought, how did it happen that a man, even so wounded, suddenly found herself at the gate of their village? The young man noted that he would have to find out everything in her. Most likely, she was a simple traveler who was not fortunate enough to meet a demon in the forest. It seemed to be the smartest explanation, and she moved on. Sleeping her eyes, the girl immediately noticed the main character in front of her, and asked if he was a baby. She jumped instantly, but she was pierced with acute pain, which was still after the injury. The protagonist was excited about how she feels, and already wanted to warn her not to get up, as he suddenly heard a loud grunt in her belly. The woman was noticeably discouraged, and a little aware that obviously hungry. The young man just smiled warmly. The guy asked to bring food and water. When the girl finally ate, she bowed low and sincerely thanked, promising that she would never forget his kindness. The young man crossed his hands on his chest, and smiling, assured that nothing special happened, and there was nothing to worry about. Seeing this, the sword was surprised that he was still so young and so strong. The knight in armor barely smiled and called her name, Lisa Ludlet. The young man, in response, also introduced himself. He also decided to find out what happened to her, and she agreed to tell. She told that she had to go through the forest of fleazers to get the right place. However, demons were attacked on the way and wounded seriously. But suddenly she noticed that her wound had disappeared, and asked where she was going now. The protagonist replied that he had healed her. The girl was surprised and could not figure out how it turned out, so she wondered how he did it. The guy just smiled cunningly and said it was magic. She was even more surprised when she found out that magic was able to heal and immediately asked where she was now. Bellamus replied that they were in the invented Doral, which struck it even more. Without believing in her ears, she asked him to repeat him. The man once again called the name of the village. Finally, realizing all this, she turned around and looked at the girl with a horn on the forehead. And here she came to the goblins lived here. The young man apologized that he had forgotten to warn her and asked not to be scared. They say, it is the village of Demon, but the local residents do not intend with people, so everything is fine. Listening to him, the sword added that he was the only inhabitant of this village, and stated that she had already arrived where she wanted. Closing the door behind her, she pulled the sword, led him on the do, and said that he would not worry. She was here to save the main character from the widespread evil of Goblin. All around were shocked by its appearance. The knight directed the sword on the goblins and loudly stated that she had come to save the main character from the ubiquitous evil of Goblin. 1986 Delaros was scared when the sword's edge was brought directly to him. The young man who stood behind the swordsman's back did not understand anything from her words. He immediately asked what that means, and she replied, "You are the eldest son of Count Asteri, whom I serve." The young man did not understand what she was talking about, and confessed that he heard such for the first time in her life. The girl said there was nothing strange about this, because he was abducted almost immediately after birth, and remembered how she got the task of finding him. Lisa entered the office of Count Asterius, asking if he wanted to see her. Renest stood her back and looked thoughtfully at the panoramic windows. Without looking at her, he reported that she had an important task for her, and then added that what she will say now should remain a secret only for her. The braids looked at her with the edge of the eye and slowly said, "His son seems to whom goblins were abducted by the baby, may still be alive." Lisa was surprised and asked if he was sure. He replied to this that he had heard this news from unreliable sources, so he could guarantee nothing. But if it is true, it is really surprising. He also confessed that it was difficult for him to send her to such a dangerous case without any evidence, and asked if she would agree to go in search of his son. The swordsman confidently stated that it is impossible to ignore this opportunity if it is really important for him, and suggested to entrust it to her. Having told her story, she added that it was because of this that she was in this village. Listening to the girl, the protagonist could not believe his ears and thought, did he really leave him in the forest? Lisa confessed that she was not fully sure whether he was really the son of Renest. However, given the color of the eyes, hair, and other characteristics, the probability was quite large. The young man looked at her distrustfully. He remembered that day in the woods, and thought, and suddenly he really is the Earl of the Sun, as the girl said. But he remembered for sure. It was left that day. Remembering that day and her words, he felt, something is clear here. She looked carefully at him. The protagonist noted that she is often mistaken, and the girl in response cast a surprised look at him. The young man said that he would explain everything now, but first asked to remove the sword. De la Reta did not look away from the edge of the sword, which the knight in the armor directed at her, although he had already begun to hesitate. The peasants gathered around the house. The protagonist shared with her his version of events. Lisa was surprised to find out that he had been expelled. In 2005, goblins were picked up, to which he nodded. The girl quickly objected, stating that it was not true, because goblins were dishonest creatures. Della Rosa asked in surprise why he did not understand her words. The Clopets explained, she was referring to all goblins. With this heard, the horned girl exploded with indignation. They say, all this is a solid lie. Lisa asked interested who Goblin was near the young man. The guy said that her name is Delaros, the daughter of Goblin himself who sheltered him. For him, she became almost like a sister in this village. Goblin looked at a woman with a sword with a clearly dissatisfied look. Lady in the armor confidently stated that she would never believe that Goblin saved a man. The young man calmly replied that it was true, regardless of whether she believes him. The peasants watched with excitement for their intense conversation. In 2009, Lisa strictly asked if he really believed that Mr. Renest was lying, and she added that she would not allow her owner's name to be tainted. She asked sharply whether this guy had any evidence. The guy noted that he could not say that he did not appreciate such a steady devotion to his business, but right now, it creates a little problem. The girl asked him for any evidence, to which the protagonist answered. In his opinion, his very presence here and life without any grief is sufficient proof. He also added that if he had been stolen, they would have been forced to work as a slave or ate at all. She asked in surprise whether it should mean that he was growing goblins, and wondered if he did not invent it all. The protagonist noted, "Well, let's say he is a sneaky servant of cruel, soulless goblins. But why then he will waste her life? Why does he allow her to stand here with his sword, without any attempt to take it away?" He also said that they were found and brought to the village of Goblin, adding, "If she woke up on the road and grabbed his sword, these goblins could not survive." As you ask all these rhetorical questions, the protagonist finally asked her, "Are we really like villains?" Where La Rosa fell and looked carefully at the girl. Lisa, who came to save the young man from the village of demons, thought about his words and fell silent for a moment. Finally, the girl in armor uncertainly admitted that in truth, she did not know whether it was worth trusting in his words, and then added that she had a small request to him. The swordsman confidently suggested that she stay in this village of demons for a while. She said that after the guest is watching their lives, she would be able to decide how to proceed. The main character and Veronica looked at each other in surprise without waiting for such a proposal. 2019. Every inhabitant who met the main character greeted him, and he smiled warmly and wished everyone a good morning. Veronica traveled next to him. Lisa watched this scene with surprise. She firmly decided that she would not allow herself to deceive. She knew perfectly. There were no good demons, no matter how sweet they may seem. After all, these creatures stole the son of her teacher, so caution here is above all. The main character stops near a small monument and explains that this is where the center of Velistoral is located. Even the name of the city is engraved on a stone. Just behind the monument, there are fields where various plants grow. The girl showed her hand to the fields and asked how the demons had agriculture. Where La Rosa seems to be something worried. The young man added that outside the settlement, they have an even larger farm. A girl in a sophisticated outfit came to him. "Greetings." She wondered if their new guest was feeling better. The guy turned and replied that the guest still needed to rest a little, for which the girl advised not to forget to eat well. The girl in the exquisite dress smiled. She reached out to a rather great fruit and said that he had just been ripped on the field. Lisa took the fruit and asked the young man what the girl said. He replied that she invited her to treat her, so that Lisa could try that taste. The swordsman thanked him, but carefully examining the fruit in her hand, suddenly realized that it was a poisonous fruit. Realizing this, the girl, along with the knight in the armor, began to be suspicious of the main character and lady. Without thinking for a long time, Veronica asked if she would eat it, and then added that in that case, she would handle this task. Without any hesitation, she gladly ate the fruit, saying it was very tasty. Lisa immediately warned that this fruit was poisonous, but the young man just reassured it. "They say, there is nothing to worry about." He explained that these fruits are grown in a special way, so it is not necessary to be afraid of poison, and added that he understands her alertness well. The guy added that if they really wanted to poison her, they would be done much earlier, for example yesterday when they were passed on food. And in general, no one would even save her life. The protagonist reached her fruit again and said they had many more. She thanked, but still refused. He just shrugged and said not to worry. Then he suggested going to the training ground. A little time passed, and the guy brought her to the training ground, where all the local residents were carefully practiced. Mitch had already guessed that I noticed that there were many soldiers, surprisingly. He also wondered who they were going to fight against, to which the young man replied, "They are not soldiers, here all, one family. In addition, in this forest is full of dangers. For example, even hellish dogs happen." She was already convinced of this in her own experience. However, the protagonist reassured her. "They say, the peasants did not do evil to anyone, if, of course, not to provoke them." The girl listened to his words. One of the locals, while on the scene, asked the health of the man, and the young man replied that the wounds had already healed, so she gradually recovers. The girl, with a lively glance, happily said it was wonderful, because she wanted to try her hand in a duel with her. She also emphasized that the man seems very experienced. The young man turned to the sword, saying that he wanted to spend sparring with the forest, and also noted that of all in the village the most powerful sword was considered novice. The knight, without thinking, agreed, and immediately grabbed a wooden sword, stating that she was taking this weapon. The guy was a little surprised, but did not care. She confidently stated that the words here are superfluous. The sword will reveal your true essence. Navasha wondered what the girl said, and she briefly replied that she agreed. Two fencers silently came together in a fierce duel. even despite the fact that their swords were wooden. The young man tried to stop them and say something, but no one paid attention to him. Delaria decided to support Noashi, shouting in his honor. Meanwhile, the strongest swordsmen of the village have struck. Lisa repelled the blow, surprised to note for herself. The enemy was small in height, but beat with great force. This did not coincide with Lisa's idea of the power of the goblins. Noashi made another blow and admitted, "This girl is not simple. She first saw a rival with such a quiet face." The two most powerful warriors came together in a frantic duel, without restraining their forces, and suddenly the sword of one of the knights suddenly broke. Half of the wooden sword flew to the side, lifting a cloud of dust. Lisa calmly turned her gaze on her opponent. She smiled. She reached out to shake her hand, and said that the girl was a real youth. She added that when she was finally recovered, the council would be redrawn with her forces. The silence of the night slid past and went away. The girl in the armor noted that this goblin avoids in every way to touch the place where she has a wound. Thinking if she adheres to the night rules, she immediately rejected these thoughts as a senselessness. It was unclear that she was doing with Lisa. Lisa told the guy that she needed to be alone and think well. The girl sat on the bench and reflected aloud. It seemed to her, it is only necessary to look at their village from the inside, as she would certainly expose all their lies. But everything happened completely differently than she expected. A young man sat quietly nearby. She added that the village, which used to look like a focus of evil demons, was now a regular, lively city of people in her eyes. Residents focused on their daily matters. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was pleased to hear it from her, and also assured her eyes were not lying, and he would prove it in fact. She looked at him. A few residents of the city called a young man, and one of them came closer, saying that his friend had a baby. Nearby, the woman was holding a baby in her arms. The young man greeted them with this joyous event. Delaros came up, looked at the baby, and happily said he was extremely sweet. The swordsman looked carefully at a small baby with tiny horns on the forehead and small fangs. The woman who kept her baby in her arms noticed her gaze and asked if she had never seen a baby's toddler, and then suggested that she keep him. The girl did not understand Orchika's words, but the guy immediately explained everything. The orc handed her baby to the girl and asked to hold, adding that he was the sweetest baby in the world. The swordsman first refused, but eventually took the baby in her arms and looked at him closely. The baby happily smiled, laughed on the handles, and began to whiten something cheerfully in their own language. The girl looked carefully at him. She smiled, gently holding the baby in her arms, and the main character stared warmly at them, smiling too. Delaros reached out and asked. She also wants to hold the baby. Returning to the house, the guy asked how the day had passed in the village. The girl did not answer his question, only confessed that she was hungry, and asked if it was possible to taste the fruit from the basket. The protagonist took the fruit to his hands and stretched it to the girl. She looked at the fruit carefully, and then bit the piece for the first time and started eating. Lisa tasted a new fruit for herself and, smiling with his mouth, passionately said it was incredibly delicious. The protagonist confessed that he was pleased to hear it from her, and greeted her in the language of cycling. Delaros, standing next to the young man, smiled. Someone said the woman gave birth. She was holding a baby newly born, looking at him a little surprised. The exhausted woman reached out, asked what happened, and begged to allow her baby to hug. Lay maid assured that he did not scream, and asked him to pinch him in the heel. Another maid replied that she had already tried. But then everyone noticed the baby was breathing, although he still never cried. The baby moved his fingers and realized with surprise he still managed to use the magic of reincarnation. He suddenly realized that the girl who gently holds him in his arms and his mother. Tired, but happy, she quietly admires her baby and already thinks of what good name to give him. Suddenly the door opened sharply, and a Graf came to the room. He immediately asked if the lady had already given birth. The maid congratulated the man with the birth of her son, adding that the baby is completely healthy. The man easily understood her words. The baby, meeting with her father, noted herself. He looks decent. Is he not royal blood? The girl who kept the baby asked with a smile what he would be called. But the earl asked her not to rush, because first he wanted to test the child's abilities. She was killed. The baby thought about his father's words. If nothing has changed during this time, then it was about the special ability that is embedded in every person. He also explained that that is why newborns were checked immediately, but he was simply indignant that someone was able to do so at all, without even giving the child a name. The father reached out to the baby. The mother began to worry and reminded the man that he said before the birth of the baby, and wanted to ask him not to do so. But the man interrupted her, decisively saying that it was not discussed. He confidently stated that if the child shows evil or dangerous abilities, he will without hesitation will throw it into the demonic forest. The girl hugged the baby firmly, not believing what could happen. Hearing this, the child wept quietly, thinking about what father he was able to give up his own child only because of his or her ability. The man noticed that the baby seems to understand what they were talking about. He apologized to his son and explained that such rules are in their family. I will add that the right to manage should be transferred to the oldest son of the previous chapter. But if he has dangerous abilities, he does not deserve to lead the genus. The girl began to deny, they say, to leave the baby in the forest. It is wrong, and at least in the city it had to be left. But his father rejected this idea, explaining that it would only complicate everything in the future, and in general, at first it was necessary to get rid of the baby just in place. The man pulled the knife and confessed that he did not rest his conscience. He looked carefully at them. He said that at first it should check everything, and if it is good, there will be no problem. The baby looks carefully at the knife. The cow asked for permission to hold the baby by the handle and made a small incision on his finger. A drop of blood immediately protruded from him. She was amazed that the baby did not even cry. The girl squeezed his hand firmly. A butler appeared behind, holding an object in his hands. The kid immediately guessed. It is a stone that is determined by born abilities. Such an expensive thing for ordinary people did not even dream. After the man lifted his finger and carefully dripped a drop of blood on the stone, he focused on what color that stone shines. It was not a few seconds as a stone with symbols shone with a bright blue light, which he had a lot struck the child's father. The girl hugged the baby and burst into tears. The baby was delighted with magic, and his father, clasping his teeth, reported that the stone shone blue. Standing near the bed on which his mother lay with the baby, the earl said that blue was a terrible defect. Hearing this, the baby was surprised. How is it? Magic is something bad? What happened to this world? The father reached out and apologized to him. The tears girl in her eyes begged him to stop. How can he do so with a newly born baby? The maid tried to reassure her, and the Graf, without hesitation, took the baby. The man said that this child did not deserve to live, and added that she had no abilities. The protagonist mentioned this moment and the piercing words of the mother, who begged to stop and leave him. Quietly, almost whispered, the guy asked, what to do when he has no talent at all? He looked at the starry sky where the moon glowed and promised himself what happened that day he would never forget. The man said that it was Count Asterius who threw him into the forest, and now he was surprised why suddenly he needed again. In the morning, the swordsman, coming to the gate of the village, thanked everyone for the warm reception and said that she was now sure. His words were sincere, without any lies. The young man replied that I was glad to hear it. Residents were going to spend it on the road. Lisa also noted that he was asking for too much, but still understood that his abduction with goblins was only an unfortunate mistake. Despite this, the girl invited the boy to return with her to the estate. The girl still added that the main character will be a wonderful Graf. Her proposal surprised the young man. But despite all this, the guy stated that he was not the son of Count Asterius, but the true son of Aresa from Velistoral. The guy added that without him the peasants would not be easy, so he can't just throw everything and go. Smiling, Lisa assured that she understands everything and added, if so, she returns to the estate. The protagonist spent the girl with his eyes, noting that she had already recovered well, and now everything will be fine with her. Dolores waved her hand and shouted cheerfully so that she would certainly come to them. After spending the day in Veladurdi, Lisa returns to the Count of the Count and shares everyone she learned. After completing the story, she calmly informs, the report is ready. The man sits at the desk, listening carefully. The man listened carefully to her report, and then clarified. The main character really said that he would not return? He wanted to make sure whether it was exactly what he had made his mouth. The girl said that Bellamus decided to give all her strength to the development of the village as his head. Hearing all this delusion, the Count asked in surprise why she dared to return to the estate. The man looked seriously at Lisa and asked why she simply did not take him with her force. From his insightful point of view, Lisa suddenly confused and nurtured. The swordsman was Heaven. Heaven said he wanted to ask something, and he wondered what exactly was about. Without thinking for a moment, she asked if it was true that, as the Count said, the boy was abducted by Goblin. He was surprised by this issue, although it was not visible in the face. The knight confidently stated that everyone in the village was already discussing. They found an abandoned boy in the forest and took him to themselves. The Renzi was silent, and then asked what it was in mind to trust them. The girl replied that she seems... They do not speak lies. The man stood sharply, and in surprise looking at her, exclaimed whether she was in common sense, adding that it was now about real, sinister demons. Lisa said it was true, and precisely because she believed in it, did not dare to take away Bellamus with force. She added that if the Count at one time did not leave his own child in the forest, it may be different. The man was only silent in response. The swordsman carefully suggested that Bellamus may not be his son. She noted that they have a similar eye color, hair, and a lot of similar ones, but considers it only by chance. It was noticeably alarmed. She wondered how much she wanted Daral's peace of mind and continued to prevail, and noted that Mr. Renest is a reasonable man, so she would probably understand everything. The man got up and went to the window, saying that he understood it, and then added, "It is probably time to tell how everything was really." She threw a dreamy look at him. The Count stood by the window and looked thoughtfully into the distance. He said the goblins did not steal his baby, just as he did not leave her. Lisa asked in surprise what he means. He said that one of his subordinate knights betrayed him and stolen a child. In addition, when he was finally caught and interrogated, it turned out that he left the baby in the forest. Unfortunately, the baby could not be found. Renest said that he did not even suspect that he was picked up by goblins and added, how much he was not looking for. Everything was in vain. Fringing his teeth, he acknowledged that, deciding that his son had already been a food for demons, and he ordered the herself to stop the search with heart pain. The girl listens carefully to him. The man continues, explaining that the betrayal of the subordinate is a shame for the Graf, and this must be hidden. Standing to the window, the Earl explained that the servant was executed for another reason, and the death of the child was attributed to completely different circumstances. After listening to the guy, the girl wondered why the knight needed to abduce a baby. The man explained that it became clear from the interrogation. Hatred of the Australian family moved them. He did not suspect that, and acknowledged that it was his mistake. Lisa denied and wondered if Mr. Anbus, who took place 6 years ago, was not accidentally talking about. She noticed that then the real cause was never voiced, and asked if they really executed it. Renest confirmed her assumption. The swordsman could not believe it, and wondered why he did not tell her about it before. He apologized and explained that his subordinate was a friend, so he did not want a bad glory to go immediately. He also added that, learning that his son is alive, he would return him, and ask her for help in this case. The girl replied that she understands his position, but still insisted. That's what his son did not want. The man confidently turned to her and said that his son is an ordinary man, so he should live among people. He added that only here the guy can be truly happy. Lisa said at once that she understands everything, but to release a son abducted by someone, by force, is like something wrong. Rins agreed with this, adding that at first they should talk again and try to convince him. If it succeeds, it will be great. But if this does not happen, they will start a full-scale invasion. He turned to the window. The man stated that it was his final decision. Lisa was stunned by Herd. Despite the girl, the Graf added that he rests on the sword craftsman. There was no other choice in the forests, so she just agreed in silence. Returning to the village of Demon, the girl told the main character everything that happened to her. The young man sighed and firmly stated that he did not change his opinion. He would not return to the Graf's family. Then the knight noted, if she cannot convince him, the Renest will try to return his force. The guy wondered if she was going to introduce troops, to which Lisa replied that, most likely, yes. He then asked if she really believed the words of the Count, and in response, Lisa wondered if he believed that the Earl was lying. The protagonist glanced at her confidently and confirmed it, after which she wondered why he thought so. The young man replied that she was saying falsehood because he remembers the day when he was left. Every little thing like his palm. The girl was surprised without understanding what he was talking about. The protagonist confidently stated that he remembers exactly that day. Everything faces his eyes, as if it had happened yesterday. The girl was amazed. She looked at him with distrust, and asked if he really suggested that he nodded confidently. He added that he was thrown into the forest by order of the Graf. All this happened for one reason. The guy had magical abilities from birth, and it was because of this that the Earl decided that such a child was not a place among the living. Lisa confidently stated that she could not be, and added, of course magical abilities are considered a vice. However, Even so, she could not believe that Mr. Ernst was capable. The girl lowered her eyes, and the young man realized that she did not trust him. The protagonist invited her to listen, as he recalls the Count, told about his mother and a knight who did all the dirty work, and it was he who took the boy to the forest. For a while, the guy described in detail her people, and then summed up, that's how they looked at that moment. The swordsman said in surprise that everything was really the same. What they told about Renest and his wife, and even Mr. Anbus, she wondered where he knew it all. Oh, the Count is still alive, but his wife and former chief have long died. The young man was surprised and asked if his mother had died, and he replied that she had died 3 months after his birth. The protagonist remembered how his mother shouted desperately when the Earl took him away from her and thought that he was now in his place. He immediately remembered that they only briefly combined with his mother, and the news of her death was a heavy blow to him. The expression of deep sorrow has frozen on the face, where La Rosa, who stood nearby, noticed it and turned to him. The young man just smiled at that and assured that everything was fine with him. Then Lisa wondered why the Count wanted to return it, if everything is normal. The young man replied that she should know the cause of it. The swordsman remembered her eldest son, Renest, and thought that, as far as she knows, there were some fears about his health, but she believed that he would pass over time when he grows up. She also noted that the graph seems to not count on it, but also said that if the Bellamus returns, he will become the oldest son in the family, and the present will lose the right to be the heir. But now he can't just do so after he had once left his son. The girl wondered why Renest only showed a cold calculation instead of her father's love, and still noticed that even Bellamus did not want to return, but despite it still tried to make herself back. She closed her eyes, trying to drive away from herself because she did not want to believe Mr. Astrius could not be so insidious. The young man stated that under no circumstances he plans to go back, and at the same time added that he had a small request. He ordered that when she returned to the estate, she told everyone that he died of a disease or a tragic accident. The girl was surprised and he continued, "They say she would come up with something. The main thing is that the cause of the attack on the village disappears." She asked if he suggested lying, and the guy nodded. It would be better. The knight has long considered this request, and in the end he still agreed to fulfill it. Raising, she promised to inform Renest about everything that had happened. The guy thanked her, noting that they were now in debt. Lisa bowed politely, and finally came out. Delaros waves her goodbye, and for a moment silence. Someone is watching them closely from the house. Lily looked and asked if she had to be released. The young man wondered whether she listened to a chance, and the girl with horns explained that Lily was an ordinary maid. She noted that it was definitely correct to lie with the Count, but it was possible to just ask her to stay, so it would be even better. The guy noted that this would only become a man for a man to attack the village to bring back his knight again. Lily recognized her mistake, and admitted that even if she had lied to the Count, it would not have been guaranteed that he would not affect them. The young man agreed with her, and added that they needed to invent a plan in case of attack. The protagonist told everyone the attendees about everything that happened, and added that in the worst case, he would have to seem a Renest on his own. Hearing this, the lady in the straw hat resolutely refused him, stating that she would not allow anything. The old man asked Belomac whether he wanted to live among people, but the guy refused, and added that it was his house here. Della Rocca had fallen and stated that she would never forgive those who tried to take her brother. The woman also noted that Mr. Bellamus needed the village of Velistoral. The blonde girl added that it was thanks to him that they managed to unite and become stronger. Lily asked through tears, if he does not, whose maid will she be? The demon standing nearby watched the crying girl silently. Orc stated that if these people try to pick up a guy force, they would show what they were capable of. Navashi supported the Orca and confirmed that they would not be given it. Hearing confident assurances of the peasants, he sincerely thanked them. Without hesitation for a minute, he confidently stated that, whatever happened, the main character would not leave the village, and added that he had to prepare for the battle. The Graf is thoughtfully looked at the landscape outside the window. Some of the peasants asked the young man how big the army of the elders. The protagonist noted that no one knows the exact number, but there can be thousands of them, or even 10,000. The peasants were worried. There were so much of them that someone even joked, "Only a little, and we will be no less than the ants were in this place recently." He also noted that people are not adapted to the dangers of the forest and are probably not ready to meet with the local monsters. They will become less before they reach the village, so there is no special occasion for fear. However, he immediately suggested that the threat on their part is quite real, and it could have turned serious problems. so there was an urgent thing to invent something. At this point, the girl spoke from the crowd. She initially suggested to throw her army of ants into battle to weaken the opponents. She noticed that now they have become more thanks to the village, so they could be good. The young man looked at her and said that in this case they were waiting for great suffering. The girl explained that in fact, soldiers from the anthill without the main core look like arms and legs without a body. In addition, in their case, these limbs are still growing again, so they do not suffer serious harm. The guy asked if she was confident. She added that while the nucleus was all right, her people will live and develop. It is still sad that they will have to say goodbye to many comrades who have recently joined them, but she assured that she was ready for it, and also said she would stay in the village for the organization, and asked the boy to allow her to help, which surprised him. He thought a little about her request, then he agreed, suggested that she act, and asked how many legionnaires in the detachment. Medina replied that they were about 700. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and asked if he could trust the intelligence of the territory then. Medina nodded and added that recently the general joined their ranks with the impressive rapid reaction and incredible speed. The young man nodded approved, saying that it was a wonderful idea. He added that the council was in the west, and asked her general to closely monitor the paths that the army could move. She agreed. The girl also noted that everything she sees is immediately transmitted to her brain, so she will be able to instantly inform the boy of any changes. The protagonist was surprised to be such abilities, and noted that it is really useful. One of the orcs turned to Bellamus and asked what to do next. The young man suggested that everyone continue their workouts and prepare for battle. The peasants supported this idea. He also announced that he would now be engaged in strengthening the protection of the village, and urged everyone who owns the magic of the earth to join it. Lily Delarosis immediately expressed a desire to help. The Earl did not believe the girl's words, and once again asked if his son really died. The knight confirmed this. He struck his fists on the table and asked sharply whether it was true that she said. The girl confirmed that it was true, and added that he was really killed by a demon near the village, because the forest is very dangerous. The man could not believe her words. In despair, he grabbed his head, thanked her for his service, and ordered to leave. She looked at him. At this point, a nobleman came to the room and announced that Mr. Bass came to Renest. The man lifted his head, first surprised and threw that he was not to it now, but suddenly changed his mind and allowed him to come. The Earl decided that all this fuss began through Bass, and added, he would tell him everything as he was. It may be easier after that. The room included a fair-haired man, greeted the Count, and immediately noticed Mrs. Lisa. She looked at him. Bass smiled and confessed that he heard. The boy from the forest village was actually the son of the Count, and this news surprised him. He also asked if he had already returned him here, to which the Renzi replied that his son had died. The man was surprised, and the child's father confirmed that it was true. Without listening to the end, a fair-haired man immediately stated that it was impossible. The Sirius transferred a curious look. Lisa was discontinuing and nervous. Renest immediately assured that the knight had confirmed this information, but he replied that it was not true. He immediately turned his gaze on the girl and strictly asked what the baby died. But she was confused and said, saying that the baby had died at the hands of a demon. Bass called it a nonsense and added that this guy could overcome even the hippopotamus, and in the west of the forest lived demons, which he does not fit into the suits. She saw it herself. He smiled deceptively, looked at her in the eye, and asked if she really lied to the death of the boy. The girl looked at her eyes. The sofa rose from the table, asking him to stop, and confidently added that Lisa would never lie to him. Bass noted that Earl San managed to combine whole tribes of demons on his own. He emphasized that if there was no outstanding gift of eloquence, it would be absolutely unrealistic. He also noted that his son was able to deceive Mrs. Forrest and forced her to tell him a lie. The man only watched them. The girl looked, clearly worried. Renest noticed it and thought that in other circumstances he would trust her without hesitation. But if his son is truly alive, then the genus of Astriasans had a chance to continue. The boss said he could believe him or not, but it would not change the essence. The problem would not disappear. Even if his son does not, Velistoral village will still live further. He also noted that the village would still be a serious danger to the locals. The Earl could leave everything as it is, but then all the responsibility for the possible damage to the city would have to bear it. Lisa, covered with excitement, begged Renest to stop and calm down. She insisted that the demons from that village were not at all dangerous, assured him in this, and asked not to have any enmity with them, because there was no reason for this. Bass smiled and asked why she was so passionate about them, even with such convincing arguments, adding that it looks very suspicious. After that, she added that it was about it. They say you can find out the truth only in one way. To see everything with your own eyes, the man thought. Lisa and a fair-haired man are looking forward to what answer Count Asterius will give in this difficult situation. The man stood in thought for a long time, remembering the baby he had once left in the woods immediately after birth. His heart was beating faster and louder every moment. But unfortunately, Count Renest confidently stated that they would be preparing to invade Velistoral. The protagonist proudly stated that everything was ready. Several peasants were already on the high wall that defended the village. All preparations for the invasion were completed. The young man summed up their preparation. They erected another wall, built 15 towers, and dug a small moat under the outer wall. He confidently stated that during these 20 days they really worked well, and stressed that all this was in vain. In addition, he added that even a 1,000th army will not be able to capture them just like that. The young man also noted that these works benefit not only the village, but also the magicians themselves, because they all constantly use their abilities, and this should significantly strengthen their strength. Navashi smiled and noted that he was not afraid himself, but also added that while someone was fond of magic, others trained for exhaustion. She, along with Elarosa, confidently and enthusiastically stated that she would easily win these pathetic people. The protagonist assured everyone that the attack on the village has not yet been confirmed, so it remains hoping that everything would end peacefully. The dark-haired girl was frightened and said quietly that she was hoping for it, because she did not want to fight with others at all. Navashi said that once they have finished with it, she suggested sparring. They say they need to train. Delia in response promised to teach her magic rooms. The girl with short hair grabbed the boy by her hand and pulled to herself, stating that she would be the first. But his sister quickly intervened, also pulling her brother to herself and insisting that she should be the first. The protagonist went away, asked not to argue through the little things, and reminded that he had already agreed about training with Navia. Delarosis, hearing it, got it. Suddenly someone called Mr. Bellamus and shouted that it had happened. All four immediately turned to voice. Medina stopped at the office, turning his breath after jogging. The young man approached and wondered what had happened. Realizing that something was wrong, he looked carefully at the girl and asked if the enemies were already here. She only nodded, confirming his fears. She closed her eyes and saw with the help of collective consciousness the same thing as one of the Mura generals when she reported that the enemies were coming from the west. A huge warlord sits on the tree branch and watches carefully around everything. She reported that a whole army of people had entered the forest. Seeing this army in the imagination, Medea voiced, about 7,000 knights. Everyone immediately froze from the surprise, hearing their number. Such an answer was clearly not expected here. The young man immediately realized. It seems that the forest failed to convince the count. Although the forest does not belong to those who can lie, he replied that in this case they would operate according to the plan, and ordered the release of the ant. Their task is to try to reduce the number of enemies and win a little time. He added that if they can slow down the enemy, it will significantly affect the morale of soldiers. He also noted that it is worth reminding the soldiers. This forest is the possession of demons. Medea agreed with his order and explained that she needed to focus to control the legion at such a distance, so she would return to the nest. Delaros asked what to do now. The guy wondered and replied that they could not afford to rest until the Medea troops were fighting on the battlefield. He also ordered the gathering of all the goblin soldiers to gather and bring them into full combat readiness, and in the meantime, he would quickly teach the Derile and Delia of the basics of protective magic. The young man noted that Lily and Allens should also master it. The girls replied that they would now be called. When everyone escaped, he stayed himself and thought he would rather stay away from this war. The protagonist looked closely at the forest that rises behind the walls of the village, and thought, here you should not wait for a mercy. He does not hesitate to punish enemies, even if the enemy is his father. The count solemnly jumps on a horse, sparkling with armor. Bass smiles, and Lee is noticeably nervous. The army of 7,000 soldiers under the leadership of Count Renest moved through the dense forest thickets, approaching the village of Velistoral. Asturias threw a strict gaze forward, and led his army on the attack on the village of Demon, when suddenly noticed a detachment of mercenaries ahead. Being in his estate, he spoke of preparation for the invasion. Lisa couldn't believe heard. The base just smiled and said it was a really smart choice. He also added that once he had already decided to go to the village, he wants to hire his and his friends. The man asked who he was, and then the boss remembered that he had not yet introduced himself. He said he was a leader of the detachment of mercenaries. Smiling, he added that their specialty is the destruction of demons, so they will certainly come in handy. The Renest immediately wondered how much the services of mercenaries cost, and how many in the detachment. The fair-haired man replied, "People, about 1,000, and the price, 50,000 rins." The Graf was surprised at a low price and asked why it is so cheap. In response, Bass only asked not to worry. They say, the quality of their services is much higher than the price. The man remembered this conversation when he continued to write. He also noted that he doubted their real benefit, but does not consider 50,000 rin a great loss for such a thing. But even then, Renest could not imagine that the base would be the leader of mercenaries. The man looked at the Graf with a smile. After that, he looked at the forest and asked if she was all right with her, because her appearance was unhealthy. Lisa assured that everything is well with her. The girl wondered if she was doing everything right and thought, maybe it was worth more confidence to convince Renest. She also thought, if there was no way out of this situation. She remembered the main character who showed the monument, and wondered, is it right that it would now be destroyed through her? Lisa reminded herself that she swore to serve the family of the Count, so the fulfillment of the will of Lord Asterius is her duty as a knight, but as a person, she could not do so. It was wrong. The knight again remembered how good these demons were, when they were rescued, treated, and fed. Now she was not even sure whether she could raise the sword against them. The girl turned sharply on a spooky cry and saw the anthill monster attack the knights, ruthlessly killing them. When they killed several monsters, they hurried to hide in the forest. The knights noticed it and rushed to the road. Lisa screamed to them so that the monsters were not haunted. She confidently stated that if they follow the ambush, and ordered the soldiers to keep. Bass said it was a whole legion of ants, and emphasized what they are terrible rivals. Organized, like themselves. Besides, each of the members of this flock knows every grass in the forest here. The troops of the knights were steadily moving through the thick forest, and did not even pay attention to how the whole legions of ants were carefully observed behind them from the height of trees. One of the enemies rushed into the attack, but the sword managed to cut him with his sword with one accurate blow, saving one of the soldiers. Other monsters began to descend from the trees, preparing for the attack. The girl was loudly warned about the attack from above and ordered the enemy to be hit. The ant army was surprisingly coordinated that it was seriously concerned about the sword. Lisa noticed that the monster had already aimed at Bassa her weapon, and quickly shouted to him, warning of the attack from the rear. But they all died one by one, at the hands of mercenaries who served as a fair-haired man. The enemies could not even get closer to him than a meter. Bass lifted his head from the newly killed monster, looked into his eyes and said coldly that he was in vain. The swordsman was confused by what he saw. The man looked into the dead eyes of the defeated monster, and turning to Medea asked, what would she surprise him? From the depths of the forest suddenly a shrill cry, from which the frightened birds break into the sky, chaotically flying all the way. Lisa with anxiety noticed that the enemies were ambushed again. The warrior is rapidly rushing forward with his sword, trying to see where the danger came from. But one of the soldiers tries to stop it, exciting her hurry. The girl is lost and frightened. Lisa suddenly dies in front of a huge bump that goes somewhere in the depths. From it, clouds of dust rise, and the soil crumbles around. The warrior suddenly stops, amazed. A trap can be hidden ahead. Bass with the forest approach the edge of the failure. The girl looks inside, hoping that the fallen warriors are still alive. Bass with cold indifference inspects the trap, and notices that the pit was truly deep. At the bottom of the pits, warriors covered with earth lie motionless. Their bodies are covered with fragments of beaten armor. The man notes that if you now have to be alert at every step, the road can be delayed for a whole month. The girl carefully comprehends what he heard. The heroine with sadness notes that their warriors seem to lack the determination to move on. The boss nods in response, recognizing that things are really difficult. Lisa inspects the situation with an assessment, and recognizes that the danger of the flaily forest was much greater than they thought. She proposes to stop the offensive immediately. The warrior proposes to retreat and promises to contact the Count of Renes's with a proposal to renew the offensive. But after proper preparation, Bass, barely noticeably smiling, confidently clicks his fingers and announces that there is still a way out. By the sign of a basist, men emerge from the shadows in dark hoodies. They are already ready to start the case. One of the sorcerers, concentrated his hand forward, begins to whisper the spell. The second man, pulling the hood so that the face was almost hidden in the shade, stared carefully, focusing on the outside world. The third sorcerer under the hood shines the eye. You can see how he is completely deep in a spell focused on the edge. The fourth magician, gnashing with his teeth, outlined a magical spell loudly. Weir hides his head in his palms, scared to respond to the flash of light that has escaped from the magical circle. Magical traps begin to appear on the forest path, and they are perfectly round. Bass explains that thanks to magic, all the traps in the forest can now be seen. The girl notices in surprise that it really worked. Lisa reproaches the magician that he did not immediately use the spell. He answered calmly, "This magic takes a lot of strength." He turns away and adds that it was because of this that they did not hurry to act. The warrior looks at the man, trying to understand who he really is. Behind the base, lining up with a line, stand his mercenaries. And it shocks everyone around, because no one has heard about them before. The girl is surprised. 50,000 rin. Too small for such a powerful detachment. Lisa tries to understand what is happening in confusion, and cannot believe what is possible at all. In the military camp there is a fuss. The soldiers are busy with their own business. Food is cooked on the fire, and other soldiers are carefully checked and stacked near the warehouse. Suddenly, the camp is attacked. The soldiers look around in confusion, not having time to get over, and demonic ants are already bursting inside with a piercing squeeze, lifting the weapon upwards. The soldiers lined up in a row, kept weapons at the ready, and on their faces clearly read fear. A huge snake with a frantic force breaks through the rows of soldiers, scattering them in different directions. The battlefield is covered with immovable bodies of soldiers, between which scattered spears and various weapons. On the wall of the fortress hangs a coat of arms depicting 2 crossed swords. Medina reports that they managed to cope with 3,000 enemy soldiers, but the detachment forces are almost on the verge, and it will be very difficult to restrain the offensive. Bellas assures the interlocutor that she has coped perfectly with the task, even despite her apology. The young man notes that the detachment restrained the enemy for half a month, and this probably depleted all their forces. Hearing this, the girl does not restrain joy. The young man examines the situation and understands that after the defeat, the enemy is much weakened, and now there are about 4,000. He also points out that there are only 500 soldiers on their side. Although the actions of Medina have significantly weakened the enemy's morale, Belima confesses that he is not sure whether the enemy will be able to compensate for such a serious advantage in quantity. The young man warns all those present. The enemy is already approaching their gates. He calls everyone not to give up and fight all over. Bellamus orders everyone to take their seats and adds that it has something important to inform. The soldiers move forward quickly, and it is at this moment that the guy urges not to give up. Lisa carefully observes from the forest behind the walls of the fortress, which rise in front of Velistoral. The girl standing among the warriors recognized the fortress and mentally called her name, plunging into her own reflections. The hostile army is accumulating just under the gate, and the warrior with sadness thinks that she did not imagine her return home. From his high castle, Bellamus addresses the knights with a question, wondering why they came. The young guy, squeezing the sword firmly in his hand, shouts with fury that if they came armed, they can forget about the mercy. The girl is silent, with anxiety watching what is happening. On her face there is an expression of pain and tension, which is drawn somewhere deep inside. Lisa recalls how Navasha was enthusiastically distinguished by her strength and promised, as soon as she recovers completely, they will surely come together in battle. In the memoirs of the girl, a baby goblin, wrapped in a blanket, smiles happily and cheerfully makes joyful sounds. Bellamus stretches Malin with a friendly smile, inviting to treat the goodies. The girl closes her eyes, imagining what the unmatched taste will be this dish. Earl Astrea looks forward, stuck, covering himself with a flag with a noticeable symbol. The sharp sword was snatched from the vagina. Lisa, with determination in his eyes, raises the shield and clearly orders to grab a windgun. The enemies are mounted with a dense bench directly on the fortification. Defenders watch them carefully from the tower. The young man, having lowered his eyes, turns to Lisa with regret and compassion. A giant magical circle suddenly flashes over the tower, the black sphere woven by the concentric runes. It is a powerful spell that belongs to the highest level of earthly magic. Soldiers from the bottom with anxiety monitor this threatening element, which is relentlessly coming. A group of soldiers lifts a look up, hearing a strange sound and feeling that something unknown is approaching them. The huge magical circle hangs over the battlefield, immediately attracting the views of all the warriors. Battle participants look up into the sky, not understanding what they will have to face. With a terrible roar from the sky, a giant meteorite flies into the ground and causes a huge explosion. The flame tongues and fragments fly around. The soldier was framed. On his face reflects unbearable pain, The mouth is revealed in a cry. One of the soldiers is seriously injured when a fragment suddenly hit him. All in the blood with a broken face and painful teeth, it still does not lose consciousness, even after a stroke. Dust and smoke from the devastating blow are wrapped in the battlefield, and swords, bodies, and pieces of armor are scattered among the fragments. On the site of the impact, a large clump was formed, around which the fragments are scattered and the blades are pulled. In the foreground, several soldiers closely monitor the effects of destruction. Soldiers, frightened and puzzled, report on heavy losses. Many of their comrades were destroyed by one powerful blow. Lisa, with a decisive look and loud voice, encourages everyone not to be afraid and calls for not to give up, showing his willingness to fight to the end. The army, led by a woman commander, decisively rushes to attack with swords raised to battle. On the faces of the warriors, unwavering courage, all together rushes forward, harmoniously, and the only force. Bellamus calmly and focusedly says the name of a powerful spell. This means that an incredibly large-scale magical attack will begin soon. The earth is torn into pieces and cracks, a testimony of an incredible power. In the air, fragments are still worn and magical energy outbreaks are pulled. The young man with a cold look calmly pronounces the name of the spell that he has just applied. The place where the blow occurred is wrapped in thick clouds of dust. On the ground there are wounded soldiers who were affected by the attack. On the battlefield on all sides the spell is heard. The explosions shake the air, lifting thick clouds of smoke. Dust blazed everywhere, and Knuts was lying on the ground that was overthrown by heavy blows. Several knights in panic run away, and Lisa tries to stop them in vain, sounding and attracting attention. A woman in armor watches with a surprise how soldiers rush to her. One of them, noticing her, fades in amazing. The young man watches as his enemies retreat in panic, hiding in smoke and dust clubs after devastating blows. Dolores notices that everything has passed suspiciously. The young man with a serious look thoughtfully remembers the events, concluding that the enemies simply underestimated them. But next time, opponents are likely to meet them much more prepared. The battlefield is still wrapped in a smoky after a recent attack, so Bellamus realizes that he cannot lose his vigilance. It passes a little time. The chaos gradually subsides, and silence and peace falls into the forest. One of the allies attracts Bellamus, waving his hand and shouting it. Bellamus looks at a slight surprise. A young man with a serious expression on his face notices something strange, it alarming him and makes him focus hard. The land near the walls of the castle began to move, and it seemed that someone deliberately falling asleep around the fortress. The guy leaves the observation post rapidly, and the rest remain on the tower and watch the events closely. The protagonist suddenly notices something, turns sharply and is alert. From the tower, he notices 3 figures that are stolen at the edge of the forest, and this immediately raises him suspicion. 3 magicians appear in the dark cloaks in the forest. They were the culprits of those magical attacks of the enemy. The young guy releases a powerful energy flow from his charming bow. In his eyes he flicker with surprise. At this time, under the walls of the castle, one of the opponents will roll the wooden siege tower directly to the fortress walls. Bellamus watches the approach of enemies from a height and notices that they have already prepared sedimentary cars. From a height, it is evident that the fortification is completely surrounded by an enemy, which uses its significant advantage in quantity. The hero with a serious look is aware that the real battle only starts. The warriors creeped into the enemy fortress, secretly installed the assault ladders, and raising their weapons, rushed. One of the attackers is enthusiastic that their main goal is to capture the fortress, because in his opinion, evil demons are hiding inside. Bellamus's comrades were instantly straying, responding anxiety to a rapidly aggravated situation. Soldiers rush to the fortress, pulling the assault ladders to take the walls by storm. Demons are shouted frantically, running up. There are too many. The waves of the attack seem endless. The protagonist tensely monitors the approaching enemy, carefully assessing how the events will unfold. A detachment of armed soldiers under loud battle exclamations is a ladder on the walls of the fortress, ordering to destroy everyone but the boy, and not leave the living. One of the uprising warriors suddenly fades with fear. His eyes are widely revealed with horror, and his face is covered with cold sweat. He or she heard something or saw a terrible top. Barbara suddenly appears over it, and reports that they have a souvenir for them. On her face is confidence, and she is clearly preparing to strike. Orc, standing on the wall, easily raises a huge stone over their head and, looking ominously, orders the attackers to retreat and return home. A huge cliff with a roar collapses down, breaking the stairs and scattering the attackers. The soldiers, together with the debris, fly down, losing balance. The enemy commander orders to open fire on the orca standing on the wall. The archers synchronously pull the bows and send arrows to the sky, aiming directly at their target. The powerful body of the orca takes a flurry of arrows, but it stands calmly, as if nothing happened. No arrow has ever pierced his skin. The reaction of the orca looks cold. A close-up orc with an angry and outward look states that this attack was a trifle for him. The soldiers who were storming from below were stunned. Their attack did not work at all. On the faces, horror and confusion, because they could not imagine that the enemy would be so invulnerable. The orcs fill the attackers with giant stones from height. Stone blocks with a whistle and roar fall down, knocking down the soldiers from the ladders and forcing them to stop. Suddenly, one of the defenders looks around, hearing the cries behind. His face instantly gives surprise and alertness. Seeing the enemies attack a friend, the orc is rapidly rushing to the rescue. On the walls of the battle boils in full chaos. The attacker deliberately kisses in open places without a scales, hoping to strike a painful blow. The warrior shudders with pain after an unexpected blow. His face distorts the grimace of anger and anxiety. The attack has suddenly found. Orc suddenly is trapped. Enemies attack from all sides. Weapons shine in their hands, hitting without rest. Although he is strong, he quickly understands. The attackers are too many, and the events go out of control. One of the soldiers with a crazy look rushes forward, waving the sword in the face of the orca, as if he wanted to tear his eyes. He shouts that even the scales will not save the enemy, clearly going to strike a deadly blow. Suddenly, an unexpected attack sounded. Suddenly, someone's hand crashes into the face of the attacker with incredible force, shaking his helmet and breaking his nose. Bellamus is rapidly twisted in a deadly whirlwind, throwing a soldier far up. Its sudden appearance instantly changes the distribution of forces on the battlefield. Barbara fades with surprise, and the enemies panic. Soldiers look at the young man who has just attacked them. One of them, when she packed, recognizes the son of Earl Renest. The other cannot believe that they are an ordinary human guy. A young man with a focused and decisive look is preparing to strike. Suddenly, his sword is lightening the air, leaving a bright mark. After the enemy attack, the soldiers fall to the ground one by one, and the young man, after completing the movement, is already standing. Behind him is a stunned orc that observes this scene. Orc smiles with relief. Bellamus rejoices that Barbara remained alive. Make sure that everything is under control. The young man announces that he goes further, trusting the defense with reliable hands. The orc replies without hesitation, assuring that it will deal with all the rest of the enemies. Alansi is concentrated with his lips, and a powerful stream of fire, which she directs directly to the enemies, breaks out of the magical circle. The fire falls from the sky to enemy soldiers, covering the entire battlefield. Shouts and moans are heard. Enemies are in vain to escape from the blazing tongues of the flames. The girl with relief and confidence notes a successful attack. But it is at this moment that her attention suddenly distracts something unusual. It rotates sharply, surprised by a new threat. A huge ram with a metal tip with a roar breaks through the wall of the fortress. The stones are flying all the way, and a ball of smoke breaks out of the break. The attackers started an active assault using a siege to break the defense. The ram rolls back to the wall, getting ready to go on the offensive again. The commander orders not to stop and move forward. Lansing with anxiety monitors events. She insists that the enemies should be stopped immediately. Otherwise the ram will finally destroy the wall. When the woman spoke, a group of people appeared nearby, who was rapidly approaching the breakthrough. One of the defenders said with relief that reinforcement was already here. They managed in time. Navasha leads the defenders forward. The inspired shouting was rushed, and they rushed to the tower, determined to beat the last. Their morale was felt in a rapid jerk, and the only exclamation. Meanwhile, a hostile army moves on the opposite side. Warriors with naked swords were racing on the offensive, because they were ordered to destroy all goblins. The girl rushes forward, causing a lightning strike. Her sword flies forward at incredible speed. The Goblinka rapidly beats the enemy with his foot, and at the same time is going up like green lightning. The soldier, who is directed, does not even have time to react. His eyes are expanding from horror and surprise. He already realizes that he will not have time. Navasha instantly and confidently calls the enemy an evaluating look. A girl with a decisive expression on her face completes the attack, powerfully hitting the sword and sending the enemy high into the air. He loses helmet and balance, powerlessly rolls down the earth, causing defeat. Panicked soldiers watch their comrades one by one knock down powerful blows from the sky. One of them, covered with horror, exclaims that he does not understand, as possible. Enemies move elusive quickly and incredibly strong. Navasia instantly and without any effort straightens the enemy on the move without even stopping. Her confidence and tranquility give an experienced battle in her. For her, it is a common fight in which she exceeds rivals in speed and skill. The soldiers are confused and do not understand why the creatures they considered weak turned out to be so incredibly strong. The ram falls loudly, flying to the pages with enemies that fly on all sides. Because of the cloud of dust and smoke, a voice breaks out, which is mocked by the recent enemy's words about lower beings. Bellamus warns enemies. They do not think of underestimating them. The orc looks carefully and seriously without looking. Navasha looks decisive. The young man thinks that everyone who participates in defense is the best warrior's Valen. The carefree panorama of the sky and the forest opened before the eyes. Everything was breathing in silence and peace. The territory of the temporary hospital is crowded with the wounded. Warriors lie straight on the ground or on primitive stretchers. Someone is seriously moaning with pain. Someone begs for help. Here you can see both seriously wounded and those who are simply extremely exhausted. The healer gently bandages the wound of the warrior, persistently advising her to refrain from fighting. The girl nods, assuring that everything is well understood. The warrior thoughtfully remembers the events of the battle. After a bloody clash, she has hardly received a single wound, and now, observing the pain and suffering of others, is guilty of responsibility. Her look is full of amount. The wounded soldiers lie in bandages, squeeze in pain, and some are awesome unconscious. The doctor imposes a dressing on a deep wound of the fighter, and he moves in pain. Several men sit, lowering their heads, as if immersed in their own thoughts. The warrior woman recalls the recent battle. In her memory, the face of the soldiers who died under her wire floats. Now she doubts whether he has the right to speak on their behalf. Lisa thoughtfully remembers those who died in a recent battle. While in her soul there is a struggle, whether their victim was unarmed. A soldier with an urgent message comes to her. The woman is called to the headquarters. Earl Renest wants to talk to her. At the entrance to the tent are armed guards, which only emphasizes the importance of this event. Inside the tent, the Earl looked at Lisa with a reproach and asked directly why she did not warn him about the true size of the fortress, which they would have to face. Lisa is justified that she just got lost in surprise. She says the fortress has changed beyond recognition from her past arrival. Even for her, this transformation of a small village into a real fortress seems like something incredible. Renest dramatically changes the topic. He is mentioned by the girl's words about the death of his son, and now he begins to doubt her truth. His look becomes piercing, and his voice is filled with distrust. It requires honest response and specifics. Lisa is silent. The tension is visible on the face, and a drop of sweat on the cheek shows its excitement. It does not look, but does not answer. The commander notes that, despite the fact that their army was numerous, the enemy still managed to last. Renest, studying the situation carefully, concludes that only a truly outstanding commander could organize such strong protection. He directly asks Lisa whether his son is alive, without hiding his suspicion in the look. The warrior who still silently tuned into the floor finally realizes his son is alive. The Earl looks at her strictly and directly states that she has deceived him. A girl with a drop of sweat on the head and a tense face prepares something to add. Lisa tells Renest that he was lying to her. Her words break silence, and the guy solidifies from surprise, hearing it. The woman reminds him that he once convinced that he did not leave his son in the forest. With anger and pain in the voice, Lisa exclaims that it is a lie. She assures that Bellamus remembers every moment the day he was left. Her words sound firm, as if she speaks not only from herself, but also on behalf of that abandoned child. The girl, holding back her feelings, asks the Count to speak frankly. His face is tense. The conversation went too far so that something could be hidden. Lisa indignantly points to Anbus, accusing him of not throwing Bellamus himself into the forest. It was someone's order. She puts her suspicions directly in her face and insists that he recognizes the truth. The Renest rushed on his chin on his palm, thinking about listening to him that he was being expelled only because of his tendency to magic. The man no longer hides either contempt or complete indifference to his own actions. On his face, only confidence in his own right. Lisa petrified of surprise. In her eyes, confusion and horror are read because of how cruel were these words. She clearly did not expect to hear such indifference. Renest, holding his own, assures that he did everything for the good of the family. And then, with cold confidence, adds that Lisa simply does not understand it. Lisa is stunned. She cannot stand and denies. How can you throw your own baby in the forest? The Earl calmly thinks. Children who from a young age show talent for fencing or leadership usually grow out of outstanding personalities. But in those who awaken the magical gift, according to him, life is often so that they find themselves aside from the great world. The man looks in the distance and says that it is more important for him to be a worthy graf than a good father. This is his conscious choice. Renest does not retreat and stubbornly calls into question the supply of forests. In his opinion, she is ready to sacrifice the future of the whole family and the lives of thousands of people for the sake of one child, even when her fate is still in question. Lisa is lost. In her eyes, confusion and pain are red. She simply does not find words in response to such a strange logic. A man with an icy face. Old expression says that this time he is ready to close his eyes to the lies of his interlocutor and thinks that they have now been unwound. The girl anxiously asks whether he is going to continue the war, and the man turns away and replies that she gives her the opportunity to return her honor. The man recognizes that circumstances are not in favor of, but even though he cannot close his eyes to a huge demonic fortress that stands nearby, Lisa denies, reminding that the demons will stand to the last to protect their home. The man reports that the morale of their army has completely declined, but this problem will be solved quickly because he has enough money. Renest turns away and confidently states that he already has a plan, while the girl looks confused and anxiously after him. The count tells the forest in detail. She will have to make a traitor, penetrate into the very heart of the enemy territory, and open the main gate, letting the army inside. The girl fades, heard the stunning her eyes wide open, and anxiety is red on her face. The man tells that their idea is to send the girl just to the very heart of the enemy territory, where she will have to make a traitor. The Renest explains that at the decisive moment, she needs to open the head gate of the fortress so that their army can suddenly penetrate. Hearing this, the girl is horrified and calls such intentions disgusting. The Earl calmly stated that any means were allowed in the war. Renest has acknowledged that the proposed plan is the easiest way to win, although it is unlikely to be captured. The man confesses that he is ashamed to ask for such an unworthy thing, but reminds how difficult it is to see every time comrades die. Lisa listens to him with sadness and eyes lowered. The man says he can only entrust this mission to her, and asks to fulfill it for the future family and the people. The Renite, with a sincere despair, goes to her for help. The girl closes her eyes firmly. It is clear that there is a real struggle inside her. Then Lisa agrees and asks her to entrust her. Bellamus uses magic to cure the wound of his elven ally. The restored goblin is happy to say goodbye and thanks Bellamus, standing next to other warriors. The young man notes that many of them are wounded, and Medina agrees. Queen Ampligen emphasizes that despite the fierce battle, they managed to avoid losses. The young man recalls how many soldiers died in the Legion and sincerely asks for forgiveness. The girl replied that the most important thing for her is the integrity of the nucleus, and she sincerely rejoices that the village was able to save. Barbara expressed doubt whether the enemy would continue to attack. Bellamus advised that it would be best to just surrender and retreat. The camp of fighters is fatigue. One of them shakes a glass, the other bandages a wounded friend. The young guy notices. Force is on the verge. They will not withstand so long. Although the Count's army has become smaller, it still remains a terrible force, so it is not necessary to hope for an easy victory. The protagonist reflects that, in this situation, the best protection is an attack. He decides to act first. His comrades are stunned and worried about such an idea, because they were clearly not waiting for such a decisive plan. The hero explains that after a recent defeat, the enemy's fighting spirit fell to the lowest limit, and if they put them another blow now until they recover, it can finally break them and make them flee. Medina and Barbara are full of hope. They already feel victory is quite close. The young man had already begun to think about the plan, deciding that it was necessary to set fire to the enemy camp. But he was interrupted by comrades who suddenly rushed to him. Navasha runs up and reports that the girl came from the night again. This time she came. Bellamus wondered if the girl was waiting for herself. His sister confirmed, yes, she is one, and Nidus, meanwhile, stands at the gate. The young commander with a concentrated face is staring forward, thinking why an enemy who could just retreat suddenly did so unexpectedly. Bella still decides to listen to an unexpected guest. She is curious to know what she came with. Before the gate, the girl appears in the armor, and all present instantly pay attention to her. York and goblins from the crowd are wary of the events, not understanding that he had planned the stranger. As soon as the night girl arrived, silent, concentrated, and a little concerned, he is in no hurry to make a conversation. A warrior and a young man turn to each other by name. The armored girl, strenuously looking around, thanks for the warm reception. The young man interrupts her and insists that she immediately moves to the essence of the conversation. The girl lowers her eyes, silently gaining courage. Then Lisa raises his head and strongly states that he intends to betray Renest. The young man stunned and looked at her in confusion, not even trying to hide his surprise. One evening, one of the knights asks if it is a victorious strategy. Against the backdrop of the forest, battle flags will tremble. Is it really worth hiding in the woods and just waiting? The Graf, sitting on a horse, reaffirmed his knight words again. Lisa penetrated the Velistoral, pretending that she moved to the side of the enemy. Local men were more than serious. The knight was struck by such words. The earl explains that she must inform everyone of the preparation for retreat. She needed to convince everyone that victory was already behind them. The hero listened carefully to the girl with a serious face, and around the creature had already begun to celebrate. Now she only has to wait for the right moment to brew the gate and let them directly into the very heart of Velistoral. She will give them a signal to start surgery. Will throw a coin with their coat of arms through the gate. The night is almost coming. It will start very soon. The girl looks closely at the coin that she holds on his palm. The warrior clenched his fist firmly and looked forward without saying a single word. The guy notices that she is pale and anxiously asks whether everything is fine with her, stopping before the gate. Belima reaches out her hand, offering her wound to heal, and she quietly agrees. Lisa thanks him, and he, along with others, goes forward, showing the road. The gates of the fortress remain closed. Someone is calling Beluma loudly. The knight looks at the forest with doubt, not believing that it will be able to accomplish a task that contradicts his code, but confesses that if everything succeeds, the victory will be on their side. The earl confidently states that Lisa will certainly handle the task. Renest explains that although the actions of the forests do not look like noble rules, she is still a real knight. The teacher said that the true knight should obey his lord undoubtedly. Even if the order is treacherous or dirty, the word of the owner must be law. Hearing these words, the old knight agrees with him and admits that he is convinced. The silence of the night wraps the wall of the fortress under the shimmering starry sky. Someone slowly goes a stone road, and in silence only hearing echo of his steps. The girl looks around. Her look rushes from left to right. Lisa stands alone in front of the huge gates of the fortress, squeezing firmly in his hand. The face of a warrior is full of seriousness. She looked up. Lisa compresses her fingers into his fist, and in her palm lies a coin with the engraved coat of arms. She looks carefully at her, then lifts her gaze and returns to her comrades. The girl squeezes his fist in a patch glove and pronounces the name of Bellamus. The warrior screams with pain. She throws a coin, apologizing. The coin with the coat of arms flies forward, leaving behind the bright traces of movement. The night sky spread over the forest, and someone calls Mr. Renest. One night, one of the guards shall notify the commander of the signal, and the detachment instantly goes on the road. The flag is raised. The commander gives a sign to move quickly and without unnecessary noise. The army is moving forward, and the difficult steps of soldiers set the anxious rhythm of the offensive. Warriors in full armor approach the fortress, preparing for the assault. The army came to the bridge at the gate of the fortress. The soldiers suddenly froze, seeing that the gates they were heading were closed. It caused them anxiety and confusion. A girl with her eyes closed is silent. In her soul, tension is raging. She is strenuously preparing for an important step. The girl in armor slowly steps among her comrades, plunging into the thoughts of past events and trying to understand. Why does she really lead this struggle? A warrior with the coat of arms of the attackers stands in front of the forest. She looks at him in confusion, because she still does not understand why she fights. The enemy soldiers are surprised to raise their eyes. Some of them suddenly exclaims, noticing something over their heads, and the heroine at that moment thinks about who he or she has to defend. Defenders stand around the fortress, and the girl mentally apologizes from her comrades and commander. Outwardly, a real chaos prevails among the enemy. One of the fighters suddenly realizes that they were ambushed. Panic and confusion are raised among the soldiers, because the events are not deployed as they were calculated during the preparation for the offensive. Lisa, with her eyes closed with her eyes, suddenly realizes something extremely important, and finally comes to understanding. The girl is aware that he should fight as a real Lisa Ledlev, not hide by the name of someone else, and now she is ready to take responsibility for her choice. The archers suddenly sprinkle the enemy with a hail of arrows, suddenly attacking the fortifications. The rest of the defenders activate magical spells, affecting the enemies that are surrounded. Regis and his detachment, noticing panic among his own, look around, not understanding what happened and where all this chaos came from. The commander not believed to his eyes. He is convinced that he was ambushed. The Graf, stunned and confused, confesses that Lisa seems to have betrayed them. The girl stands at the gate, surrounded by her comrades, and one of the warriors, looking at her in surprise, asks if she really decided to betray. The girl said she considers the actions of Mr. Rains false, and this is her opinion not as a knight, but as an ordinary man. All her life, she dedicated to the serving of knight honor, and realized with horror, everything she believed was only a beautiful, skillfully decorated lies. Warriors and noise do not have that they give their lives, paying for the mistakes of their ruler, and the most desperate and faithful is cut off their heads only for learning the truth. But she will not just be able to turn her eyes on this truth and turn Velistoral into ashes. She is not capable of this. The young man listens carefully to her. His face is serious, as if he focused on every word. It seems to him that she tells the truth. At the same time, she stated that she could not be trusted. The guy assumes that all their words can be planned by the enemy trap. The girl in response quietly says that she understands their feelings. The girl calmly told that she was indeed ordered to penetrate the castle, to give a breakup to open the gate, and to give a sign for the attack. The hero was stunned by heard. Bellamus asks the forest directly whether she really decided to betray her master, not just looks. A powerful explosion is heard on the battlefield. A real chaos prevails at the gate. Around everything is flooded with bright attacks of attacks. The young man watches everything from afar, smiling with the result. The young guy who settled on a tree branch confidently claimed that their plan worked. The enemy managed to lift it straight to the gate where he was trapped. Under the sounds of explosions, the soldiers move forward, and the guy in the meantime voices the plan, to break into the rear and to neutralize the commander. In the eyes of Bellamus, real confusion flashed. It seems he saw what he didn't expect at all. The dense spreading tree was hidden by a young man who watches carefully from afar. His view is full of determination. He notices his father and mentally notes that a long time has passed from their last meeting. The writer in despair exclaims the name of the count because the battle is about to get out of control. The protagonist is seriously thinking about whether to show enemies the body of a fallen leader to convince them of his death. Bellamus remembers his childhood when he was ignored only because of his lack of abilities, although he was a family. The man looks at the baby with disgust and says coldly that she has no abilities. His voice sounds cruelly and adds ruthless. He is not a boy's father. The baby, trembling in his arms, fades on these words, as if his whole world was flying into piles. The boy with anxiety lifts his eyes to his mother. In his gaze, despair and misunderstanding. Why does it, native, help a person? Because people pose a deadly threat to their entire people. 0.295. The hero releases a powerful magic charge and firmly states that he has only one. In my memory, there is an image of Rice. She gently holds the baby in her arms, and a soft smile shines on her face. Her words sound in her head that every life is important, no matter where you come from. The boy's gaze is concentrated. Magical symbols are shimmering around his eye, a sign that magic is already acting. The hero shook his mother's name loudly, and at the same moment magic flashes around him. The air is filled with shining seals and flashes. While the battle is raging, the Earl boldly rushes forward on the horse, not even knowing that a charming ball was flying rapidly in his direction. The explosions and outbreaks of magic break the battlefield, clearly emphasizing the threat of approaching. Renest rotates sharply. Shock, anxiety, and fear have frozen on his face. All the warriors froze in indecision when the sorcery spell pierced the count. The bright flash of light slowly fades, leaving a depressing, spooky silence. A man with horror enlarged with his eyes inseparably looks at himself, not believing what has just happened. His body has frozen in place, and his gaze had already plunged into the void. From a powerful blow in the back of the Earl, a hole is gaped, and stunned soldiers see with horror that their commander really pierced through. Among the fighters, there is an alarming hum. Someone exclaims the name of Renest, and in his voice to hear fear and distrust. Panic is transmitted instantly around. The cart slipped out of the graph. Renest's body lies on the ground with a hole in the chest around, traces of dust. The soldiers were frozen in place, stunned by what they saw. The young man calmly but confidently states that true value is not talent but love. Now, in the middle of a bloody chaos on the battlefield, the commander ordered to retreat loudly. Panicked soldiers rushed to the side, escaping from deadly magical attacks. Girls enthusiastically watched the fight. They noticed that the soldiers were retreating. The protagonist landed at the gate and saw that the night guards were scattered around. He looks at the gate and says he returned home. The girl ran out of the gate and shook the name of Bellamus loudly, and followed by the crowd. She is wondering what the surgery has ended and sincerely hopes everything has gone well. The young man examines the piles of bodies of night warriors and says with relief, "The operation was successful. The enemy general is overthrown." The girl wondered how he was feeling. He smiled and replied that everything was fine with him because they were nearby. The protagonist with a light smile recognizes that although it is not easy, he is glad that this story has finally come to an end. A woman in knightly armor is silently in front of a burnt sign, moved by a wave of feelings. Lisa, taking his eyes off the flag, quietly asks whether their commander Renest really died. Not only a question, but also alarming hope not to hear confirmation sounds in her voice. Bellamus, calmly inspecting the field, covered with the bodies of the fallen, restrained. The enemy is dead. There is no triumph in his voice, only a quiet sadness for everyone who died in this battle. The young warrior thanks a girl named Lisa for saving him, and notes, now that she has betrayed her master, she may have nowhere to go. The guy invites her to stay and start a new life in Velistoral. Lisa responds in surprise to the offer, but until he says anything, she is silent, plunging into her own reflections. The girl confesses that now she has nowhere to go, and is tormented by a sense of guilt. She is convinced that she has betrayed not only her master, but all humanity. The guy, without hesitation of a second, confidently says that she did the right thing, trusted her own sense of justice, not a foreign orders. Bellamus calmly wondered why she could not stay with them in Velistoral and start a new life. In her memoirs, Lisa sees how he thoughtlessly trusted Renest and brought her comrades simply to death. She remembers how, without thinking, she attacked people who once saved her life. Now Lisa is aware. Her order took away the lives of the people who believed her. This feeling of guilt presses on her a heavy burden. The woman believes that he has no right to live among the inhabitants of Cycling. She is sure that she does not deserve forgiveness. A guy with a sincere smile tries to relieve her pain and assures that she does not need to hurry with the answer. She still has time. The young man asks Lisa to think well. In response, she only looks silently towards the battlefield where the echoes of recent horror are heard. Alarming silence reigned in the night forest. High spruce shakes in a light breeze. A detachment of soldiers in heavy armor moves among the trees. Their gait and face expressions give fat and gloomy tension. The base was surrounded by guards on all sides. Calmly noticing himself, he's amazed at how weak and unstable. The man informs loudly that their master is unlikely to be satisfied with such an act. In his voice, there is cold and disapproval. The base offers the knights not to retreat, and yet there is still a chance, go on the offensive again. The man says they are obliged to take revenge for the death of the Graf. The knight just stands silently without breaking the words. The officer reports that the troops are exhausted, the soldiers are lost, and they need to return, rest and regroup before you take the offensive. The knight coldly says that victory is not so important. And the base hints. They say his team came here only for the sake of money. Bass is barely noticeably smiling and explains, victory is not obligatory for him. He's enough for him to execute the owner's order and cause Velistoral as much harm as possible. One of the knights in a helmet, stunned by Herd, asks again. It is difficult for him to believe in what he said. The man clicks his fingers, and the shadows of the monster emerge from the darkness. He is convinced of his advantage over the battle. Next, they show a large monster plan with a huge mouth, behind which other fierce creatures have already frozen. Giant paws of fluffy creatures are difficult to step on the ground, filling the air with a deaf hum. A real horde of the monster rages near the fortress. Winged demons are circling in the sky, and lizards and werewolves are erupted forward. The man confidently states that the military assistance is ready. The carrier of knights with horror watches the monsters approaching them. On their faces, panic, fear, and full confusion against a misunderstood threat. At this point, many terrifying creatures gathered near the city of Bass. Giant demons, werewolves, winged monsters, and monsters with scaly skin are in combat ranks. He confidently states that such an army can be reached at least for the edge of the world. The man turns to the interlocutor with a cunning smile, as if he challenged him and does not believe that he will dare to deny. In his voice, there is a mockery, supported by confidence in his own strength. Knights are covered with panic and horror. In their eyes, the true horror is read by such a formidable army. The system is scattered in the eyes, and even the boldest begins to cover fear. One of the demons grabbed the knight with sharp like a blade claws. The man frozen in the shock, not believing what was happening. The monster twisted the knight, grabbing her husband by his sides with both hands. He begged to let him go. Then he twists that man as if she is a regular cloth. Blood flowed from the mouth of the knight, and tears poured out of the eyes. His soul seemed to gradually leave the body. Then the monster throws the soulless body of an unhappy man on the ground. Others get rid of horror, watching this picture. Bass stated that if someone considers their feet more agile, it may also try to escape. However, there were no more people. One of the knights shook from fear and swallowed, barely holding back the excitement. On the face of the bearded knight was clearly reading fear, watching everything that was happening. Both other knights opened their mouths with horror. The commander-in-chief in full armor, with horror and despair, screams to the mysterious stranger, trying to understand who he is. The boss turns away from the soldiers, leaving them in hard expectation. He is preparing to finally show what he kept secret for so long. A large plan can see a paw with sharp claws. All indicates the onset of reincarnation. Now it makes no sense. The band with an eye band smiles coldly and says that it will now show something special. He looks as if it were about to open something really dangerous. A giant figure appears in front of the soldiers, a lizard-like creature, in the armor from which the couple. This monster rises over people, instilling shock and fear. One of the knights, watching the events, suddenly breaks on the cry of horror. He does not manage to hide his fear. His face is distorted by panic. The lizard stands in front of soldiers with icy confidence, giant and terrifying. His voice moves around. He is now a new commander of this army. The monster cold adds that anyone who dares to blind will be executed in place. Warriors exchange disturbed views. The tension is felt throughout. Everyone understands well. It's not empty words. In the night sky above the forest, he completes his speech, asking if everyone understood it. Against the backdrop of the dark towers, an alarming cry suddenly sounded. One of the warriors in despair sounds Bellamus. His voice breaks the eerie silence. Medina is rapidly rushing the camp. Her face clearly shows anxiety. She runs up and says anxiously that something terrible has happened. Bellas comes out of the building. Wary, but with cold determination, requires explanations. The Queen of the Marashian Legion reports on the results of intelligence. They monitored the retreating army of the enemy. But suddenly, the troops changed the course dramatically and moved towards Velistoral. Hearing the news, a guy with a serious face exclaims from surprise. There are two girls full of anxiety next to him. The young man was stunned. The army, which lost her general and suffered heavy losses, was able to rise again and go into battle. According to him, they would take months to recover after such a blow. Medina explains that the demon is now commanding the demon. Moreover, not only humans but also spooky demonic creatures are among the soldiers. The guy's confused. He cannot understand how all this happened. His girlfriend confesses that he does not understand anything, but the enemy is already rapidly approaching. It is not yet known if the enemy will attack right now. However, one thing is already clear. He will not retreat himself. Bellamus wondered, if people are so despised even by goblins, it is possible to become allies in some lands and some lands? The guy confesses that he cannot understand it. But despite confusion, he rejects doubts and begins to prepare for protection. The hero with anxiety turns to Medina, trying to find out who the hostile army is made of and what demons participate in it. In his look, tension and focus are read. Medina begins to list the demons that stand in the hostile army. She calls the lizards, the ogans, the werewolves, and the supers, emphasizing that it is a true formidable force. The hero, having listened to the list, understands that the situation is completely disappointing. He draws attention to the enemy's strength and looks depressed. Medina is ordered to follow the movement of the enemy. She briefly confirms. The order is accepted. The protagonist asks Deladieu to gather everyone. At this point, he is going to call the forest, and the girl nods near him in silence, supporting the idea. Ariza, without shifting from the place, realizes that the battle has not yet been over. In her gaze, there is anxiety and determination. The woman and the girl stand, turning away and silently watching what is happening around. Their faces can see anxiety and anxiety. On the wooden board, prints of palms of different sizes were reflected. Ares appeals to the father and worries about children so that none of them will suffer. The entrance to the building is visible. Lisa is stunned when he learns about the joint offensive with the demons. Her face is full of surprise and indignation. The main character, together with the warrior, discuss what happened and try to understand why the attack at all. The girl suggests that maybe people have learned to conquer demons. The characters discuss that the proposed version is simply impossible. Some of them notes that if it was possible, enemies would have long been used by this opportunity. The girl confesses that she does not know the exact answer yet. She thinks, and Bellamus listens carefully, giving her time to think. It turned out that the rent had hired some unknown mercenaries. No one knows anything about them, and it raises a lot of suspicion. The young man is surprised on his face, whether it is really about mercenaries. Lisa confirmed that this group is headed by a man named Boss. She suspects that he is involved in all these events. The night woman confesses that she is not sure of her version, but suggests what is quite possible. Bellamus thinks of her words. Lisa reports that it was Bass who conveyed to them an information about Velistoral. Moreover, he so persistently demanded an invasion that it is already suspicious. The protagonist suspects that it can be a deception. He is wondering why the base was all needed. The guy asks the forest if she is ready to join and help with what is happening. She confidently replies yes without even hesitation. Lisa swears to protect the Les Doré family at any cost, and behind it appears the evil face of the enemy, similar to the lizard. On the walls of the fortress there are targets for archery. Navasha, along with other fighters, distressing his views anxiously, hearing about the second attack. Stress and anxiety are felt in everyone. Bellamus confirms that the attack really began again. It stops as if hint at the emergence of a new danger. On the square, the young guy turns to the crowd. He warns that demons will come with the enemy. His words are stunning and frightening all present. Lisa, with a serious expression of the face, silently watches the events. You can see that something is disturbing. In the conversation, one of the heroes is amazed. Why the demon stood to the side of people? The guy does not find the answer himself, but it has already happened. That's the truth. All these creatures belong to the most powerful types of demons. It is especially emphasized that they have never appeared here before. The protagonist warns that there is no guarantee to survive in the future battle. He also notes that this battle will be even more difficult than the previous collision with Gelaraden. The guy warns, if someone does not want to participate, can go right now. Some of the attendees look frightened and depressed. Residents look concerned, but one of the girls tries to reassure them. She assures that she will understand any of their decision, and asks not to be afraid. The guy turns to the crowd, noting that now the main thing is to save life. The attendees listen to him carefully and seriously, understanding the importance of the moment. Everyone froze in front of the wall, lowering their heads. The voltage hung in the air. No one dares to break the silence. Lisa watches the conversation closely, not understanding what is being said. She notices that others look concerned. The young man remembers how the soldiers hurried to the city walls, keeping the weapon ready, preparing for the next offensive. Bellamus notes that the residents of the Velistoral have just stood in a heavy battle, and now they will have to meet with an enemy who is even stronger. Delo Rose trembles with excitement. Her mom looks at her with understanding and compassion, dividing the same fear. Ares firmly presses her daughter to herself, hugging her head. She tries to calm the baby, although she barely hides the anxiety. The warrior was frozen, stunned by what he saw. On her face reflects both anxiety and sadness. Ares is surprised and looks at the girl, gently hugs her. In response, and only insecurely murmurs something inaudible, as if he could not pick up words for his feelings. Suddenly, Delaros explodes fury. She screams on the whole room, waving her hands and without holding back emotions. Mom is amazed by the unexpected reaction of the girl. On her face mixed surprise and confusion. The night guard girl is surprised to watch the outbreak of anger. Her eyes are widely open apparently. She could not predict. Bellamus is also stunned by what is happening. He looks around, not knowing that he is actually doing. The girl maliciously accuses enemies of attempting to pick her brother. Her figure covers the flames of rage. The mother is surprised to watch this scene. The guy's sister is further evil, reminded, once this enemy has been won, and now he is attacking again. Her face is skewed from rage. The girl scares enemies, warning, she will hit more than their mother would do. Her determination is emphasized by a bizarre, even spooky grimace on her face. Lisa smiles confusedly, watching what is happening, and does not know how to respond to all. Medina covers his mouth with his palm, trying to hold back laughter. Her look becomes softer, but now a mockery appears in her eyes. Navasha winks and smiles, returning to a cheerful mood. It looks confident and energetic. Goblinka supports Delaros, nodding approvingly. The rest of the crowd is watching her closely. Medina also expresses her support, radiating confidence. Behind her, other participants who are ready to act together are already visible. Barbara with the call compresses his fists. He requires a strict punishment for anyone who has dared to oppose Velistoral. Among the crowd are fun jokes and witty comments. Everyone laughs sincerely, remember the bathroom and loved ones, emphasizing that they have long been used to living together. The guy's sister is incendiary that he will protect Bellamus. Next to her stands another Goblinka. She squeezes his fists from determination and support. The main character is surrounded by joyfully and with inspiration. Put his hands on his shoulders. Everyone assures that they will remain together until the end and condemn those who left their own. The guy is surprised and slightly enthusiastically looking at everyone around. On his face, mixed confusion and touch. Against the background of training dummies, the Bellamus monologue is heard. He regrets his doubts and confesses. He once thought that he was only able to protect everyone. Smiling, the guy says that in the family, everyone should always stay together and help each other. All residents raise their hands up, maintaining the idea of unity. They are ready to stand together in battle, side by side. Lisa watches everything that is happening and thinks about the situation. Despite the language barrier, it clearly feels the sincerity and cohesion of people around. Everyone around the guy, and gently stroked him on the head. It looks truly happy. Lisa immediately notes that demons sometimes sympathize with and understand other than ordinary people. Against the backdrop of the tower under the clear sun, the thoughts of a warrior who makes a promise to protect the bicycle sterile. The young knight with a decisive look states that she is ready to give herself to protect others. In her eyes, unbreakable courage and readiness for self. Sacrifice burns. Lisa turns to a young man by his name, standing next to others. The warrior states that she is always ready to come to the rescue, if necessary. The night woman confidently states that anything wants to help Velistoral. In her eyes, determination burns, and the voice sounds firm and convincing. Against the background of the training ground, caution is heard. Bellamus directly and confidently says she has a task for her. He recognizes her readiness and entrusts her an important mission. Bellamus collects everyone in front of the training ground and proposes to start talking about the enemy to start. The Queen of the Legion of the Ants reports. There are more than 3,000 enemies, and there are both people and demons. It is also reported that the bulk of this troops is made up of a manor who is managed by a larger representative of their kind. Bellamus is shared by observation. Despite its strict appearance, these creatures are actually quite reasonable. Their intelligence can be compared to the goblins. Among the demons, they are considered very resourceful, which makes them even more dangerous. The hero notes that these enemies are extremely strong in battle, have almost no weaknesses, and have a great melee. The young man adds that the lizards usually act alone, but if they gather in the group, they become extremely dangerous. The Queen of the Legion of the Ants says that their troops were also joined by Ogre. The participant of the discussion adds that there are extremely dangerous demons among the opponents. The girl shares her observations about the enemy army, which helps to draw new important conclusions. The face of the residents is full of anxiety. Everyone looks very serious. The assumptions were confirmed. The demons really scared people and forced them to go into battle again. In the background, the spooky silhouettes of demons appear, and the human army lined up in front of them. Participants experience anxiety and dissatisfaction. They complain that the ambush cannot be arranged, outraged by the enemy's cruelty and worried about moral difficulties associated with coercion to participate in combat. Bellamus assures that he has a plan. The attendees do not hide the surprise. Questions and confusion are read in the eyes. Everyone is waiting for the explanation. The guy tells the essence of the plan. If the soldiers do not have a sense of duty and honor, they do not restrain them from betrayal of their own army. It is this moral weakness of the enemy that can be used in its favor. Then the young man turns to the forest, noting that this plan cannot be implemented without its participation. All others also translate their views on her. Lisa is silently watching, fascinated and thoughtful. The night girl thinks whether she can convince people. Because of her betrayal, her faith in her has seriously shaken. The warrior confesses that everyone already knows about her betrayal, so most likely the soldiers will no longer listen to her. Lisa thinks that for ordinary soldiers, the locals look the same demons, so hardly anyone will voluntarily want to help them. Bellamus explains that this plan seems to work, and in response, he hears an uncertain answer from the girl. The girl confesses that she cannot guarantee success, but if he does not even try, there will be no chance of winning. Despite his own doubts, Lisa firmly decides anything to convince the soldiers. The girl thanks him for his support, and Bellamus in response assures that she will definitely be able to find common ground with others, because he considers her an extremely diligent person. The young man talks about the future attempt to convince the soldiers to move to their side. He emphasizes, if everything works out, only demons will remain in the line. The rest will give up battle. However, no one can say with 100% confidence that their victory is still extremely dangerous. The team is tense, but well understands how important this point is. Barbara proposes to use the same techniques as last time to win the leader. The guy thoughtfully agrees with her idea. The guy makes a serious decision. If he fails to convince the enemies, he will have to take the case. He feels responsible and focused only on his task. Bellamus remembers everything that is known about the enemy leader. It is a creature that has passed the last stage of the evolution of lizards, and is now called the Emperor of Lizards. It is extremely dangerous and strong, at the head of an enemy troops. The allies are stunned by Herd. They are shocked by the awareness of which the enemy they will have to face. The protagonist understands that in the duel he still has a chance to win. But most likely, the army will intervene and will not be avoided. The situation becomes much more complicated. The guy confesses that he is not sure whether he will have the strength to overcome such an opponent. It looks tense, but does not lose determination. Allies are anxious. One of them is surprised to exclaim that the enemy is so powerful that even Bellamus began to doubt. But someone declares with determination, now they take on themselves. Navasha, with inspiration on the face, states that they will fight against the lizard together, demonstrating their support and combat passion. Medina confidently states that they will distract the enemy on themselves, taking the whole strike of the enemy army so that the main fighters can act without obstacles. The protagonist confidently states that it does not allow to act in a similar way, and strongly stops the dangerous initiative. The young man standing nearby adds that he would have refused without hesitation. But now everything is different. He confesses that through the support of friends, he felt confidence in their strength and realized that he was no longer alone. The guy remembers how the locals hugged him, sincerely supported and gave warmth. It was in these simple manifestations that he felt that they became a real family for him. Residents look forward. In their views, a true understanding is viewed. True power is not in one hero, but in unity and shared support. We have a panorama of the garden, in the middle of which the monument is visible in the soft glow. Bellamus, looking at him, quietly utters that a real family is those nearby, even if there are sometimes disputes. The protagonist confidently says that he trusts everyone here, showing full confidence in their unity. Against the background of the coming soldiers, Bellamus warns, perhaps for the sake of this battle they will have to sacrifice their lives, because the enemy is extremely strong and ruthless. But despite all the risks, he confidently states that they will certainly win. His words penetrate the hearts of the fighters, lighting their courage and preparing them to stand for the last. Birds take off sharply into the sky, breaking silence. This is a clear sign of danger. The huge paws of wild animals, along with the marching soldiers, were difficult to go on the ground, even more exacerbating tension. The heroes who stand on the tower notice that enemies are approaching. Forrest, along with the young man, look at the distance, where the enemy army is already visible. Bellamus is alarmed to say that they have come. The avant-garde of demons and monsters are approaching. Among them are wolves, lizards, orcs, giants, and warriors with distorted faces. Their faces clearly show fear. Two allies on the wall with horror look down. One of them tightly clasped his teeth. Despite fear, both are ready to fight. The lizard creature conducts a long tongue according to its weapons, leaving traces of mucus on it. In her look, the threat and focus are reading. She prepares for the attack. The wolves run closer, lifting a cry. It is evident as they want battle. The heroes hiding behind the wall and watching events are aware of the fact that the real danger is much more frightening than any legend about it. The giant muscular hands of the monster are tied into his fists, and his whole body strains, preparing for a devastating stroke. It will explode the primordial rage and incredible force. A powerful blow shakes the ground, lifting clouds of dust. The soldiers retreat in confusion, barely holding back and trying not to get under the next blow. At that moment, the enemy team is rushed forward with loud battle screams. On their faces and movements there is a frantic anger, unwavering determination, and fanatical belief in victory. A young man with a cold, insightful look notes that the enemy ruthlessly throws his own people like material. He understands that such cruel tactics can sooner or later turn against them. Without spending a minute, the guy orders the league, and she, without asking, executes it instantly. Shouting loudly, Lisa orders the enemies to stop. Her words are heard over the battlefield, cutting through the battle of the battle like a sharp sword. Hearing the unexpected order, the enemy soldiers will die in place. Their faces are surprised and confused. They will not understand who dare to intervene. Soldiers gradually notice someone's figure on the wall. Over time, they guess in their eyes. One of them finally recognizes a familiar face. The girl suddenly appears in front of the soldiers in the armor, and one of them, recognizing her, exclaims her name with a real surprise. Lisa screams, begging to stop the attack, and says he wants to discuss everything. One of the soldiers angrily breaks her, ordered to silence, and hurries forward. Others start screaming at her, insulting and calling a traitor and a coward, even not wanting to listen. The girl looks confusedly at them. On her face there are drops of sweat and uncertainty. The warrior bites the lip, trying to restrain tension inside and not let emotions escape. Dipping his eyes, Lisa admits that their accusations are fair and agrees with them. The soldiers are stunned by this confession. Everyone has surprise and confusion on the faces. The knight pleases her guilt before the former brothers. She regrets the betrayal of their trust and violation of the knightly oath, calling herself a scoundrel. However, the girl explains that she did so for the sake of justice, and it was her conscious choice. She tells that she tried to stop the district because she considered his actions cruel. However, he did not even want to listen to her, so she decided to betray him without hesitation. The soldiers on the ground are outraged in response, not believing in any word and calling her words an empty false sound. The girl shows on Bellamus and says that it was through him that Renest decided to start the attack. Soldiers are surprised to raise their eyebrows when they find out that the guy is the son of Renest. The soldiers were stunned by these words. They did not expect such development. The night woman addresses the army with a direct question. What do you really fight for? She reminds them that at first it was simply the command of the commander. Several spooky demons of different appearance appear in large plan. Lisa says that now everyone faces the threat of these creatures. The warrior says that alliance with demons will not save their lives. She is sure that even if they experience this battle, demons will still be destroyed. The girl points to Bellamus, assuring that he has a good heart and will surely help anyone who joins them. His portrait hangs on the wall. Bellamus himself watches everything that is happening. The reptiloid makes a magic movement with your hand, and a radiant magic sign flashes next to it. The demon releases a powerful stream of magical energy simply from the fortifications, directing it to the forest and Bellamus. A powerful explosion shakes a wall. A magic charge, released earlier, detudes and causes significant destruction. The guy and the girl stand in the clouds of smoke after the attack. Lisa looks tired and tense. Bellamus creates a magical circle. One of the soldiers is annoyed. An angry warrior exclaims that Velas is still a shelter for demons, and even Renest's son is unable to change it. Some of them accuse Lisa of the betrayal and death of Renest, calling her a criminal and even not wanting to listen to any excuses. Suddenly the team is silenced. The soldiers look around in surprise, trying to understand who gave it. Commander Paran makes the impression of a strict and very influential warlord. The Bellamus warrior is talking about him. It turns out that this is the man to whom Earl Renest once trusted. Now he heads the human army and has a great influence among people. Parian, with the icy determination, states that Lisa has lost the right to speak on behalf of the knights because she retreated from their path. His words sound like a sentence. The river girl silently meets his gaze, perfectly understanding how serious it is, the accusation, and that she can pull behind. The soldiers are silent, feeling something in the air has changed, and the voltage between the parties increases. It becomes difficult to breathe from a depressing atmosphere. But suddenly the platform, barely noticeably smiling, says that despite everything, he did not turn away from his longtime friend. The words heard are caused by Lisa and Bellamus' true surprise and anxiety. They did not expect such an unexpected step, and did not understand what he conceived. The Parian looks strictly at the forest and says she should stop because she deviated from the knight's path. The girl lowers her eyes, stunned by the command of the commander, without deciding to deny. He adds that everyone turned away from her. The platform suddenly speaks with genuine confidence that, despite all the circumstances, only he did not turn away from her, and confidently looks Lisa straight into the eyes. Hearing this, Lisa with Bellamus felt a real shock. Such unexpected support from him was a lot of surprise. The soldiers responded to the words of the knight, accused him of betrayal, and asked how he could protect it at all. Paran acknowledges that Lisa really betrayed them, but he wonders, do they have the right to reproach her for it if they behave as cowards and obey demons? One of the knights squeezed his jaws, finding no words on a fair remark. His silence is more eloquent than any excuses. He understands perfectly. The interlocutor is right, but it is unbearable for him. Another lowered looks. Doubts and internal struggle are reading on his face. He hesitates between the allegiance of the order and his own dignity, not knowing which way to choose. The man in the armor says that the girl was on the side of the cycling, based on her own notion of justice, and made this choice quite consciously. The platform continues, confessing that although she has departed from knightly principles, justice still manages her heart. Against the background, you can see the spooky demons and monsters, which are obviously caught by the fear of even the soldiers themselves. The warriors stood in silence, gloomy and concerned, lowering their eyes. The girl with a confused look turns to Parans and asks why he stood for her. The knight turns to the warrior and says that he taught it to own a sword, because the sword is a reflection of the soul of man. Lisa looks at his mentor with delight and inspiration. He sincerely believes in her nobility. The platform exclaims to the soldiers, demanding that they understand everything. The knights are fascinated, without drowsing what is happening. The commander screams to his comrades that no one can guarantee them safety. The brothers look at him with anxiety and a clear understanding of the severity of the situation. The platform says it is not necessary to allow fear of managing yourself. Everyone is still standing, stunning at each other. The knight turns to warriors, reminding that everyone has to make a choice and take responsibility for their own destiny. They are coming to a giant lizard, but the commander does not pay attention to danger and insists it is time to decide on whose side they are. Paran instructs his spear on a giant demon and clearly explains to anyone who needs to win in this battle. Lizard tries to defend himself, exposing his huge tools and reflecting the spear. And immediately the unpleasant sound is flying through the air, a sharp scraping of metal against the metal. The demon rushes to the knight with all his fury, attacking mercilessly and accurately. The father did not expect such a frantic repel, and loses the advantage in battle. The commander concentrates all his strength, strains every muscle and, shouting a fighting cry, rushes rapidly without making the fear of taking the mountain. In night silence, the sword of the hero sharply waves in the face of the enemy. The lizard breaks out of pain. Its roar erupts around, and fresh blood flows through the screams with thin streams. The platform suddenly fades with a surprise when he notices something enormous and threatening. His face is swore from the awareness of the danger that is coming. The demonic lizard sharply turns and strikes the man with a powerful tail. The warrior rejects a few meters ago, and he falls on the ground with a cry, trying to gather the remains of strength. The soldier falls to the ground and shouts, struck by the terrifying look of the lizard, which suddenly appears in front of him. The armor commander boldly goes to the enemy and states loudly, "They can take his life, but will never take away what is more expensive for him." His words sound confident and steadfast. With determination in his eyes, the platform loudly states that his dignity will not take him, despite any danger. His words are heard like a challenge. They add courage to the allies and challenge enemies. The enemy raises heavy weapons over his head, preparing to strike a devastating blow. The girl is awakened by the commander's name, feeling that the threat is quite close. The lizard was preparing to strike, but suddenly his attack stopped the sword of the ally. Surprised, he does not have time to recover as he receives an accurate and quick counter-struggle. One of the soldiers does not withstand tensions and orders to retreat from Parian, realizing that their commander is about to go into battle. He became scared of his life because he does not want him at all. The parallel with a serious face is amazed at the actions of his comrades and looks carefully at each of them. The soldiers get into the combat line, preparing for the fight. In their eyes, there is an indomitable determination. Bellamus relieves that the army has changed his mind and now supports it. Lisa exclaims joyfully and in surprise, turning to the warriors who stood to her side. Bellamus orders to attack, and the united army of people and demons with a loud battle cry is attacking. The guy with a decisive look shouts to the help of the soldiers, urging his comrades to act together. In his voice there is confidence and inspiration, as if he reminds everyone. The victory in this battle depends on their unity. The detachment of archers pulls the bowstring, preparing to release arrows from the enemy. Their faces are concentrated, every movement is cautious and honed, and everyone wait for the right moment to blow. Mayas utters the spell by drawing magical circles that help in battle. The knight stands in front of a terrible army of demons and first rushes to the counterattack, urging his comrades to support him. Soldiers in shining armor are rapidly rushing forward, decisively preparing to meet the enemy face to face. A true chaos reigns on the battlefield. Demons with claws and sticks break the benches of people. One of the fighters is barely reflected in the blow of a giant paw, and near his comrades are a fierce battle. In the sky above the battlefield appears the wing of Deimos. It hangs with a predatory smile. Arrows fly around her, punching the bodies of enemies. One of the soldiers, clenching his teeth, rushes forward. In his eyes, desperation and fear are red. He realizes that there is no way back, but inside it still controls the horror. Meanwhile, the wing of the demons utters the spell, and 3 giant burning skulls are erupted from the magical circle. They, with a deafening roar, are rapidly moving forward, leaving behind smoke and gloom. One of the knights is too approaching a magical blow and barely manages to repel the attack. The military looks forward with horror. His face is distorted with fear and surprise. He could not imagine that demons had such an incredible force. The man, raising the sword against the flying skulls, suddenly noticed with horror how his weapon begins to melt from the influence of magic. He solidifies in stunning, not understanding what he had to face. The knight is frightened that the spell rushes directly to him. The warrior suddenly loses control of the situation. His sword simply melts in his eyes, and from fear he bounces back. The skulls are almost close, but one of the soldiers suddenly envelops the magic barrier. He is amazed at the wall of light, which holds back the onset of enemies. The goblins instantly spell the spell. They understand well. If they do not overthrow the enemy right now, then it can be too late. The protective spell causes a bright lightning flash, which rapidly flies towards the enemy in the air. The devil rotates back. In her look, fear and surprise. The bright flash of magical energy suddenly illuminates everything around, like lightning, emphasizing the figure in the center of the epicenter, which is covered by a powerful blow. Demois, affected by this attack, breaks on the scream of pain. Its silhouette is distorted in a dazzling glow. Bellamus, with determination in his eyes, orders to open the gate, showing true leadership qualities and willingness to act. The commander turns to the soldiers collected, warning about the dangers of the coming battle. At the same time, he emphasizes his belief in their courage and strength. With a confident look, he shows his faith in the team, assuring that he is completely relying on them in this battle. In response, the fighters smile and confidently assure that they will cope with the task. One of them is carefully asking Miss Bella to be careful. The inspired detachment boldly goes into battle, keeping the weapon ready. With a loud battle and a roar, they are rushing forward, determined to win. The commander tells that as long as the main forces are distracting the enemy, the elite group should be secretly penetrated into the rear and suddenly hit the leader of the enemy army. The young man emphasizes that he needs to protect the forces to fight with the enemy, making it clear how important it is to keep energy before the decisive battle. The guy rests on his comrades, instructed to neutralize all the enemies that happen on the way, and focuses on the main purpose of the breakthrough. Hearing their task, the girls exclaim that they will protect their calm RS at any cost, even with their own anxieties and excitement. The warrior confidently states that their detachment will make every effort to complete the task, demonstrating the determination and dedication. Full of combat passion, Navasha urges Belosa to act. They say it is time to study the enemy and take revenge on everything that has happened earlier. The protagonist turns to his team and asks if everyone is ready to start the task. A variety of teams, demons, warriors, and magicians, with a coherent cry rushes forward. Their faces burns on their faces. They all move together, united by a common purpose. All participants move at one pace. The two demons suddenly rotate and notice that something is wrong. The appearance of girls causes a real shock in a liberal creature. She instantly lifts her head, and stunningly looking around, realizes that enemies appeared nearby. Bellamus instantly notices that the enemies have already been found, so it becomes clear. Penetration of secret failed. One of the lizards is insanely in the attack. He screams with a fighting roar and waving his weapon, trying to strike a young man's friends. Berbora strongly strikes the enemy who has set his way to him, and states that he will deal with this enemy. Navasia cleverly slips under the body of the orca, hiding in his shade. She informs his comrades about her whereabouts, preparing for clear and coherent interaction. The muscular lizard is prepared for the attack. His body strains and he rushes rapidly. Aggressive posture only emphasizes the fierceness of the battle. The girl causes a powerful blow to the sword, using the fact that her friend keeps the enemy in the air. Their coherence makes it possible to carry out a truly effective attack. The blade pierces the lizard, splashes the blood, and his face is skewing from pain. He did not expect such a blow and is already aware of his defeat. The enemy howls the pain, pressing the paw to the broken breasts. His cry is carried out by the battlefield, clearly confirming the force of this blow. Novash is happy to notice that the scales of enemies do not save them from the blade. Demos in the sky causes a powerful blow. Several fiery creatures with turtles are rapidly disrupting forward, terrifying the enemies and scattering their line. In response, one of the allies was confused and asked what was happening, and the other was crying for help, insisting that she could do something. The situation was becoming more chaotic. Delaro suddenly appears from above and rapidly attacks the demon, acting decisively and unexpectedly. Her body is illuminated by magical energy, and the blow is accurately aimed at the target. On the face of the demon is surprised. She did not expect an attack from above, and only at the last moment she has time to jump back. The main character's sister with a compressed fist fills his magical energy. She calls Mater loudly, giving a signal to a common attack. Delarosis releases a magic beam, just a demon, but he cleverly evades the impact. Meanwhile, it turns and warns Madera to be prepared for a counterattack. Madero suddenly exclaims from surprise. She did not expect to act so quickly. Its face reflects a mixture of confusion and tension. The defender closes the eyes for a moment, not wanting to see what this attack can end, because she doubts about the victory of her girlfriend. The girl, overcoming her fear, exclaims that she will not be able to fight in this condition, but at the same moment, it breaks from the place and causes the enemy of a powerful, unexpected blow. Madero laughs at surprise, not understanding how it turned out at all. She looks as if she still does not believe that she is capable. Her ally suddenly hears her calling her among the chaos of the battle. This voice emerges through the hum and draws attention to a new danger or an important signal. Navasha smiles and sincerely rejoices in Madero, admiring that she never even doubted her strength for a moment. Girls, taking a breath after the attack, smile at each other and point out that it was a wonderful warm-up. However, both understand that the real battle is only ahead. They are coming to huge demons. Enemies are much more dangerous than the previous ones. Navasha clenches his fist with confidence, and shouting a battle cry, announces that it is time to fight. Madera only nods confidently, making it clear he is ready to fight to the end. Bellas was confidently looking forward. He needed to get back to the enemy's very rear. He was standing behind his detachment, which was securely covered. The protagonist realized that the moment came to meet the commander and put the land. Suddenly, the evil lizards aimed at him their tentacles and began to wither, preparing to attack. The young man watched the shells just flying on him, already preparing for the counterattack, and suddenly a familiar voice sounded behind. She asked to trust her. A protective shield appeared next to Bellamus. Both characters were inside the magic barrier and successfully reflected the attack. The girl confidently managed her magic and finally decided to show what she was capable. She created a charming thread and cleverly tied the lizards. Thick smoke rose into the air and followed by a regretful cry. It was their servant. Enemies attacked many times. The mechanical girl with many hands defeated the wavy lizards and loudly stated that it would not even allow anyone to touch Mr. Bellamus. The whole detachment rushed forward. The protagonist, while in the defense sphere, was convinced of this and gladly exclaimed that everyone interacts perfectly. The girl noted that this was made possible by his instructions. Heroes, still hiding in a magic ball, rapidly rushed to the next opponent. Two horned monsters lifted their fists, preparing to strike the first blow. The girl exclaimed loudly, assuring everyone that they would effortlessly break through the barrier. But suddenly someone's fist crashed into her magical ball. She did not retreat, confidently holding on the pressure, and noted that she would withstand the shield. The blows flew one by one, and the enemy gathered with forces for a decisive attempt, putting all his power into it. A powerful blow purposefully aimed to break the protective barrier. The girl lifted her eyes and saw the shield cracked from the terrible pressure. On her face, she froze in a real surprise. She exclaimed that no one was able to break such a barrier with his bare hands. The opponents did not stop. They beat the shield even more actively, trying to destroy it. The girl in despair screamed, not imagining how to escape. Under the invasion of enemies, the defense began to crack at the seams. She realized, a moment, and the barrier will not stand. At the same moment, Barbara, without thinking, ran to the monster and shouted loudly to get away. She vigorously pushed the enemy from the shield. Seeing Barbara, Bellamus shouted his name loudly. The monster apologized, but the hero never understood what his friend really meant. Barbara lifted them on his shoulder and stated that he would understand the monsters, and they should focus on other enemies and the commander. He threw the protective sphere away from two opponents. The protagonist realized what Barbara meant and asked him not to die. Meanwhile, Barbara aimed his fist in the weak place of the enemy. The horned monster, no less configured, repeated his movement. His mighty paw also clenched into his fist, ready to spread everything in his path. They shouted so loud that their voices merged into one powerful battle exclamation. With a formidable crack, their fists collided, and a wave of stroke flew around, throwing both fighters back a few steps. However, none of them retreated. It was a real fierce battle, a melee in which every blow was rage. Barbara was inferior to the fight. Two rivals fell on him, causing devastating blows. He clenched his teeth with pain until he was dumped to the ground. He grunted and rolled on the ground, trying to evade new blows. He laughed loudly, so that he recalled the laughter of the horse. Looking at the opponents, he realized that this time Mr. Bellamus will not come to his rescue, because now he is fighting hard for his life. Barbara immediately remembered all the past clashes. He was past the earth, feeling his muscles strain, and mentally noted that this battle is not like any of the previous ones. The monastery warrior, holding on the limit of tension, but without retreating, focused again. He looked forward. Gathering all his strength, he climbed to his feet. Then, exploding with frantic rage, he shouted to the enemies to prepare for battle. He was lucky today, and he was about to show his real power. He rushed forward, beyond to repel any blow, even from the flank. At the same time, a fierce battle on the swords raged. The blades were squeezed by fiery sparks, bell blows were heard, and fast lungs changed each other at frantic speed. Tripping the sword, Nabasha thought why they couldn't get out of here for so long. Looking at the weapon, she wondered how much time would pass before they meet with others again. Suddenly, the girl realized that her sword was on the verge of her capabilities, just like she herself. The girl stood in the middle of a pile of enemies, but new villains were already chatting. The tension has increased. She realized that she apparently became too fond of. Now a crowd of enemies gathered around her. Nabasha turned sharply and rushed. The plan was already rising in her head. The enemies had to catch up. Stunned opponents only watched her. Satisfied with her plan, she decided, let them get married to her. Meanwhile, Bellamus will be able to cope with the commander. In her head, even a funny picture was drawn as if they were playing in a whistle. But when the girl looked around again, the horror flooded her heart. What she saw shocked her. Suddenly, one of the rivals, a dark wolf, grabbed her by his leg, not leaving. At the same moment, she lifted the sword and asked why he was still alive in her voice. But suddenly, a new threat looked over her. A huge, massive axe, which was thrown by an evil lizard, flew straight to her at a frantic speed. The girl froze in surprise. She was difficult to realize that the deadly weapon was rushing to her. At the last moment, she gathered all her forces and cleverly repelled the axe with a sword. However, when she cast her look at her weapon, her horror flared her heart. The sword broke in half. Meanwhile, the insidious lizard began to whisper sinister spells. The girl felt her skin running cold. He aimed at her the flow of his magic. The radiant ray of energy at a frantic speed rushed to her chest. It was at this moment that Nabasha finally realized how serious everything is. Her eyes have expanded even more. Nabasha suddenly felt someone's paw grabbing her foot and knocking down her feet. The earth just slipped out of it. At the moment when the body became powerless and a panic erupted around, it had a real horror. She realized for the first time, here the end. From the paws of one of the attacked lizards, the blinding, effervescent flames broke out. The fiery ray with a whistle flew straight at it, clinging to the heart, and the air around the rolled, filled with destructive energy. The air suddenly broke out before the Zabashi. Dazzling lightning flashed around, filling the space with bright flashes and loud crackling. As if alive, they cut the dense air, blocking the path of fiery stream. Nabasha froze in place. For the next moment, a thick, accurate smoke crawled before her clubs, and just through him with a deft knock, someone fell on his knees. The girl, barely holding her gaze, stared forward, and, without understanding who it was, shouted loudly. Through the clubs of caustic smoke, as if from a fog, a high figure flowed in front of her. It was a night girl, her armor darkened and densely covered with soot and ashes, like a cloud. On her face, all in fresh scratches and contaminated dust, unbearable pain and deep fatigue were clearly read. The league was difficult to breathe. Every breath was given with great effort. Her hands, which barely kept heavy weapons, trembled with tension. Meanwhile, Nabasha, squeezing her teeth and collecting the last strength, managed to escape. With a sharp, desperate motion, she released her leg from the enemy's paws and, barely getting up, came to her feet. Just in front of her, among the chaos, suddenly stretched a strong rescuer's hand. Lisa confidently and clearly turned to Nabashi, pointing her finger and cheering on his way. They say she was still able to fight further. It was then that Nabashi flashed in her head. She was already worried about that night. She had already participated in the battle. She noted that this girl has an incredible power, and sooner or later, another decisive clash would necessarily occur between them. After that battle, The knight just turned around and went silently. But now their views have crossed. They read a complete mutual support, a common goal, and a silent readiness for a new battle. Without unnecessary words, they confidently shook their hands, a silent promise to stand together. Nabasha exhaled with relief and sincerely thanked the forest. Her voice was fulfilled. Calmly turned, she pulled a bloody knife from the body of a fallen enemy, confidently clenching the arms. Now she was ready for battle. Just in front of them gathered a crowd of lizards and wolves armed with their teeth. The girl thought, if they manage to get out alive, the sacrifice should teach her everything he knows. They got back to the back, preparing for the last battle. On all sides, the girls came on the enemies, but they courageously repelled the blows, shouting together the battle calls together. Meanwhile, the protagonist, surrounded by a protective shield, was spreading in the air above all, and flew rapidly to the rest of the enemies. They rushed directly to the main boss. The enemies screamed in the whole voice and raced afterwards, trying to grab them. After all the enemies, their leader moved, the main commander and the formidable boss. The girl returned to Mr. Bellamus in confusion and said she could not believe her eyes. He only strongly looked up and confirmed her words. Just before the heroes, the Emperor of the Lizard appeared. They looked at surprise. Is this the main enemy? Other monsters have accumulated around him, apparently, protecting his ruler. Meanwhile, the main characters were already hiding inside the dilapidated shield, which was held by the sorceress. The enemy noted that he had long dreamed of meeting Bellamus. The guy glanced forward and asked where he knew his name. In response, the monster noted that everyone was talking about him. He is quite famous. Although, perhaps Bellamus himself already understood it, and they only dared to attack the two. It was a real carelessness. The Emperor of the Kara Road people put his weapon in front of him. But suddenly, a dragon fiery was arose, a loud scream broke out and said, "Who said that there were only two heroes here?" All the opponents raised their heads and saw a bright flame. They brought horror when the hot ashes fell from above, and each instantly swept the burning flame. Lily Landley landed on both legs after her brilliant blow, and was immediately alert to a further battle. The protagonist turned to Delarosis and others, thanking them. He ordered everyone to be alert. The girl nodded back, promising that it would be. At this point, Lily shouted loudly to Madero, calling her to get ready for the attack immediately. Gathering all her strength, Madero stretched her hands forward and activated the magical circle. A giant protective sphere grew around the Emperor of the Lizard and Lord Belosa. The girl turned to Bellamus and said she would not be able to hold the barrier for a long time. He thanked Madero, noting that in a difficult moment she really came to the rescue. Bellamus promised that he would try to deal with the enemy much faster. However, his rival named Bass did not even catch a hint. He frankly underestimated the seriousness of the situation. The boss introduced himself, ominously rotating the spear in his paws. He sharply inserted him into the ground, as if he had cut his surface. He occupied a battle rack. Collizing out loudly, he challenged the enemy, saying that it was time to try his strength. The protagonist thought about the name of Bass. He remembered how Lisa once mentioned a strange detachment with Bass. Turned to a decisive blow, the hero pulled his hand forward. At this time, Bellamus turned on his weapon and accepted the fighting. Lily shouted to all children so that they would suffer a little. Madero continued to hold a protective barrier. The heroes were determined. They supported the girl and promised that no one would hurt Mr. Bellamus. The crowd of angry opponents looked at them with hatred and shouted loudly. Both sides, with wild exclamations, rushed to each other, firmly tuned to destroy the enemy. A fierce battle began. Suddenly, at that moment, the guy rushed to the Emperor of the people. Their weapons faced in the air with incredible rage and anger. A deadly duel began to decide the fate of all who participated in this battle. The rest of the detachment, clamping his teeth and straining each vein, defended the shimmering protective barrier from the crowd of the coming enemies. The earth trembled loudly from the roar of numerous legs, and the air permeated the smells of sweat, blood, and witchcraft. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of chaos, Bellas and the boss came together in a fierce duel. Their battle exclamations and Rick drowned out all other sounds of battle, as if the whole world had only focused on their fight. Two weapons, as if angry lightning, were roaring, scattering around the blinding sparks and flashes. The whole of the metal swept the battlefield. The protagonist, Bellamus, full of iron determination and frantic energy, rushed forward to hold back the drainage of his opponent, looking for the smallest gap in defense in order to respond to a powerful blow. Suddenly, something incomprehensible happened. The mouth of the lizard changed. It not only opened but surprisingly shouted. His weapon immediately broke towards Mr. Bellamus with incredible speed and accuracy. The guy did not even have time to react. It was instantly that some invisible force pushed him back. He flew away from the enemy rapidly, avoiding a direct blow, but losing his balance. With a deft knock, he crashed into a transparent protective barrier and broke into heavy, painful, and despair. Madero, who supported the barrier, felt a blow and exclaimed the name of her commander. Bass watched all this with an unconcealed interest and only smiled. Small smile stretched even more on his face. It seemed incredibly funny to him. The enemy decided to continue the fight. The young man was hard to land on the ground, trying to breathe, and only silently nodded in response, agreeing with the words of the enemy. He acknowledged that the lizard was really very strong. Bellas was preparing for a difficult, grueling battle. But this rival exceeded all his expectations. Just in front of him stood a bias, tall, formidable, confident in his victory. In his gaze, a cold power and a relentless calculation were read that he promised an even harder test ahead. Louding loudly, he rushed to the young man. Bellamus mentioned his comrades. It was thanks to their support in it so much. He understood that it was necessary to stay at a distance and act in such a way that not to get into the opponent's reach. Suddenly the guy jumped sharply to the side and disappeared from the field of view of Bass. He simply did not have time to understand what had happened, and froze. At the same moment, Bellamus released an arrow from the light that flew past the enemy with a whistle. The hero mentally noted his impressive speed. However, there was no time for reflection. It is necessary to attack. The Yashir Emperor was rapidly approaching, rushing directly to him. At that moment, the guy again put the arrow, but suddenly realized that he exaggerated his own speed. Just in the eyes of the main character, Bass disappeared, and the arrow flew past. The protagonist was amazed. How did he manage to evade such a distance? Meanwhile, the boss decided to break through the protective barrier and targets his weapon, trying to destroy the obstacle. The protagonist realized, here is his opportunity to act. He jumped sharply and targeted his magic on the Emperor with liberal people. Using the abilities of the icy breath, he released many small ice fragments that flew simply to the enemy. The fragments raised the hand and weapon of the base, locking it in the ice barrier. Bellamus had already withered with both hands. He apologized to the opponent, but suddenly noticed that he managed to dodge and now looked around. He firmly stated that the games were over. At the same moment, dozens of swords flew rapidly to the base on all sides. Bellamus used his magic. From the sky it was rained from hundreds of light blades that flew directly towards the lizard. The enemy simply frozen, surprised to watch what was happening. Suddenly, a deafening explosion thundered, and fragments flew in all directions. Madero, watching this spectacle, could not be surprised. Bellamus was simply incredible. Nothing to compare. At that moment, the young man froze, confused and stunned. After a series of shots, he was completely confused in what was happening around. Smoke became more and more thicker, and stunning sounds were heard from the stroke. Bass skillfully repelled the light swords with his spear, and did not receive any scratches. Swashing his weapon quickly, he built a protective shield around him, which reflected all the hostile attacks. Madero looked at it and could not believe her own eyes. She mentally repeated to herself that such was impossible. In their world, there was no magic that was capable of enhancing physical abilities. Meanwhile, the protagonist did not look at his opponent. Bellamus suddenly realized that he had not yet shown all his strength. Just in front of him stood a silhouette, shrouded in thick black smoke. The Emperor of the Kararoads, with a barely noticeable smile, said that to complete everything would be too fast, would be a wasteful potential. He understood well. If the battle ended in a moment, it would lose any meaning. Madero suddenly shouted Bellamus that the barrier could not stand for a long time. The guy turned sharply and cast back. There, his comrades still desperately fought against numerous enemies. They acted together, reflecting hostile blows with their magic. Barbara desperately fought with giant trolls that threatened everyone around. Meanwhile, the girls cleverly dealt with lizards and wolves. Watching this, Bellamus gathered with the spirit. He scolded and prepared for a decisive attack. The Emperor of the Squirrel People asked the guy where his recent confidence came from himself, as thick black smoke began to creep around the barrier. The Emperor added that if Bellamus is not taught in this battle, he is waiting for great trouble. Bellamus, looking at his opponent, felt the internal struggle fell in it. He understood that this man-in-law really has a great force. But despite this, Bellamus was convinced of one. Although the lizard tried to evade a light arrow, she was still affected and injured. It turns out that if you hit, the attack will definitely happen. Moreover, the Emperor demonstrated true power, defending himself from light rain. It became an undeniable proof of its power. He reached out and activated magic, creating a magical circle. The guy realized it was time to strike a real powerful blow. Suddenly, a dense, dark hatch. Bellamus turned on the night vision. His eyes flashed, cutting through the smoke, and he clearly saw the enemy. Meanwhile, Bass was strayed from the panthel in a dense fog. Looking around, he looked for his opponent hard. Suddenly behind him, Bellamus emerged. He jumped out rapidly, brought the sword and instantly activated the skill. At the same moment he began to impose a spell. The base suddenly cut him with a sharp remark. Light Man has confidently stated that he was well aware of everything. The young man of the surprise, but did not stop his offensive. And the lizard knight did not stay away, he raised his hand. He used the light. A dazzling glow broke around instantly, from which everything was flooded around. Bellamus struck pain. His eyes were not withstood this frantic brightness. Bass noticed the guy and exclaimed loudly that he finally found him. He then applied the flames of the dragon. The fierce fiery volleys of the enemy flew directly into the white nodes. However, the protagonist was not lost. Gathering all his strength, caused a huge ice wall. She rose to him with a loud roar, becoming a reliable, unbreakable obstacle. Almost immediately from the corners of this icy fortification, began to explode sharp, icy spears. With a frantic speed, they flew forward directly on the enemy who did not suspect anything, cutting the air with a shrill whistle. In response to this attack, Bass cleverly twisted his spear, effortlessly reflecting all the ice fragments flying into it. With confidence in his voice, he exclaimed that all these attempts were in vain, and added that Bellamus, who is only lucky, would never be able to hit him. The protagonist kept complete immobility and mentally noted that from the very beginning, he did not expect to avoid a direct blow to ice shells. But despite this, he did not stop and created new icy spears once by one by one. He was well aware that his true goal is quite different, and these icy fragments were only part of the intricate design. While the endless ice spears pierced the air, filling everything around a whistle and crash, a lizard with incredible agility reflected each of them, striking with speed and lightning reaction. But suddenly he turned and noticed a small puddle nearby, which was hidden from his gaze. At the same moment, a powerful water cannon turned on. A terrible roar filled the space, and a strong stream of water hit the base, knocking it down. The protagonist noted that so many icy spears were only a distracting maneuver before a real, decisive blow. Now his opponent was locked in a dense water dome that swept his head. Bass began to breathe, powerlessly releasing weapons from his hands. Bellamus immediately decided not to stand apart and not wait for the same. Quickly activating several magical circles at once, he made them a brightly flashing in the air. Suddenly, through the veil of water, the lizard was unexpectedly angry. His eyes were wide open, the eyelids rose, and he stared at Bellamus with hatred. The whole body of the lamp was shaking from rage, and every movement gave his readiness to a devastating attack. With a wild roar, lifting a powerful paw up, he rushed directly at Bellamus. Meanwhile, the protagonist did not lose vigilance, instantly activated his strength, and just before him, a loud roar broke out a magical circle. But the lizard hit him, and he disappeared just in his eyes. Bellamus felt a sudden outbreak of anger. He did not gather so quickly. In his chest, determination to fight the last. Anger! Bellamus shouted loudly to his enemy. Medro held the girl firmly in his paws, and all trembled with fear and pain. Her barely audible sobbing glowed with despair. The main character, watching it, felt complete helplessness. He did not imagine how to act on how to help. She whispered softly with her commander, as if she were looking for salvation. Madero found herself in the sturdy Lizeshler's vice. Her condition worsened. Suddenly, the protective barrier disappeared. Panic was immediately erupting on the battlefield. Everyone grabbed from the places covered by fear. It became clear that something evil happened. Gugo shouted in the whole voice of his sister's name, which was mixed with anxiety and desperation. In a desperate attempt, Gugo rushed to stop the lizard attack. But all his attention was focused on only one, to save Madero. Lily screamed that there were many enemies, so they need to do their best to prevent no one from hurting the protagonist. The way was in doubt, and he was already ready to rush to the sister. Suddenly, a girl's voice came in a bustle. She tried to reassure people, convincing Bellamus strong he would surely save her. She noted that their commander is real best, and no doubt came up with something. Hug was inspired by Hugo, and he, full of determination, lifted his weapon and exclaimed that he believed in his own strength. He rushed to the enemies, ready to fight until the last breath. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Liberal People has been angry with his teeth in his water dome. Bellamus understood. If the magic did not remove, the girl may die. He did not rest the idea of covering Madero as a shield. Nothing good will work out of this. Wait for the base to be watered too. No point. The tension between rivals increased. Both were well aware that everything was being decided now. Suddenly, the water capsule disappeared from the head of Bass. He continued to squeeze Madero in his hands, and the main character felt anxious. He had a screen from his chest, and he was angry because of his defeat. Bellamus felt anxiety. He tried to hide it with a cheeky smile, but he was getting stronger. The lizard began to guess why her ruler was so interested in this man. The main character again insisted that Madero would be released. Bass replied that he would only do when he sees fit. After that, he rejected the guy with his tail. Lizard understood that if he releases a girl now, he would be dangerous. He had no chance of Bellamus in battle. Therefore, having collected his magical power, Bass fired at him immediately with several fire bullets. The protagonist rolled out of pain and fell to the ground. Smoke fell from his body. Bass watched this with a smile, and mentally noted that there were still strength inside the guy. The guy trembled in pain, and gathering all his strength, he kneeled. In his eyes, a fire of determination burned. He was not going to seem just like that. Bringing and trembling with pain, the main character exclaimed that he finally completed his plan, although it took him a long time. The base scored, not understanding what his opponent was saying. But Bellamus continued, explaining that two main conditions were needed to realize his plan: the strength of the sorcerer and blood loss, equal to the appearance of deadly energy. The boss, not understanding what was talking about, asked him to stop. He could not understand how this young man could have so much blood. The bloody hand of the guy clearly testified to the trials that he had fallen. He made a sweat on Bellamus's forehead, but with determination in his voice, he stated that he remains the only one. At that moment, everything was erupted by energy and light. The guy solemnly stated that only he was able to use this spell. Magical symbols emerged in the air. They illuminated the entire space around. Bass was only surprised to ask Bellamus what he had done. He proudly replied that he called it a secret technique of reincarnation magic. The Bellamus' face illuminated the powerful light. All energy focused around him. He was full of determination and danger, completely ready for a decisive battle. The protagonist used the magic of reincarnation. Water and blood were rising around it, filling everything around anxiety and anticipation. The lizard emperor lifted his head and looked carefully into the void, not understanding what was happening. All energy came into a stream that resembled a DNA chain, and this spectacle simply fascinated. The protagonist, gathering all his power, confidently raised his hand to the sky. He focused, feeling the force gradually gathers in his compressed fist. Saying goodbye to his opponent, he named his name. The opponent was only surprised to look at him, not understanding what was happening. All the forces and liquids were spinning into a huge whirlpool that swept everything around. The light shot down forests and fields, and the wave of energy swept through the entire space. At that moment, the base cleared his fist and released Madero. The girl was gently landing on the ground and quickly climbed to her feet. In the eyes of Bass was the void. She looked around confusedly, trying to understand what happened. Bellamus explained to her that he used to use secret technique. He enabled the boss's soul to be reborn. Then Bellamus looked at Madero. She reached out to him and wondered what this revival means. The guy noted that the lizard would ever return to this world again. In the future, it will return no longer by the lizard, but by small, defenseless chicks. The girl sadly confessed that she did not realize his words and apologized. She easily supported him, and together they moved forward through a thick fog. The young man reassured her. They say, the main thing is that she is alive and intact. In response, Madero smiled and thanked him. Departing from the fallen enemy, the main character suddenly revived. After pointing to the dead enemy, he shouted loudly, attracting the attention of all. It was he who defeated General Boss. The guy challenged anyone who sought battles. He called on the brave to go forward. He warned, his opponent will be himself. All views were aimed at Bellamus. The team was determined to fight again. He focused, sighed deeply, and stepped forward. At this point, the opponents shouted frightened and rushing headed to flee from the crowd. The girl looked forward and noticed that they had escaped. Throughout the field, joyful exclamations were heard. The fight was won. Everyone was celebrated. The name of Mr. Bellamus sounded around, and sincere smiles blossomed on the faces of his comrades. But Madero immediately noticed. Something was wrong with the guy. He barely kept on his feet, apologized, and muttered that everything else did not matter. The young man suddenly fell to the ground. At the same moment, his comrades rushed to him, anxiously shouting his name. They noticed how he was, like inanimate, barely breathing. Fear had their hearts, because it was impossible to believe in this. The whole crowd kept the breath covered by horror. Madero mentioned that he used blood for his magic. The girl explained. In order to activate the spell that he defeated the base, it was necessary to lose so much blood that it could cost life. Everyone was surprised, because Bellamus was barely alive from fatigue. Dolorosis pushed everyone around and loudly demanded to miss her to her brother. She leaned closer to him and said that he relied on them. He believes that they will save him. She drew a magical circle and caused a healing spell. Everyone was watching it silently. No one found words. Everyone lowered their eyes down and silently waited for a miracle. The girl was persistently begging Bellamus not to give up, because everyone was waiting for his return. She loudly urged him to open her eyes, and it was at this moment that the main character's hand shuddered. Madero immediately noticed this, and full of hope, the boy trembled, but when he opened his eyes, smiled. His sister, sitting nearby, gladly turned to Bellamus. She said that without him, her brother would not have coped. After all, he is her brother. The girl hugged him sharply, moving to herself. She was standing around, squeezing it firmly in her arms. On her cheeks, tears were generously flowing, and with despair in her voice, she said she would not forgive him if he died. In her words, sincerity and pain were clearly felt. She exclaimed loudly, "What is his sister? Because he has a brother like him." In her embrace, real warmth and care were felt. The guy, for the first time in a truly feeling the power of her love, whispered his sister's name. At this moment, everyone laughed and cried at the same time. They were overwhelmed by the joy of victory and the commander's return. All views were chained to the cloudless sky. The sun brightly illuminated the walls of the tower. People started asking each other whether it's time to go home. There was a joyful noise around. The battle ended without loss, and at that moment everyone felt true joy and unity. Everyone returned home after a grueling battle. Tent camps were broken for rest and recovery. In these places, the heroes were going to rest and gain strength. They were shared, supported each other, provided first aid, and spells to heal the wounded. The general could not believe his eyes. He seemed to be incredible that the former enemies were worried about each other. He looked at Belos and said that he did not even know how to thank him. The man standing nearby intervened in the conversation. He noted that they should not be thanked, because they went through this war and suffered a lot of pain and loss. If the wars stopped, the reason for hostility would disappear. But he asked for another thing. The general wondered what he wanted to promise. Bellamus reached forward, demanding promises never to attack these lands. The general hesitated for a moment, but then confidently assured that he would no longer make such mistakes. They shook their hands firmly. Asthesum thanked her commander for his trust in her words. Bellamus only closed his eyes and quietly replied that it was a trifle. At heart, he was tormented by the fault for leaving it in such a difficult situation. Lisa remembered the moment when she had to say goodbye to the hope of returning there, which could be called home. From the words of his apology, she was confused and did not find the answer. And then Bela was forced to add, they would all die, not understanding why. The girl clasped her teeth and confessed that she was guilty of everything. She was ashamed of everything that happened. The knight noted that if it was smarter, it would be possible to avoid this battle. However, he understood that all this was behind. She did everything she could, and if she feels guilty, they themselves also have reason to blame themselves. He pointed forward and ordered her to look. Lisa's eyes were widely revealed with surprise. It was her courage that saved everyone. People were slowly healing and recovering after the battle. The girl trembled with excitement watching the events. Tears of joy flowed along her cheeks, and a happy smile glowed on her face. Bellamus also followed everything that happened, with joy in the heart. The sun shone brightly over his head. It was a wonderful day, a day of hope and new endeavors for each of them. In the depths of the cave there was an unseen darkness, which from time to time cut off the glare, shimmering on icy stalactites from the ceiling. The mirror Dora was observed, which, because of the large shimmering mirror, slowly stretched. She noted that all this story turned quite funny, then turned to another lizard, which first did not know what to answer. The girl continued her story, emphasizing how capable Bellamus was, and even confessed that he was able to interest her. In response, the lizard noted that Bass is a real exemplary subordinate. A mere Dora, walking on the surface of the water, sadly remembered the tragic fate of the base. At the same time, she confessed that it was thanks to his death that she managed to see Bellamus from such an attractive side. In her eyes, she froze. She could not understand where he had so much force. This seemed incredibly strange to her. The girl returned to Krak-kun and said he could go. He briefly replied that he would leave this place immediately. They noticed that as soon as the base began to serve Mrs. Amadori, his luck seemed to disappear somewhere. Who knows, an alarming thought flashed. Maybe he also had a long time to wait for his turn. Bellamus watched everything that was happening. She noted that she feels healthy and energetic, and considers this land a place of joint well-being. The girl was sincerely glad that everything ended successfully, and the place remained unharmed. Soon the main character approached the forest. He reminded her that, although she had refused, he still wanted to ask again. In these words, the forest came to life. The young man reached out to her and asked if she would like to stay here. Lisa was confused and did not know what to say. Her gaze lingered on his extended hand. She began to say that she did a lot of terrible in her life. But suddenly she was rudely interrupted and asked where she was. The warriors suggested teaching Lisa to own the sword. They noted that she had already visited the battles, so she should first be well supported. Madiro also added that she was tired and dreaming of a hot bath. Lisa asked in confusion that these girls were saying. The young man explained that they call her a girlfriend of all cycling. The news heard struck Lisa. Her heart began to beat more often, and a sincere surprise broke out in her eyes. The girl was overwhelmed by a sudden sense of joy. The protagonist reached out to her, and their palms met in a confident, significant shake. After that, the girl sank on one knee, and sincerely thanked Bellamus for giving her a shelter. The warriors who witnessed this moving moment could not hide their emotions. Their faces shone sincere, warm smiles. So Lisa officially became part of the friendly circle of Velistoral. All the inhabitants of the village gathered around a large fire. The tongues of the flames stretched into the night sky. Music was heard from all sides. People had fun and rejoiced in life. Their movements filled the air with true joy. The protagonist watched the holiday on the side, holding a hot drink. Music tunes gently wrapped it, creating a cozy atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice came behind, and Bella Bridge turned sharply. It was Berbora. Ogro stretched out a large slice of baked meat. Berbora wondered why Bellamus did not eat anything and suggested to taste the meat. The guy thanked the care, but still refused to treat. He wondered how Barbara felt after the wounds. The OGR replied that everything was fine with him. His sister healed him completely. In addition, he recalled Augury as very durable. Barbara laughed back. The OGR added that sometimes it is worth showing your strength. Then Bellamus announced that Barbara was his right hand. To hear such a great surprise, the plowman, he shuddered with surprise. Suddenly, Barbara burst into tears. He has been extinguished by emotions. The main character has frozen in place. But in a moment, Barbara jumped and exclaimed from sincere joy. The OGR began to run around. Bellamus was surprised to notice how many strength. Meanwhile, young Lily called Mr. Bellamus. She told him that there was no need to fight anymore. The girl was happy to eat fried meat dishes. Bellamus agreed with her, and noted that now you could relax a little. He added that Parian could be trusted. Bellamus explained that the Parian stands in his post. The Australian army will not dare to attack. They concluded an important agreement. The girl wondered how good it was. The mother replied that the most valuable thing is the completion of all wars. Bellamus looked at his mug, and then sharply stepped forward. He rose to a low stump and, raising his hand, turned to everyone around. Bellamus exclaimed loudly, urging the audience to listen to him. The crowd turned instantly, and everyone froze, waiting for him to say. Bellamus started a speech. He told people that they were able to protect the Velvestra thanks to them. Bellamus promised that people would no longer attack and sincerely thanked everyone for their bravery. In response to these words, the crowd loudly chanted the name of its commander. But Bellamus did not stop. He continued to speak. He warned, even if people no longer dare to touch them, it does not mean that they are not threatened. In addition, he announced that it has important news for everyone. The crowd was frozen. Everyone listened to his words. Bellamus suspected that the last attack is someone else. He mentioned that during the battle, the Emperor Lamschi said, now he begins to understand why his ruler is so interested in it. Bellamus decided that Bass was only a pawn in someone else's game. In the crowd, a noise was opened. People whispered with each other without understanding what was happening. Can someone be more frightening than the boss? Most did not believe that these words should be taken seriously. The protagonist spoke with sadness. He noted that the time would come sooner or later, and they would have to face an unknown threat again. Bellamus turned to all present. He said he had a request for them. Everyone listened carefully. The young leader emphasized that when the crucial moment comes, they will have to stand side by side in battle. Silence reigned around. People were looked around, sharing their views thoughtfully. They read a deep focus on their faces. Meanwhile, the girl, without ceasing to taste the meat, returned to Belluma in surprise and asked what was talking about. The girl reminded that it was the way. It seemed to her that Mr. Bellamus had forgotten. She said that this place is called the Land of Joint Welfare, and they themselves are its inhabitants. The girl added, of course they all support his desire. The atmosphere of true unity swept the whole community. Smiles were shown on the faces of people. Everyone was determined to overcome all the trials awaited ahead. Bellamus looked at his tribesmen with warmth in his eyes, and a soft smile appeared on his lips. He mentally acknowledged that his question was quite superfluous. After that, he sincerely thanked all those present. Bellamus solemnly promised that from now on, they would protect this place together, side by side. He lifted the glass high up and loudly proclaimed Velistoral's toast. In response, everyone who gathered around the big bonfire also raised their bowls. They congratulated the future, filled with hope and happiness. 5 years have passed since everything happened. In the air, the ringing strokes of the swords were heard. Someone trained hard, honing his skill. Nabasha and Lisa training hard, honing the skill of possession of the sword. Their movements were clear and proven to perfection. Both focused on the duel, completely giving in training. In this sparring, they used all their skills. The girls looked and smiled. They realized how effective their shared workouts became. Delaros ran to them and turned to girls by name. She wondered if they saw Bellamus, because she had already prepared breakfast for him. But to her surprise, she said that he disappeared somewhere. Nabasha negligently threw her sword on her shoulder and laughed quietly, thinking that it was quite in the spirit of Balasse. Lisa suggested that Delarosis look for him together. The girls were slowly walking in the surrounding area and laughing at the fact that Bellamus could not rush in the morning. After all, the morning is created for rest. Soon, they were noticed by Madero. She approached and wondered in surprise what had happened. Delaros told Madero who they were looking for and wondered if she saw this person before. Madero replied that she had not met him today. Suddenly, Delaros glanced up and noticed Barbara, which was steam in the air, and immediately asked him whether he saw Belaleus. Barbara exclaimed that Bellamus was already ahead. She vigorously showed where to look. Indeed, the main character stood on a high bridge. He was in the middle of a beautiful building, which, as it turned out, built on his own. The Delaros reappeared to him again, reminding it that it was time to have breakfast. The guy looked at her from top to bottom and, a little awkward, apologized, because it was too late for breakfast. He added that today promises to be full of events. Among the dense forest, the majestic castle was now standing, a creation of joint efforts, around which a quiet and calm atmosphere prevailed.